And
Got everything working now, Ruga?
yeah, I think I got everything working. Okay. So, I got to repost this in the Discord. Yeah, no, OBS he's just been messing with me recently. I don't get it. It's just like I got to open it up 2 or 3 times before it just works the way it's supposed to. I don't really get why it keeps happening. But hold on, I got to repost this. We're going to delete message. Boop. And then we're going to do that. Hold up. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 second.
Your audio seconds seem real low.
My what? Okay, I'll turn it up. Send now. Okay. And then I'm going to go to, let me see. You said my audio sounds low? Audio. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Hello.
Okay, it's working.
Is that better? All right.
Yep, I'm watching you go through everything on the stream. So
and now the picture's showing up too, because the picture didn't show up before either. Okay, so that's good. I'm all fixed up. Last thing I gotta do is share. No, not that. I could do that on my phone. I'm not worried about that. And then
the storm did not kill me.
The storm didn't.
Surprisingly,
dude, we get. Come on, I live in fucking Louisiana. We get hurricanes every year. You will be fine. You'll be good.
Guys. No, has been lifted.
The reason that I say the storm didn't kill me is because I literally watched lightning strike like the hill in front of the house I'm in.
Yeah. I mean, I'm actually. I think that's kind of funny because yesterday we had a massive storm too, like massive storm. And it's kind of funny that you had one too. I don't know if it's just like a huge storm that covered 2 countries, or we just both happen to have like 2 really big storms.
I think it's the storm front moving up.
Okay.
Because we've had multiple in the last couple days as like the weather gets pushed down from the north and up from the south. Basically, the world gets really angry.
Gotcha. Hold up. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second, guys. I have to repost this link. I'm doing it on my phone.
Greetings and salutations, Alden for Lore Gaming.
Well, thank you.
All right, post. Boop. Okay, did that. Cool. Sorry, we're about to get started. And I will delete this because that link is done. And cool. All right, we're all good. Okay. Now, is everybody here? Is everybody good? Can we get started? Wait, what's up? What's the matter? What's the problem?
He's gonna explain. He hasn't done it in this one.
What?
Okay. The way you have it worded, like I'm just confused on or how the ranking's gonna go.
It's okay. You're Canadian. You don't speak English. So basically, the way it's gonna, I'll explain it again for people who weren't here on time on the initial stream. That had to be restarted because it was
Hey, fuck the initial stream. I'm here for this one.
Okay, that better not have caused me to not get demonetized.
Hey, you already cussed. You said fucking earlier.
No, I didn't.
Also, it's 3 minutes and 8 seconds, and you're fine.
All right, it's probably gonna be good. I'm probably gonna be good. Okay. So anyway, sorry, I had to fart. Okay, so basically what we're doing is damn, I just explained all of this. Okay. So, we're taking all of the different dark lores and whatever that exist, and we're putting them on a tier list. And okay, hold up. Sorry, I gotta get my mind right because I literally just did this. Okay, so basically what we're doing is we got shush. I don't care. I don't care about you. I gotta explain it to everybody. Okay, so basically what happened is, you ever seen Overlord? You know the whole concept of Overlord. You get Isekaied into a fucking anime world. Okay, yes. Imagine you get don't answer. It's fine. Imagine you get Isekaied into a alternate universe as a particular overlord from a particular fiction. We are tier listing them based on how much it would suck to be that overlord in that fiction based on what challenges that overlord has to overcome in their own fiction. So S is going to be it would really suck to be that overlord, whereas because I just like to make things confusing, Q would be like, it wouldn't actually be all that hard at all. You're fine. That's really easy.
The most powerful ones are gonna end up in Q.
No,
as long as they don't have like super powerful opponents.
That's the thing. So you it would really depend on your opponent, what you have to do. Like for instance, for instance, Griffith is on this list, and while I would argue Griffith doesn't have that many challenges to overcome, he has to murder all of his friends just to get to that point. So it's like that's probably a negative. Skeletor's
also on this list, and he just has to deal with He-Man. literally invincible.
Hey,
That
man.
and Griffith also diddied a 16-year-old princess.
I mean, why? If you're an overlord, what else are you gonna do?
And isn't it medieval times? I mean, that's.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
I mean, there's
So
literally
why isn't
hundreds
the
of
Overlord from Overlord on here?
Also, that 16-year-old, I know rapists always say this, but that
Overlord
16-year-old
reference?
definitely wanted it. Like, she was all over Griffith, for sure. Anyway, we're not going to get into that. But what we will say, just got canceled the first 5 minutes of stream.
Why is Ainz Outgown not on here?
Because it doesn't make any sense to have Ainz Uncle on here. That's the whole thing. Shush, stop it. We're about
Logan
to...
literally just gave you $2 to put him on the list.
Example for the list, not on it. No, that's the Overlord from the Xbox original Overlord. That's clearly what he's talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah, I played that game. No, it's not.
that's exactly who he's talking about. He didn't say Ainz, he said
You know,
Overlord.
I actually care more about that Overlord than the anime.
So do
No,
I,
Dungeon
actually.
Keeper not on this
Third
list?
Overlord or
No.
fourth Overlord?
It doesn't matter. Look, there's only 10 people on the there's only 10 overlords on the actual tier list, so I'm gonna need more anyway. So I'm asking the stream and people who are watching the stream if they can give me some people who I should add to the list, because as I said in my previous, guys, like I gotta repeat all of my best material from my last stream. But yeah, no, it sucks. But I fell asleep like a while back, and I woke up literally 10 minutes before I started the stream. So it was like 7:40 something, like 48 or something before I started. So I had to just get an idea together, and I didn't come up with a solid list. So yeah,
Vegeta or Frieza count?
Yeah, Frieza would count. Actually, I thought about Frieza, but I didn't put him on the list. Yeah, Frieza would definitely count.
It would suck to be Frieza. You have to deal with the Saiyans all the time.
Doesn't matter.
May I say something
Or
really
it's supposed to be
Fine.
King Vegeta. He
King.
gets killed by a sassy lizard.
Nah, we'll do Frieza. Frieza's like the main Overlord type character in the series, not King
Are we
Vegeta.
doing Super or just
How about
regular Z?
Vilgax?
It would be the character throughout their entire history.
Oh.
Okay, then.
Oh, well, I mean, wouldn't meta knowledge now count as well, or is that going to be part of the debate now?
Well, it doesn't matter.
Using
Well,
the-
I don't think meta knowledge is going to help as much as you would think it would, and that's mainly because any decision you make would alter events.
Fishy threw big money out again.
Fishy, fishy.
Oh, yeah.
Fishy,
Pay for
fishy.
Overlord the anime.
Fishy, fishy. Let me see.
$50 at you to
Pay
put
for Overlord.
the anime.
Is he talking about the Xbox original Overlord that they made an anime of?
The World War II movie?
They did not make an anime of that one.
Yeah.
I
The World
guarantee
War
you
II
that.
movie, right?
How much would I bet I could find an anime they made of?
Can I actually say about the
You know what?
game one real quick? I would recommend the one from the second game as the rep there.
You talking
Rouga,
about
if you
from
find that
Overlord?
anime, I will give you $20 on the stream right the fuck now.
It was
What?
me dear all along. All right, so Overlord the anime. Fine, we'll do that boring ass fucking show.
I don't even know if he's joking, but I actually feel that way.
I'm not joking. I find the character
Yeah, oh, okay.
of Ainz very boring, and I find the show that he comes from very meh.
The show is boring, but what I will give you is the manga is a lot better.
The manga
I
or
can
the
see
I can see Vilgax from Ben 10 counting.
I've never seen Ben 10, so there's very little to nothing that I
Is
can
he a
even
Dark
talk
Lord?
about it. Yeah, he would
Vilgax
technically
actually count from what I
he would
know.
count. He's like a
Does
he's
he
like a
have
s-
mi-
he's like a space overlord. Like he's
He's
in charge of his own
basically-
empire that takes shit. Oh nope, that's not what I wanted to do.
Does he have? I don't remember him
I
having
would
an
say
empire.
he's Squid. I would say he's Squid Frieza, except without the racism.
But you
Well,
never
that's
see him
downgrade.
command anyone. It's just him 1v1ing Ben all the time.
No, he does. He has
Actually,
his
the funny thing
He
is,
sends an army.
he has his own galactic army.
you know what I
Does it-
can actually compare him to, Vilgax? He's Space Doctor Doom.
Also, you don't
Actually,
really
yeah.
need to
Thanks,
command an
Doctor.
army to be an overlord. If you have enough power to stand on your own, sometimes that makes an even
Yeah, that's
cooler
true.
person.
Wait, could we
Shit. Oh,
could
well.
we put on Mirek or
Oh.
Alduin? Do either of them count? They have dragon armies.
There we are.
They also
Alright,
had
let's do that.
Doctor Doom and MODOK.
Well,
I mean,
Urak
yeah,
belongs to Hermaeus Mora, and Alduin isn't really an overlord, more of a force of nature.
Okay, we got
No,
Ainz
he's
on there.
definitely an overlord. He did rule the dragons in the time of the past.
Can I make
Actually,
a
with that line
suggestion?
of thinking, why not Harkon?
Okay, we got Overlord in there. Someone, Alden, you weren't serious about Dio, huh? Dio's not an Overlord.
Well, he does have an army of undead, but I just put it in there because somebody else.
But an
mentioned it, and
Overlord
I
isn't
figured
just
it'd be
necessarily
funny.
an Overlord
I
isn't necessarily.
know.
You have to have like an empire. You have to rule over something in order to be an Overlord.
Vermin,
Prince of Hell from
Or-
Doom the Dark Age.
Strahd
We
von
already-
Sarovich.
Wait,
We already have Davith, and Azrak is not a Overlord because he serves others. He's under Davith in Davith's military. So
He's Davis bitch.
kinda, yeah. I mean,
Someone in the live stream mentioned Lord Farquaad.
He would count.
He was almost a dark overlord. He just had to get married first.
let me see.
Why is M.
Strahd
Bison
von
there?
Sarovich.
How
Give me
about?
a
Voldemort?
second,
M. Bison has armies, dude.
I'm trying to.
M.
Especially for the
Bison is
movie.
not an overlord.
How
He
is he
is
not an?
definitely an
How is
overlord
he
in
not
the
an
game.
Overlord? By what? By what? By what? What are you defining as an Overlord? He
He's
has. He has a
He's a
military.
dictator, but he is
Yes.
often shown bowing down to more powerful fighters than him in the games.
Yes, because he gets his
In
ass
his own
beat.
lore, yeah, but in his own lore, he serves others.
No, he doesn't.
Actually, I have a question in regards to the.
He doesn't.
Elder Scrolls
He doesn't
Skyrim.
serve them. He's a dictator. He runs his own country. He has his own military. He gets beaten by more powerful fighters, but he doesn't serve other people. He's in charge of Shadaloo. He's the leader of Shadaloo.
What
Yeah,
about the
which then
pirate?
gets taken over by Seth in
Yes.
fucking 4.
Yes, he fall. Yeah, he gets toppled and he falls, but he's not.
What?
But he absolutely would be considered an overlord.
Actually,
What about the
why not
people
Shao
from One
Kahn?
Piece? Do we have any people from One Piece that could qualify for that? Like a
The only
pirate?
person I would be able to think of would probably be Kaido or maybe Doflamingo.
Wait, wouldn't Emu
No, the-
do
Oh,
the-
Flamingo.
Yeah, Emu, the Marines ruler. He's pretty much an overlord.
He's not an overlord. He's not. He's a man, and he also has people to
Ron.
speak to. But I guess you could also say Enel probably for Skypiea. So
He was
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah.
Oh,
No, you're right.
that
Yeah,
guy,
that's
yeah.
true. Actually, yeah.
there are a couple. I don't know who would be the
Alright,
best
yeah.
one. I guess the best one would probably be Kaido since he rules over the most shit.
I was actually going
Wait,
to
could
say
you-
Kaido because he's Doflamingo's boss.
Yeah, but I don't think he would necessarily go all that high. Basically because Kaido has to deal with a bunch of other people who you could equally consider overlords. Like he has to deal with
And he's just
Shanks
one of
and Big
What
Mom
are the
and
other
like
emperors?
yeah, like
He
these
was just
Emperors
one of the
the
4
sea.
emperors.
yeah, and he's constantly having to fight other emperors. I mean, would you if you got Isekaied as Kaido, would you want to have to constantly compete with Shanks all the
Nah,
fucking
he's got
time?
his. Or
I would
Luffy.
not
He got his
wanna deal
ass
with
beat
Big
by
Mom all
Luffy
day,
too.
no.
You're fighting the main character.
Yeah, and we'll put Kaido on. Kaido's not a bad pick. Let me.
You get your shit kicked in by Toon Force physics.
Yeah, in a universe that he's not even aware that exists, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, there's Toon Force. That's a thing. Okay, well,
What
I'm
about
fucked.
Voldemort, Harry
It
Potter?
wasn't before, but now there
I guess
is.
he ate the wrong devil fruit.
Voldemort's already on the list, or he should be, unless.
Strahd von
Oh no,
Sarovich.
he didn't get uploaded. I did upload him, but I did
What about Emperor
Like a-
Palpatine?
save us.
He's on
He's
there.
on the
Either
list.
Palpatine's
on there.
If you're not watching the stream, you need to be watching the stream, so you're not saying characters that are already there.
I am watching the stream. I just have it muted.
No, I'm saying you can see pictures of all the characters who are on the list.
In that in the stream, Ruga, who's the devil?
Oh, yeah, it didn't.
Wait,
didn't.
what about
Which
the
character is that?
That is the that is the biblical devil,
Oh, just
the
like the
actual
stand-in
devil.
for Satan. Oh, okay.
not the stand-in for
Yeah,
Satan.
yeah,
The
yeah.
biblical
Uh,
the biblical character of Satan.
Well, no, the picture is just a stand-in for like.
Yeah. The picture is just It was just I just picked the most. Well, that is actually
Yeah,
that is
I got
actually from a legitimate painting that was done of the biblical Satan.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I forgot who
About
painted
where?
it.
Interesting.
I have a suggestion.
What's up?
What?
Strahd
hell
von
Satan?
Sarovich.
I don't know who that is.
It's a
Um,
D&D character, and if you're gonna do a D&D overlord, Vecna would be your better bet.
Can I throw in a suggestion?
I
What
don't.
is it?
I don't care.
Shao Kahn.
Mm.
I mean,
Why are you
Ruga
saying
would
that like he
make
didn't
it-
say that a couple minutes ago? He already said that.
Ruga would make a special tier
I didn't hear
called
I didn't think
Hell just
anyone
to
heard
throw him in.
Hold up. I heard you.
In the beginning when he heard it and it wasn't on the list.
Oh, Bowser and Eggman are also being talked about.
Hold your horses.
Would Eggman be a Dark Lord though?
Matt and Voldemort.
Eggman?
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good
Not
point.
Dark-
Eggman.
I don't think
Eggman
Eggman would be. Bowser would be. I didn't put Bowser on the list on purpose though. I just didn't think he was that good of a choice. Same reason I didn't really put Ganondorf on the list either, because I thought about Ganondorf as well.
Ganondorf
No, they're both screwed over multiple times, but honestly, I'd probably use what's his name, Incarnation of Darkness, Demise for Link,
I got you.
because that would be a better Dark Lord.
Okay.
He's barely in the game.
You think
though.
anyone
Okay,
He
would
doesn't
I-
have to be. He's still the Dark Lord.
Wait, guys, shush.
Well,
Okay,
yeah.
Actually,
shush. Okay. I have 14 here. I will add one more if I get a really good option somewhere around here.
Satan from South Park.
Anyone from like Elden
that?
Ring,
Wait.
possibly?
Who's the...
Like Melania.
Arthas?
The Millennia, you could do like Godfrey.
Well,
Yeah.
Millennia is
I
is not really in charge of any armies.
think
after
Godfrey was
in there.
technically the
I
ruler.
would put Mesmer if you're going to put somebody from Elden Ring. He
That
actually
too,
still
yeah.
has a really powerful standing army.
Prophet of truth.
Oh, does he?
What about-
Okay.
What about that one guy
Yeah.
from the Hulk comic series that has that laser arm?
You're gonna.
Someone
Does
said
Doom
Scar from The
count?
Lion King, essentially.
Yeah, I saw
He's
I
that.
like-
have a
Doom.
really dumb idea. The
What?
Lich King from Warcraft, but you're not any specific person. You're the thing possessing them.
Oh, so you're the spirits inside the armor?
Yes.
Lich himself.
Then are
from
you
the
even the
Witcher
over?
time.
Then are you even the
I don't know,
Overlord? If you're just a spirit inside of some dude's armor?
No, technically, it possesses and become whoever wears it, but Arthas overthrew it with his will and basically became the Lich King. So I would rather use Arthas because he killed all of the versions of his
Yeah, fair
spirit
point.
in that.
So
that
the-
side
See
of
my
it.
point, Arthas.
There's a couple good ones that I've heard. Elden Ring, the Shao Kahn's not a bad one. I just thought he was too similar to M. Bison, and I guess there's different things you could talk about with between the two. So I might put Shao Kahn.
Honestly, I'd give
Where's
Shao Kahn more
Howard?
credit than I'm Bison, but
Yeah.
They're both okay. We'll talk about it when we get to M. Bison, but I don't see how you could think M. Bison's not an Overlord. He very clearly is an Overlord.
like,
There was
other
one I
thing-
was gonna suggest, but then I realized, no, this guy actually has it really good for the most part.
I just thought of one. Dang it, and then it's too late.
What? It's not too.
Cobra Commander.
I actually like that one. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
I like that
same.
one a lot. Okay, how about this? We'll let people vote. Whatever they vote for, that's what we'll put on. Last. Now, to be clear, if you pay, you can still pay money to have more people at it. But this is just the last freebie. Last Overlord. Megatron's not bad either. I'll add him too. Okay, so we'll have
Satan from Anton Blast.
hold up. We'll have Megatron. We'll do Cobra Commander. Who was the one y'all said from Elden Ring?
I said
Mesmer,
probably
I
go with Mesmer because he's got the best standing army still.
Well, I mean, who's like the best Overlord though? Like, who's the most commanding, most in charge, most got their shit
It
together?
had to be Radagon / America if you're gonna go with the Overlord because technically they're in charge of everyone's shit.
Be
Yeah, one of the-
Apocalypse
yeah.
from Marvel.
All right, so
it would still
Rata
suck to be either one.
gone. I originally had Thanos on the list, but then I realized
Is
that Thanos and Darkseid are so similar, and I already have Darkseid on the list, so I just took Thanos
Is
off.
Darkseid's just better, Thanos.
Isn't that a
Kinda.
Or
D?
go the purple Grim.
Yeah, it is a.
Uh,
Then it's a D, not a T, right? For Radagon.
He said Rat Tug
You
on,
do the
but
Supreme
It's
Intelligence.
I know Radon. Is Radon who y'all are talking about? I don't know who
No,
Radagon
no,
is.
it's Radagon.
Okay, Radagon.
R-A-D-A.
And then the
is
last
Radon's
one
daddy.
was Shao
Thanos is a simp, so automatic F.
Kahn. Let's see. Shredder is not an Overlord.
Wait,
Actually,
Shredder's not
technically
Overlord?
he is.
No, Shredder's not.
because he had an army.
No, he doesn't have an army. He has a gang.
The Foot
Oh,
Clan
big ass
technically is
gang.
an army.
It's a gang. It's a gang that operates out of New York City. Like it's just a gang. He doesn't own any land. He doesn't rule over anyone. He's just a
Damn it,
criminal
Ainz
that
in New York can't
has.
be in here. This is bullshit.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't own. Like it's just a gang. You might as well be.
Decent.
You might as well be put like the mafia as an overlord. You know, Tony Soprano. Like, that's not. You know, it doesn't fit.
Al Capone.
I've never read the comics. I've only seen like the animated shows.
The animated shows is a gang.
Luke, all you gotta do is throw money and he'll take your
I
exception.
would have suggested
Who's the person
I mean,
between Frieza and then Bison?
Sure is able to beat up Batman.
That was come on.
All right.
Lord Armageddon.
Goddamn.
That was a good.
28 votes the second I dropped the thing. That's unusual. Usually it takes longer. Metatron is in a sizable lead, which makes sense because I've actually talked about Metatron quite a few times on the channel. So Megatron will be the last. You can keep voting if someone else passes before
This is another one of those Master Shepherd situations, isn't it?
Metatron is an angel, but not a transformer.
Hey, does Lord Armageddon count as a Dark Lord?
What did I say? I'm pretty sure.
You had said
You said Metatron.
Oh,
You know, the scribe of God.
no, yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I'm talking about the whatever.
The transformer Megatron.
Yeah, Metatron. Well, that's what I said. Okay.
Robots in disguise.
Angels
Robot-
in robot disguise.
Robots. No, is it robots in the skies? Because they're angels. See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that one.
Yeah, perfect.
That's a good one.
Am I
like
the
it.
only one who
In the goth girl's eyes.
All right.
They could fly in season 1 without turning into planes.
Okay.
I wish
Well,
they kept that.
now because Fishy paid for Overlord, he paid a lot of money for Overlord. Actually.
Put him in.
Well, yeah, but we'll put him up front, so that
Makes sense.
just because
Makes sense.
give him a bang for his buck, so we could talk about it first. Man, how long has this stream been going on and we haven't started? Jesus, 22 minutes. Okay, let's actually get started now. Since everybody's been waiting. Okay, so first up is Ainz Goal. If anyone has actually seen this series, it's gonna go like super low on the list because it is stupidly easy to be Ainz. Am I wrong at that? Like the whole point of the season.
Essentially, he just got handed everything. He's got the strongest characters in the entire universe, all serving him completely.
Yeah, like
thoroughly.
the entire concept of the show is like if you're playing World of Warcraft and you have a level 100 sorceress, and then you just go to one of the starting levels and start fucking beating the shit out of all the little NPC. Like
You're
that's
just bullying
basically.
levels.
And this is one of the reasons why this.
Sadly,
What's up? Go ahead, Alden.
sadly, his biggest challenge was having to beat the shit out of his subordinate one time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Shaltir.
actually killing
This
his
is why I
subordinate was
say
his
the
hardest
manga is
fight.
so much better.
And that's in season 2. There's 4 seasons. He has not
No,
had
no.
another
The fight
challenge.
against
That's season
the
1.
fight against his subordinate is the end of season 1.
Oh my
It's the season
god!
1 finale.
So it's even so he
Yeah.
has not had a challenge at all since season 1. That's crazy.
Yeah, they tried to give him one at the end of season 2, but it was like fighting a level 10 player as a level like 1000.
No, it's like
It's not a fight.
struggle
I mean,
against-
he just nerfed himself to fight against them.
Doesn't
Yeah,
he struggle against the guy with guns?
You know what I?
No.
no, he doesn't even fight.
Really?
He doesn't even fight the guy with
lame.
guns. He doesn't even fight the guy with guns. Albedo does.
No, the dragon.
Yeah,
He
he
fights-
blocks
he
that
fights-
one blast
yes.
and he flies away.
He fights the dragon with the soul. No, he doesn't fight him. That's not him. That's his. That's one of his subordinates who transformed into him.
Oh yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
He's
yeah.
just back at
It's
his.
the
He's just.
one he created.
Yeah, he's just back
The
at
other
his
thing
castle.
is he
That's
has
a
complete.
potential threat.
The other thing is he has access to magic that is far beyond the level of that world.
Yes.
So dude can cast like 7, 8, and 9th level spells,
Yeah.
which that world can only cast using like sacred holy relics, and that's for level 7 spells.
Yeah, and-
which
and
he's just immune to.
I
Like,
think.
he
I,
can
th-
head out
I
and
think
take
in
everything.
His holy magic.
in season
I think it's
1.
like-
In season 1, they say like the strongest magic that an actual person can conjure without items is like 3 or 4, and
No, they said it was 6th, but it was somebody who had trained their entire life to
Okay.
cast one spell.
Okay. I remember somewhere they said only 3 or 4, but maybe they were like, oh, what?
It's the
like
average caster can only get to 3 or 4 in their
okay.
lifetime.
All right, there we go. I knew it was something like that. Anyway, point is, he's playing the whole game on easy mode. It's the same reason why he's going to be super low on this tier list is the exact same reason as to why the show is super fucking boring for me. Like there's literally no challenge whatsoever. He's not even. It's not even like he has to overcome with intelligence and stuff because he's not that smart. They like keep
He has
making.
the 2 smartest beings in reality working for him.
Yeah, and it's like, and they're not even that smart. Like, that's the crazy part. Like, nobody is all that intelligent. All of his problems basically solve themselves. Like, even the people who are super intelligent who are working for him are idiots because they think that he's a genius. Like, they're so dumb that he's capable of him, just a basic office worker who is not very bright, is capable of tricking them all into believing that he is this higher level being when he's not. He has a couple of smart decisions every now and then, but for the most part, he's like an average intelligence dude. This is like, yeah, it's not even a challenge.
His subordinates are
People
smarter
that
than
he's
him.
surrounded with are inherently loyal to him.
Gaslighter.
Okay, y'all gotta talk one at a time so I can understand what y'all are talking about. But yeah, yeah, what's up?
Can I bring up the thing? You are getting emotionally manipulated like throughout your entire stay there as Ainz. Through the system thing of like you calming down, you'll eventually lose yourself.
I mean, I'll take that.
But that's not necessarily
a
a negative. I mean, you're not necessarily losing yourself. You are uncaring about the suffering of others, and anytime you get too emotional, there's a thing that calms you down. But honestly, I mean, is that really any different than like taking some pills in reality? You know what I mean? Like, it's like, I mean, I guess kind of, but
I just figured I'd mention it because you'd be stuck with that.
I would say the worst part is that you don't have a penis.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's already just a skeleton, so he can't.
Well,
It doesn't matter.
You're surrounded.
I still think he's the bone daddy, so.
Yeah, you're surrounded by
some.
insanely attractive females who all want you. The maids all want him. Albedo wants him. Shaltier wants him. Everybody wants him, but he doesn't have a
He
penis.
has no bone.
Yeah, that
He's
would
not
be.
capable. I mean, he made himself a fake form.
Okay, so
Guys, one at a time.
we'll put Ainz one more in D because he doesn't have a penis, and that would make things pretty tough.
Yeah, that would be really tragic.
That would
yeah.
that would suck. But
Also, like, for the people, I know this stream is filled with guys, but for the people who, don't care about that, it would also just be an extremely boring life.
I don't give a shit about the
Because
people who
after
don't
a
like,
while,
who
you
don't
just
care about.
Eat or
You
drink.
wouldn't be able to get any enjoyment out of anything.
Don't look, Dan. Don't take this wrong, but I do not give a shit about the less than 1% of 1% of 1% of people who don't care about sex, the thing that fuels all of humanity for all of time. I don't care about them
Okay,
or their
you know,
opinions.
It goes in you and through
You know what?
Oh,
I'm not. This isn't worth my time.
No, it's
What
just,
happened?
Regardless, though, you're just losing all of your skin, and like you can't taste food anymore, can't drink. Like, you lose all your normal
well,
human.
we do see him drink.
enjoyments.
We do see him. Well, technically he can't.
It just falls through his body, though.
Technically he can't speak either. Like, he has this little
Yeah, he
thing
has
on
a
his
little worm thing.
Yeah, that has to talk for him because he can't actually physically talk himself. But I don't know. He doesn't seem the at least the anime doesn't really go into detail about how easy or difficult it is for him to live as a skeleton. Like, they never go into the differences that he's like, man, it's really weird having skeleton hands and no skin or no muscle. Like, they don't go into that. Maybe the book goes into more detail of how odd that is. But
It doesn't, because he
really.
was
It's more
sent
just a
into a
power
video
thing.
game world, which is a VR world. Basically, all of his functions are basically the same.
well, he was sent into a VR world, but everything's real now for him, is it not?
Yeah, it's a real world now.
Yes,
but
it's
he's
all
just
real, but
experiencing
like
the
he still
things from the
has the
game.
feeling, like he still has complete control over every skeleton.
'Cause in the
despite
show-
not having the muscles.
In the show,
Right.
well, no, I get that, but it's like something would be like in the show. He sniffs Albedo's hair and he finds it odd that he could smell things because he shouldn't be able to smell things in a VR game. So like senses are clearly. It's not a VR. Like it's more real than a VR.
Yeah.
I'm just
More real,
curious
but
if there are.
It would be also kind of a bit of a problem because he can't sleep anymore.
Yeah, he's
I
not
wonder
capable of
how that-
sleeping.
He doesn't need to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is,
It's
he
because
is
he's
still
now
capable
an
of
actual
resting.
undead. He doesn't need it though. He said
Well,
that
in the-
because he's an undead now.
in
He's
the
his
show-
actual
yeah.
character from the game.
In the show, he does. In the show, he says that he doesn't actually need to sleep, and he doesn't sleep. He has a bed and he lays down in it, but he doesn't actually go to sleep. That's what the show says. So
I
So
think that would be a very weird
so-
thing to adjust to.
that would
I'm
be.
going a little into like the manga here for the information that I'm pulling, but he is capable of like turning off his mind basically and resting. He isn't required to do this by any means for like a physical thing, but if he wants like a mental respite, he is completely capable of just like leaving his mind blank for extended periods of time through the magic of the system.
I mean, I feel like all
Now,
dudes can do
that
that.
being
I can
said-
do that. I do that throughout this entire stream.
It's
He
just
just kind of goes into a space out.
Yeah.
it's not like sleeping
Basically,
though. It's just
but it's
the same
like-
as sleeping.
It's basically just resting for a skeleton because like his body can still move and operate, but he's not actively doing anything. Like he's basically running on autopilot.
Autopilot, yeah.
Honestly, how hard do you think it would be for him to just revive himself? I feel like
He wouldn't be able to because that body never had a physical form other than the skeleton form. The reason he's able to smell and like has all of the senses of touch, sight, all of that, it's all magic sense.
Could he give himself a physical
He's
body?
sort of an
like a human
abomination.
body?
Well,
he's making an
well,
illusion body
no,
before doing that.
Technically, he does have. I think it's a potion or something that allows him to alter his race or his species. He does. He can do that.
One potion
that was
like
a potion, yeah.
It's a world item that he got grinding with his friends that he doesn't want to use though.
I mean,
because it reminds him of his
He has
friends.
like all these super duper ultra mega weapons that like are one-time use a lot of the time.
So yeah, considering that you will start. Okay, so actually, the whole penis thing. Considering that you are starting off as having an items that allow you to transform into something that does have a penis, I think it goes back to Q. Yeah, this is about as
It's
easy.
not permanent though. It's not permanent.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be permanent. You just. Is it a one-time use?
Yeah, it's a world item. So the current world, he's not able to get any more of those. Those are all items he got from his previous world. They were world items.
Okay,
so
now
those aren't.
okay,
he can't re-get those.
Now back
permanent, as
back,
far as
back to D.
we've been told.
Back to
Was
D.
the potion
that
permanent?
would be very dumb to use immediately, just because what if you need to use it all against someone or whatever.
If that changes,
the potion's effects are permanent as far as we've been told.
Okay,
so,
then we're going. Then we're going back down. Then we're going back down to Q. And you tell me how stupid or awful it is to use the potion too early when you get your dick chopped off and then you have potion that can bring it back. Then you tell me how not smart it is to not get your penis back.
Oh no,
You
you
don't
go
need your
from
powers.
ultra
Anyway.
god to regular god. Oh no. Like,
Yeah.
Would it though? Because a lot of his powers are race based. No.
Not that man. Not really. Not really.
His entire clan had to be inhuman members. That was the entire point in his game. Like his entire clan.
No, that was the point of his guild. His guild only accepted inhuman members.
Well, hold on.
He can still turn into a human now and still have all of the stuff.
Yeah, like also it doesn't matter because he can always race change into something that's not human but still an alternate race that
you could just do like
has a penis.
Yeah,
what's his face? The butler guy. Sebastian. They could do like him.
And honestly, it doesn't because we've already seen him. We've already seen him class change into a warrior, and he's still the most powerful being in that world, even though all his stats are put towards magic. Like that's how overpowered he is. He can actually.
The class change into a warrior he does specifically with a ring that makes him a warrior. It gives him all the warrior
I know,
abilities,
but I'm saying
seals his magic tree.
Yes, but what I'm saying is like he doesn't alter his stats in any way. He's not. His stats are not set up to be a warrior, but he's so overleveled compared to the rest of this series.
That's what I'm telling you. The item that he puts on to become a warrior forces his stats into the warrior tree. So basically, it changes his entire build.
So like,
it to be enough to be able to wear the armor that he had to.
So it increased, like it increased.
Like pick up little children.
So it like, guys, shut the fuck up, Jesus, god damn. It's like I gotta yell over 6 people. Okay, so you're telling me that his magic, like all his magic, like if his magic stat or whatever is like 100, all of a sudden his strength stat becomes 100 because of the ring? Is that how it works?
It's so the way the skill tree system was set up in his original game, it wasn't like a stat-based thing. It was every time you level up, you can put into a specific tree. So like melee, magic, cooking, like whatever you want, you can put into that tree.
But that's
so the ring he puts on forces his skill.
That's what I'm saying.
Into the melee tree.
That's what I'm saying. That's skill. That's not stat points, right?
He doesn't have any stat points. The game he came from does not have.
That's not the way it works. Okay,
it's
that's
more similar to like Albion Online.
That's weird.
Can I bring
Okay.
this up? Can I bring this up though? Even if he does switch race, he doesn't switch class. He's still a wizard.
No, he does. He doesn't switch race. He does switch class. There is a point in the show where he switches class to he switches to a warrior.
If he uses a potion to get a penis, he doesn't switch class.
Why does that matter?
Powerful wizard with a dick.
It doesn't matter. He'd be the more what I'm saying doesn't matter. The point is that even if he does switch class, we've still seen that with him switching classes, he's still the most powerful character in the universe, whether he's a warrior or a sorcerer. It doesn't matter either way.
Isn't there like a
scene in the anime where he literally turns into like a knight or whatever?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's
he
just
usually
like,
moonlights.
No,
Literally
he
like
just
a whole
he just
arc.
dresses up in armor and swaps his class, but he's still a skeleton.
Gay.
And then he
Yeah,
uses
it's
illusion magic to and then he uses magic to alter his face to make him look like a Japanese man.
He only uses magic if his helmet comes off. It's
Yeah,
only
he
a
only
last resort.
he only
He
uses it
doesn't
once.
actively-
He just uses it
Yeah,
once.
he only
Yeah.
uses it the one time, but he doesn't actively keep the illusion up unless his helmet comes off.
Makes sense.
I am not Legend is saying why are we still talking about skeleton dick? Because we're not talking about skeleton dick. We're talking about the lack of skeletons not having a dick. It's two very different things, and this is a
I
way
still find it funny we're
different thing.
more important
But it's-
conversation. You know, I actually think that we should just change the tier list altogether. Which one of these guys do you think have the best dick? I think that would like that just
That's
seems.
Kaido.
You know. Anyway, Kaido.
Well, until
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the
Yeah.
biggest one there,
Has to
bro.
be
The
up there on
biggest
the dick
one,
laying
he's big
scale.
and black. So
Yeah, I don't know
You
about that.
what? It's the
I don't
fucking
know.
Borg, which I don't understand why the Borg is on here.
Why is the Borg not on
The
here?
Borg?
Why would the Borg not
The
be on here?
Borg-
Say something before we move on,
Suck.
please.
Because the Borg is a collective. There's no one overlord.
There is a Borg queen.
There's the
Yes, there
queen.
is.
We get
Yeah.
tip.
That's the second time you said that someone wasn't an overlord. That's very clearly an overlord. It's so weird. But okay,
I have never I have watched the entirety of the original series, Next Generation, and
There is a Borg
Star
queen.
Trek Enterprise.
There's a
There is
Borg-
no fucking Borg queen.
yes,
that
there
I've ever
is.
seen.
She has sex
It
with
was in a
she had
movie.
sex with Data.
Yeah.
She has sex with
Yeah.
Data.
Attempted. Wait, I thought it was an attempt.
No, she has sex
No,
with
that's
Data.
right.
It happens off screen.
Her USB port wasn't compatible with his tackle stick.
Well, that explains it. She's only in the fucking movie.
But
So
so
watch some movies.
First
well,
contact.
then you've missed a lot of the series because a lot of important lore stuff is in. Is it? You haven't seen Wrath of Khan?
No.
Not
I
contact.
need to watch that movie.
That's like one
It
of the
looks
best Star
first
Trek
base.
things, and you haven't seen it.
The one movie I've seen is like Dark something.
Darkseid?
Oh, Into Darkness. I
Yeah, I
feel so
think
bad for you.
You mean?
Oh, that's the
you
reboot.
chose the one movie you shouldn't have seen.
That's
Yeah,
the
isn't that the worst?
that's it's not the worst.
The
It's not
one movie
no.
that Somebody said, "Hey, this is a Star Trek movie. You like
No,
Star Trek? Let's
there's
watch it."
there's way worse
it's
Star
actually
Trek
not a reboot.
movies. There's way worse Star
It's
Trek
not-
movies. The one with like saving the whales and shit. There's worse Star Wars movies.
Oh.
Star Trek movies. But the Wrath of Khan, I think the plot is awful. But if you just like, if it goes so fast that you can watch the movie without realizing the plot is awful. If that makes any sense.
Wait, which version of Wrath of Khan? The remake
This isn't
or
Wrath.
the
No,
original?
it's not a remake. It's Into Darkness. It's not Wrath of Khan, but Khan is in
Oh,
it.
okay.
Yeah. And for some reason, even though it's technically like not a reboot, it's just a new timeline in the same universe. Like Khan's a white dude instead of like the thick Hispanic accent guy that we knew Khan to be. It was like, why is he like this pale white dude with a British accent? Okay,
He was
whatever.
actually Muslim originally in the original saga, so him becoming a white dude is super weird.
Well, no, it doesn't. Well, you could be Muslim's a religion. You could be a white Muslim. That doesn't matter. I'm saying like
Yeah.
but
Okay,
Carlo
okay,
Montalban
okay,
was
I
very
understand.
clearly a Hispanic man with a thick Hispanic accent. So,
yeah,
that was the weird part.
Still, him being white is super weird.
Yeah. Anyway, let's move on to the next one. So next up we have Lord Zedd from Power Rangers. This is another one I think is going to be really easy. It depends
No.
a little bit on which fiction we're talking about. If we're talking about the show, stupidly easy. If we're talking about the comics, it's a little worse because the Power Ranger are actually capable of killing him and actually causing like some serious problems. But for the most part, he's been able to pretty easily take over the entire universe mostly. It's really just Earth that's kind of giving him trouble, and then in Power Rangers in Space, they kind of leave Earth, and then it gives him a little bit of trouble in other places. But other than him having to deal, what's that big cosmic monster that lives out in space that's like over him?
Forgot.
I have no clue.
You know who
He
I'm
was
talking
also
about, right?
afraid of he was also afraid of Mundus's machine empire.
Yeah.
There are things about
Yeah, like he's not completely in control of everything, but for the most part, Zedd does not have that hard of a time. It's really just a couple of things that he's gonna have trouble with, but outside of that, he's pretty he's well maintained for the most part. I mean, even when he eventually gets defeated, he's not defeated via being killed. He's defeated via being purified through magic, and then he just turns into a good guy and loses all of his powers. So even then, and then they bring him back, so it's like it's not even like I think it's not going to be as easy as Ainz because he does have challenges and he does, and also I think that he's vastly limited by how Power Ranger works. Where like I think if you're in charge of Zedd's powers, you could just throw 1,000 fucking monsters down at the planet and then just turn them all into Titans and say go nuts. But he throws like one at a time every episode. You know, like he could do a lot more to fuck up the planet that he just chooses not to do because of plot reasons. So
Either way, Isekaied, you get a hot wife.
Rita Repulsa? In what world is Rita Repulsa a hot wife? She looks like a middle-aged.
How the comics draw her.
Oh my god, Rita Repulsa?
Bar looking thing?
No,
She's like
hold
a
up.
40-year-old lady.
Hold up. The way the comics draw her, I gotta look this up because I've never seen a hot Rita Repulsa.
You know what? I'm looking at it. Oh, I'm doing it on stream. Sweet.
It's gonna be an anime
Her name is
style.
Repulsa. That's literally her name, Repulsa.
I mean, I suppose.
She literally gave him a date rape drug, and that's not a joke.
Is the one from the far left?
Well, they definitely. Okay, so they definitely make her a little more curvy, I suppose. I guess.
God damn.
At least they made it like
But I still wouldn't say, like she looks fine. Like I think she looks fine. Is that her?
Second picture is her.
She's
then,
evil.
yeah, maybe.
She looks fine. Yeah, she looks fine. I'm not hateful. But if you look at her in the show, people are saying she's middle aged. I don't even think she's middle aged. I think she's like in her like late 40s to early 50s. I think she's in the older years.
I need to know, what do you mean Repulsa gave him a date rape drug? I need more info.
It was a love potion while he was recharging, but basically that's what it was when you think of it.
Rita is Tiger Milk, 11 out of 10.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Dark Spectre. Yeah. That's what I was talking about. I think that's what I was talking about. There's this being. It's like a cosmic space evil entity called the Dark Spectre that does team up with Zedd. But in order for Zedd to take over the entire universe that he wants to do, he has to take out Dark Spectre, and Dark Spectre is so much more powerful than him. It's like not even close. So that would probably be the biggest challenge, and that would be the reason. It's not even the Power Rangers. Like the Power Rangers are not. They are a threat, but once he defeats the Power Rangers, he then has to deal with Dark Spectre, which I don't think he's ever done in the show. Maybe he has done it in the comics, and I just haven't seen it. But yeah, I think this would be difficult, but overall, I don't think it's really that bad. You're not talking about any real amount of suffering or horrors, or like you don't have to be afraid of the heroes of the story there because they can't completely throttle you. Zedd can easily take on all of the Power Ranger teams solo because he's so much more powerful than any of them.
The news put his ass in the globe. Freaking.
And you want to know the worst part?
What's up, Trip?
If he just attacks them and not make a giant monster, they're not allowed to use Zords. There are 3 rules Power Rangers have to follow.
Oh yeah.
No
One
overkill.
of the rules is they aren't
No
allowed
overkill.
to
You can't tell people, and you can't basically do selfish things with your powers.
Like I don't like well, I mean I do understand in the kids show why he doesn't do it, but in the comics and stuff I don't understand why we see that he can just create life out of nothingness, and he can just create monsters and chuck them down to the earth. Why doesn't he create hundreds of monsters, chuck them down to the earth, and say kill the Power Rangers? There's only like 5 or 6 dudes. We've seen the monsters he creates can single-handedly take on all the Power Rangers by themselves. Like, they usually lose, but it takes the power of all the Power Rangers to do it. If he just throws more than one down at the planet, he solves his problem. But he just never does.
I thought of that too. Like, why doesn't he just wait and make like 3 at once?
Yeah, make a bunch.
The difficult.
Don't attack for like 6 months straight, and then build up, if it's like a power limitation thing, then like build up, 30 or 40 monsters, then just chuck them all. And he can see on planet Earth. He knows where the Power Rangers go to school. He knows where they live. He knows everything about them. Like, he could if it wasn't a kid's show and it was like a darker story where he could literally do anything. He can kill them in their sleep. He can go after their families. He could really destroy their entire lives. He can out them as Power Rangers very easily. Yeah. He can out them as Power Rangers. There's all kinds of stuff he can do. We also know that there's other Dark Lords outside of Zedd's purview that he never really teams up until the later shows. But I mean, there's no reason. He knows they're out there.
Isn't it still possible for the... I know this is the newer Power Rangers, but I'm pretty sure it's possible for every Power Ranger in existence, like at least for every variation, to have someone occupy that. There was a point in time where that happened for a movie.
Wait, I'm sorry, say that one more time? I was reading something. Go ahead.
every version or every single Power Ranger that ever existed all came together in a movie, in a canon movie, to
Yes.
actually fight in a war. So
Yeah.
that is a possible threat.
Yeah, no, it is. But first off, Power Rangers was going strong for like 20 years before that ever happened. Like it was Zedd was fighting against them for years, and he was just fighting against the same 6 dudes. Like he could have killed them several times over and just didn't. And again, there are multiple instances where the Power Rangers straight up say that all of us combined do not match Zedd's strength. Like, they cannot take on Zedd himself. The only reason why Zedd hasn't already taken over is because Zedd doesn't go down there himself and deal with the problems. He keeps sending other things down there.
He's weird.
Can we also acknowledge that the Yellow Ranger canonically died to Robot Rita?
Did you see? I don't mean to interrupt that, but did you see the comment that got paid for?
Yeah, I did. I don't know who Arthas is. I mean, we could put Hitler on.
That's Lich King.
Arthas, yeah, the Lich King from World of Warcraft.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. But I'll add him a little bit.
He's the blue ice guy.
Yeah,
Transformers is still going on. Not Transformers, sorry. Power Rangers still going on.
Basically,
it's on hiatus right now, but yeah.
Oh yeah, the show. The show still. I mean, they just had one a year or two ago that I saw was going on. My nephew watched it like 3 or 4 years ago, and there was an ongoing show. Yeah, I mean, it's not obviously it's not covering the same characters, and I think they've written Zedd out of the show. He was in Mighty Morphin. They brought him. He was in Power Rangers in Space. I think they brought him back a couple years ago in like Dino Thunder or something else. I'm forgetting which one it was.
Yeah, he was resurrected.
Yeah, but now he's gone again. I think Zedd is a character that they're because people like him so much, they're going to keep bringing him back again and again. I think that he's one of those characters who was really good in the first season of Mighty Morphin, and then parents got mad because he was too scary and dark for their children, and then they brought him back and made him super goofy. That's when they had him marry Rita Repulsa, and he had like this weird goofy relationship with her, and I was like, oh, thanks for fucking ruining everything, Karen parents. Jesus. But yeah, no, they ruined him. But the comics are still keep him like super dark and fucked up, and I think it's pretty cool.
No, I just didn't realize it was still going on.
Yeah,
I grew up with those shows.
No, it's still. I mean, I'm not gonna tell you that it's still good. I mean, I haven't seen it. I will say the last one I saw that I was like, this is really good was Power Rangers in Space. I still think that's probably the best one that I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I don't
Never
know.
Never forget the TMNT crossover.
Not the highlight of that. And it's not. That's not Power Rangers in Space's fault. That's because that show TMNT sucked. That live action. I mean, they had a crossover. The crossover was interesting, I suppose. But the TMNT show sucked. Power Rangers in Space was really, really cool. And yeah, no, that was one of the best ones. And I think that was probably the last time that I saw Zedd. But yeah, he was all goofy there too.
He did pop up in one of the newer shows like the past.
So someone just said Power Rangers ended last season. Now new show is a reboot. Why? What's the reason to reboot it? It doesn't make any sense to reboot it.
Because I think the entire show ended.
No, but that doesn't make sense to reboot it though. There's no reason to reboot Power Rangers when every couple of seasons they just have whole new Rangers. Why reboot it other than just annoy people? Like it's like Doctor Who. There's no point ever in rebooting Doctor Who because the literal show are like just every couple of seasons there's a little mini reboot within it that continues the story further. You can always just do new Power Rangers with a new villain somewhere in the galaxy, and that does not require you.
Doctor Who has been rebooted a few times.
That's dumb.
That's on its third iteration.
That's dumb. There's no reason to do that. That's what I'm saying.
It's
it would
not
be
a hard reboot.
Last 2
It's like a
years
soft
they've been like
reboot.
It's not a hard reboot. It's like the show goes on a 20-year hiatus and then comes back.
But when it
not
comes
really a
back,
reboot.
do the events of the previous show still consider
No.
canon?
Everything's still there.
Okay, then it's not a reboot.
Yeah, it's not a reboot.
No, that's not a reboot. That's what I'm saying.
It's a
It
soft remake,
wouldn't make sense to make a reboot for Doctor Who because every couple seasons they literally do soft reboots where you have a new Doctor with a new team. It's the same thing with Power Rangers. Every couple seasons you have a whole new team of Power Rangers, whole new villain, whole new situation going on. Why reboot it? Just so that there's no point to give people a reason to go back and watch the old seasons. Like I don't understand why you would do that. It just doesn't make sense to me. You can end an individual Power Ranger team story and have a conclusive ending that's over, and then next season have new Power Rangers show up and just continue the story in a greater sense, but end that
Like
iteration of
Lockout.
Power Rangers. Like I don't get it. So anyway, I would say that Zedd has some problems. It's not going to be a walk in the park, but it's really not going to be a massive challenge either. This is probably like a C maybe. I wouldn't say a D. Because like I said, you still have to you still have to deal with Dark Spectre. You still have to deal with the possibility of several Power Rangers teams.
How much of a threat are they though?
The Power Rangers are not a I mean, well, he's been struggling to do it for a while, but
Spectre.
the Dark Spectre's way more powerful than Zedd.
But do you have to deal with him? Is what I mean.
If you want to take over the galaxy, yes, because Dark Spectre is the most powerful thing there. You also have other warlords that exist within the galaxy as a whole that are just as powerful as Zedd, who rule different parts of the universe.
They're weaker than him.
Yeah, I'm for. Who's the black armored dude from In Space with the sword? And he's got like a daughter or something, and the daughter has a romance with one of the Power Rangers. Anyway, he's one of the warlords, and he meets up with Zedd, and they team up for a little bit, but then like their team up kind of falls apart, and they eventually become enemies. It's like, Lord Zedd exists in a world where he's not the only overlord, basically.
I thought he was like the main overlord besides
He's the main one in Mighty Morphin. He's not really the main one in space, but he's an important one in space. They do bring him back, but most of the iterations of Power Rangers, Zedd is not the villain. Zedd's not around, and there's other overlords they're dealing with.
In Power Rangers, is there like an equivalent to like the Infinity Gauntlet that you can get a hold of?
There are all manner of different items and powerful things that Zedd has tried to get his hands on, and the Power Rangers fight against them to try and stop him from getting them. And at some points, the Power Rangers have gotten them as well, that give them like universal levels of power, like they exist, but like they're not something that anyone, whether the Overlord or the Power Rangers themselves, actually like have those items.
So if he hypothetically got a hold of that, he would be a serious problem in the universe.
Well, yeah, but so would the Power Rangers.
Pretty much already a serious problem.
He's already a serious problem, but I don't think that there's anything in the universe that exists that like there's still like even like Lord Drakon, who's like an alternate timeline version of the Green Ranger, is more powerful than Zedd.
Yeah.
Like there are characters that are more powerful than Zedd, but Zedd is probably the best Overlord. He's the most interesting Overlord. He's definitely got the best design. But I don't necessarily think that he's the most powerful.
He looks like Space Venom or Space Carnage.
He does not look.
I mean, he kind of does look like he is a literal rotten corpse.
Well, he's basically he's a rotting corpse covered in like metal, basically. Which is again
Springtrap. So he's basically Springtrap.
Well, that's another thing. That's another thing that I was talking about, like the whole idea that like they made him all kitty and sweet and like goofy in the future ones because parents thought he was too like scary. Again, he's a rotting corpse with fucking armor on top. Like he's a very dark character in it for a kids show, which is why a lot of us liked him so much. When they
the first time he appears with the fucking fog and everything, which is badass.
It's really cool, like because when you're a kid watching like a bunch of shows that were coming out at the time, like Zedd was like the most badass dude. It was like, god damn, that's a cool looking fucking villain, man. That was like Sauron for children. It was really cool.
Oh god.
And then they ruined it by making him all goofy, and then he had a weird relationship with Reed Repulsa. I hated it. It sucked.
Yes.
You better move Ainz to S. He would be the worst because no Wang. We talked about that. There's actually a spell in see Mike, we think alike. There's a spell in the game that allows you to alter your race, and you can alter your race permanently to something that does have a penis. Ergo, Ainz is the easiest one. So,
and also, he's in Q because it's the easiest, not...
That's what we're saying. Yeah, he's the easy... He's. I think maybe we'll come across somebody else who's easier, but I don't think so. I think Ainz is absolutely... Like, it's the whole... Like, he's the only one that comes from a power fantasy that we have on this list. So I think...
Ainz is easy mode.
Let me see. Drakon beat Zedd off screen, but beat him nonetheless. Yeah, Drakon is more powerful than Zedd. There's quite a few characters that are more powerful than Zedd.
Okay, yeah, C makes a lot more sense. Then.
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Again,
There's like what?
The
There's
movie.
Like, what, 10 people that are stronger than Zedd?
I don't know.
Puts him and Rita into a fucking snow globe. So there's that.
Yeah, that's true. He got trapped into a snow globe. We're not even talking about that booger guy, the ooze guy who shows up in one of the movies. Is that the guy who put him in the globe? It's been a while since I've seen that movie. Yeah, so like Ivan Ooze is more powerful than him, even though he only shows up for one movie. But yeah, there's quite a few characters. I don't know if it's 10. It might be 5 or 20. I'm not sure, but there's enough that it's an issue. And if you're going through the Zedd story and wanting to take over the galaxy or the universe like Zedd wanted to, you're going to have to deal with those problems. And you're not the most powerful. So, yeah.
What problems come to you?
By the way, I was going to bring this up earlier when...
Go ahead.
I was going to bring this up earlier, but then you kind of did. You do have to remember every single other villain that even if he never met them, they're either a potential ally or just someone you're gonna immediately get into a fight with.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I said.
I would try to orchestrate it, have them attack Earth and have the Power Rangers deal with them, and then take on whoever wins.
God, being in Power Rangers universe alone would suck.
I mean, I guess it would depend on where. Look, if you jump into Zedd, if you become Zedd and you jump into this other universe and you come to the conclusion that you don't want to take over the entire universe, you just want to live as your emperor in some kind of corner of the galaxy somewhere and just kind of rule over, then it would probably be a pretty chill isekai for you. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure the reason why so many characters serve Lord Zedd is because Lord Zedd wants world domination. Like, I think you can easily argue that Rita Repulsa and Goldar would just straight up leave Lord Zedd's side, as would a lot of his military if he didn't want Universal to conquer the entire universe. So, yeah, I think
it's good dental.
You're kind of forced into because Goldar, and this is another thing where it's like the difference between the show and the lore outside with the comics and stuff. Like, Goldar's an idiot in the show, and he's just like some dude who shows up. But in the comics, he is the strongest of a race of warriors, of some of the strongest aliens in the entire universe. He could take on all the Power Rangers by himself as well, or at least he could take on the strongest Power Rangers by himself. He is unbelievably powerful and dangerous, and there's a reason why he's like the second or the third, I guess, to Lord Zedd. I don't think that Goldar would just stick around if Lord Zedd didn't want to conquer the universe, though.
I do have to mention, you guys said he's a zombie. Wouldn't he have the same problem as Ainz?
Oh no!
No, because he has a wife. I mean, he gets married.
To a somewhat, possibly,
and
sometimes hot woman.
And he had a penis before. So like when I say he's a rotting corpse, it's more so like he's basically like his skin turned to like this meaty texture. Like his skin sort of like
doesn't he?
He's kind of like meat. I mean, he wears a codpiece. I mean, he's covered in like he's kind of like meat from
Meat Boy?
Aqua Team Hunger Force?
No, meat from Aqua Team Hunger. No. Yes, thank you. He's kind of like meat from Mortal Kombat, where it's like his skin is kind of gone and it's just like the meat and shit underneath. But he does have he does have a wife, and I'm pretty sure they even had like jokes in the show where they were trying for children or something, and Rita Repulsa wanted kids.
Ew.
So I think it's definitely possible that like he can have children and stuff like that. I mean, it would probably suck to be. And the reason, it's not like he's continuously rotting. Like, he's not rotting. Rotting is probably the wrong word, but he
exposed.
The corruption within his body altered his form to be more so of this sort of fleshy, monstrous appearance. Yeah, but he's like, we've seen him without the metal pieces on, and like he's lacking like lips, and like his skin. It seems like his skin is gone essentially.
That's why Rita's into him.
So he's like Freddy Krueger kinda.
I was gonna say having children with him would probably look like the damn ending of what's that show called? Made by Tarkovsky. With the Spear at the end when he burns up and stuff right before he has sex with what's her face.
What?
Primal.
It's a show.
I know, but what happened? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he spoiling the fucking show for everybody. He gets what we already did by saying he burns up. So he fights this like fire demon guy, and he like fries, and he's just like a charred corpse. And then this chick who is like his friend, right before he dies, she hops on him and she has sex with him while he's a charred corpse and impregnates herself with his children. And then she dies. And then it flashes forward like 12 years or whatever, and she had his kid, and his kid's like a daughter, and like they lived on without him and stuff. It was like people really had I've talked about this in a stream before, but people really had an issue with that because it's like, oh, she didn't ask for consent, she just raped a dude who was about to die. But I was like, if you guys think that consent matters in this show, y'all haven't been fucking paying attention. It's called Primal. It existed before the existence of language for the most part. I mean, season 2 does introduce language, but for the most part, it's a world where they don't have consent. They don't have the rules of morality. That like everyone fights to survive. The whole thing is that in the first episode, he lost his family. His children and his wife died. And the whole show, he's like looking for meaning. And at the very end, right before he dies, his friend gifts him with a child that will be able to live on past him, basically granting him the thing that he lost at the beginning. It's actually kind of a beautiful thing. It's a weird ending. And for modern audiences, I think it's it just was something that they just found very odd and strange. Modern audiences. It was a couple of people on Twitter had an issue with it.
Always a couple people on Twitter.
That scene is something like.
Could you imagine being a charred corpse, and all of a sudden you just feel someone writing?
That was probably super painful. Yeah, that was. I imagine that was unbelievably painful. But I mean,
that guy was a fucking super Chad. He was hard the whole time.
That whole scene is something straight out of Norse mythology.
Yeah, I mean, kinda. Yeah, it's. I like the show because it removes all of the modernist ideas of morality, and it narrows it down to its most basic form. Fight, survive, eat, just live the best you can, not having society to guide you in what is right and what is wrong. It's just people doing what is right and what is wrong based on their own morality, and it's interesting to watch. And people had a problem with that. I don't personally give a shit what people have problems with because based on that, like, you have to understand. I was actually talking to my dad the other day, and he surprised me. I was talking to him about a book, the book It, and in the book there's if you've never read the book, at the end there is a.
I know what you're about to talk about.
Okay,
I know what you're talking about.
Well,
let him finish his story.
Well, let me talk about it then. There's a child orgy where all the boys in the Losers Club, yes, all the boys in the Losers Club take turns having sex with Bethany, the girl from the Losers Club, and they go into like very, very hardcore detail about the sex scenes with each boy, how big they are, what it feels like, what the boys do to her. Like
I hate that. I know it's straight out of 50 Shades of Grey.
It is several pages long, and I was telling my dad about this, and like my dad was like, "Oh yeah, I read it in college, but I never finished it. It was just way too long of a book." And I told him about that at the ending, and he's usually he's like a very, very like heavy Christian, and he's usually a guy's like, I don't want, like, he doesn't like seeing gay shit and stuff like that, and he's just like, nah, I'm not interested. It's like, nah. But when I explained this to him, he's like, I was just like, I figured you wouldn't have want to rate it. And he's like, well, no, I mean, if it's a part of the story and that's the thing the story wanted to tell, you have to look deeper into the context of the story and why something is done the way it's done. Like if it was done by Stephen King, I doubt it was just done for horror, for just like fucked up purposes. Like he probably, because he reads a lot of Stephen King books, so he's probably there's probably a more important contextual reason as to why something like that would happen. And he was like, yeah, he gave it more of a chance than I was expecting him to give a scene like that a chance. And he surprised me, and I honestly wish that more people would view art in that same way, where it's not like you're not looking at art as your own, with your own moral ideas of what is right and wrong and forcing that art to follow what you believe, but you're reading it, seeing what the author's trying to say or what the story is trying to tell you, and just realizing that the actions the characters within the story take do not have to match the morality of your own actions. That really annoys me.
Someone in the comments wrote Blood Meridian vibes. I agree 100%.
Yeah, I've never read Blood Meridian. Yeah. People tell me to.
Oh boy,
I've never read it, but I hear that the Judge Holden or whatever.
It's not for the not for the faint of
I mean,
Blood Meridian is a very good story, but it's again one of those you have to go into it without your preconceived modern world.
See, here's the thing. I don't understand, like. I don't know, maybe my imagination, I've thought of worse things before, but I've never read a book, no matter how messed up the stuff in the book. It's words. It's text on a page. I don't think there's anything that you can write on a page that's going to make me feel fear, or that's going to make me think it's like, oh, that's grotesque and disgusting, and I can't. I'm not seeing it. I'm just reading about it. I don't think it's possible.
I think the point is like the point is like the imagery it's supposed to bring you, like when you read the text. And,
yeah, but I can imagine more. I can imagine more fucked up shit than you could write on a page. I guarantee you.
In the same vein as the book, I Have No Mouth and I Have to Scream.
Yeah.
It's in the very same vein as Blood Meridian. It's a very good story.
Never read that
but it's
either.
really kind of fucked up.
Well, okay, like for
But
instance, there's a
it's
scene. If you've never read American Psycho, right? There's a scene in American Psycho. He is way worse in American Psycho than he is in the movie. In the book, there's a scene.
What you're about to talk about.
There's a scene where he puts a live rat into a woman's vagina while she's alive, and then he sews it shut. He sews it shut, and then he just sits there and watches as the rat tries to rip itself out of the woman, and it doesn't rip out through the vagina; it rips out through another direction, and it's just like, and he's just watching, like loving it, right? There's another scene in that book where he kills a child, he slits a child's throat in an aquarium. And he's holding the child as the child is bleeding out, and the parent, and he poses as a doctor. The parents come and they see their child, and they're like holding their child. They're like, "Oh my God, someone help!" And then he comes up and holds the child. And as he's holding the child, knowing that he slit the child's throat, the child is looking at him, knowing that this is the guy who slit his throat, in terror, because this is the dude who's killed him. And he does this solely so he can look at the eyes of the child, and he can look at in the eyes of the parents, because he wanted to see what true suffering looked like, and he got off on it. Like later on, he like sexually pleased himself over it. I
hate it here.
Oh yeah, like books do some really horrible. But even reading that, I was like, oh yeah, this is some fucked up shit. But it's like whatever. It's like you never got off.
So, like,
you never got off on looking into the eyes of parents as they looked into their dying child's eye. Whatever. I don't know. It's just not. It doesn't bother me to that level. If I saw that, like I did not finish a Serbian film. I didn't get very far in it at all. If you've ever seen that film, you know the fucked up shit that happens in that film.
I could barely get through a review like.
Yeah.
Like a snuff film.
It's a snuff film. Shit. It is absolutely a snuff film, and that's visual. That makes you watch it. I'm not saying I would sit there and watch anything, but I could read anything. Like that's not gonna bother me. Just to give you an idea. For people, I don't even know if people even want to hear about this, but very early on in the movie, the point of the movie is that a bunch of rich people are hiring people who are desperate to make snuff films for other rich people to watch that they can get off on. And at one very early in the movie, the first snuff film it shows you is a pregnant woman delivers a baby to a man in a gimp mask. And then as the baby is delivered, the Gimp Man mask then rapes the baby. Newborn baby. Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Yep.
It's not American.
You can hear you can hear the baby scream. Yeah, you can hear the baby screams as it's happening.
As somebody who has helped you set up these streams in the past, I feel compelled to tell you YouTube is going to demonetize you very heavily for this.
We'll see. Well, it's whatever. They'll get over it.
The point is
that like that's a different thing. That's a whole different thing that I couldn't get through. When I got to that scene happens in the first 20 minutes of the movie, I shut the movie off. I'm like, if that's the first thing they're going to show me, I'm not getting through this. But books are not the same situation. Like I could read just about anything. So I don't know. Maybe I'll try Blood Meridian at some point. To go back around to what we're actually talking about. Maybe I'll try Blood Meridian, or I will scream. Because that don't bother me. But
I didn't watch the whole movie, but there's a video I watched about a World War II movie, and it's like basically it shows like real war, like as realistic as they possibly can. Like there's a scene in there where like this Nazi guy takes a baby and like throws.
Okay, wait. Let's not keep going. See when I say let's not keep doing it, that's when you stop talking. Let's not keep going. I gave multiple examples that I probably shouldn't have given anyway, and we get it. Okay, let's get back to the actual tier list. But yeah, the point is maybe I'll read the book at some point, Blood Meridian or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of messed up stuff. I'm not bothered by.
Almost 100% certain you are about to be shadow banned for your next like 10 videos.
So,
we'll see. Let's find out.
Done talking about all that horrible shit. Let's talk about Griffith.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. Sure. That'll lighten things up.
Yeah.
That'll lighten things up. Okay. So. Jesus. Okay. So Griffith. Okay, this one's gonna be pretty high because in order to even acquire your demonic powers, you have to sacrifice all of your loved ones to demon lords, just to
Just for the
get
torture,
the
too.
powers, and then from that point on, you have to go on to do some of the most horrible, inhuman shit you could possibly think of. If you're not the type of person that's even capable of doing that kind of stuff, then you won't succeed as Griffith, just right out the gate. Like, you kind of have to be an inhuman, monstrous person just to succeed in doing that. Also, it would probably be pretty easy to avoid, but Griffith suffers some of the worst torture, like, imaginable. He gets tortured for, what, a year straight? Is it a year? It might even be longer. It's a year straight. By the time we don't see what torture he goes through, but by the time we see him after the torture is over, he can't even move his limbs. Like, he has suffered, like, about as... Like, the only thing I could think that's comparable to the same torture is the movie Seven. If you've ever seen Seven, what happens to Envy, the guy who's strapped to the bed who was tortured for a year. It's, like, comparable to that. I think more people have probably seen Seven than have seen Berserk or Red Berserk. But, yeah, so... Yeah. I mean, you could probably avoid that, because all you have to do to avoid that is not have sex with the princess, and then you can avoid doing that. But so don't have sex with the princess.
Or like Achilles' tendons outright removed at some point.
Not just
all his tendons.
All his tendons. The tendons in his wrists and in his feet. Yeah. I don't think it was all of his tendons, but yeah, it was the ligaments between on his wrists and on his ankles. So he couldn't move his feet or his hands. So, and those don't grow back; those will heal. So yeah. Yeah, that's pretty.
Sorry.
Yeah, he tries that. He tries to have. No, he doesn't try. He successfully has sex with the king's daughter, but the king also wanted to have sex with his own daughter, so he got very jealous. So he tortured Griffith for having sex with his daughter. Yeah.
And I'm gonna go walk my dog.
Oh yeah. I was referring to after he got tortured. He tried to get on that one chick that's got
Casca. Yeah.
He didn't try. He succeeded.
Well, no.
Before that moment,
He initially fails, and then later on, man, dude, I was not expecting rape to be such a common topic in this stream. He rapes Casca later on. Point is, he goes through a lot of stuff to become a demon lord, and even after he becomes a demon lord, he only does that by pissing off Guts. So even once you become a demon lord and get all this power, you're still going to be hunted and chased by one of the biggest badasses in all of like manga history. This is a rough one.
So Griffith becomes a demon for real.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if is he considered a straight up demon after the stuff that happens with Casca? Yeah, but is it a straight up demon, or is he considered something else? I think it's a demon, right? I think it's a demon.
Demon god.
I'm pretty sure he's a demon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking like not like a
Also,
the real deal.
Really dumb. It's Femto.
Yeah. Know what I think is fun? Know what I think is funny though? I watched the viewers when we were talking about a Serbian film, and we had 76 viewers. And now that we've gotten off of the fucked up topics and we're back to the list, it went down to 66. So we lost 10 viewers. I think people want us to talk about child rape. I really do. I think that's what they're into.
What the fuck?
I don't know what I
think that's my cue. This was fun. I'll see you guys later.
That's the second time you made that joke. But no, we're not going to.
You know what your viewers want now.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of a viewership I've built. Hey, everyone told me I was going to build a viewership of Nazis. Proves them wrong. I got a bunch of child rapists instead.
No, just rapists.
Yeah, very.
That's much better.
Definitely.
I think that's worse than Nazis.
Definitely, child predators are racists. What's worse? All right, so let's. So I think I'm gonna put Griffith in A, only because I'm not sure about anyone else yet. We could put him in S. I guess we could put him in S. He probably would be the hardest one so far.
It could be like the bottom.
But the reason why I'm not talking about torture necessarily is because that you can avoid being tortured. Like that was not necessary for him ascending. He did that because he was jealous of Guts, because I think he actually also wants to have sex with Guts. He was jealous of Guts, and then he went.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I think Griffith wants to have sex with Guts.
A lot of
for real?
Yeah, it's never directly stated, but I think it's heavily implied that Griffith wants to have sex with Guts.
I think it's kind of obvious.
Yeah, I think it's very heavily implied that he wants to have sex with
That's
Griffith.
probably why he looks like a female.
I mean, Guts literally offers to let him have sex with him at one point.
I have a
No,
question.
he doesn't. He asks if he wants to have him in that way. There's a clear
Yeah,
difference.
'cause if you win, you can. It literally just offers if you want it, you can have it.
He
Yeah.
does not say that. He says, "Oh, you want me in that way?"
Look.
That's way
Wait.
different than,
He's
"Hey,
he's
my
wording
baby
it. Look, he's wording it wrong. He is wording it wrong. But the fact that Guts brought it up means that even Guts is aware that that's something that Griffith wants. Like the story is clearly trying to give you some pretty strong hints that that is something that Griffith.
Well, I mean, Guts was already sold by Gambino.
It might be in the dub. Where
That's
it says
true.
that, so it's different.
Liam.
And he killed that guy too, didn't he? With a big old crossbow bolt.
Well, Guts. I think Guts was molested multiple times by more than one person.
Yeah,
like they would give him away. They would give him away to the other soldiers and stuff. So he's kind of like an abused dude himself, and is sort of open to the prospect. But yeah, and
That's fucked.
What a great topic.
I have a question.
it's bizarre. Look, okay, here's the thing. Whoa. No. This is actually good. This is actually a good time to talk about this. Okay, if we're gonna talk, like, this is the thing I don't understand. You're talking about Berserk. If we're gonna talk about Berserk, we're either gonna talk about Berserk and the themes of Berserk, the events of Berserk that happen, like what was important, why these things happen, like actually get into it, or we're just gonna be a bunch of pussies and just like jump around and like avoid all of the topics of what the series is about. We're talking about Griffith. It's impossible to talk about Griffith's character without talking about the fact that he wants to have sex with Guts, because that's a very important. That's what leads to him getting tortured in the first place. That's why he rapes Casca. That leads to his downfall, is his obsession with Guts. So you have to talk about it.
I got a question here. What if you just didn't do all the fucked up crap as Griffith and you just sort of lived?
You wouldn't get to be an overlord.
You wouldn't be an overlord.
Well, I mean, yeah, but why would you want?
There's an overlord.
Well, the idea of the concept of it is which one would it suck to be an overlord as? If you want to just go live somewhere peacefully with you and Guts being gay lovers on a hill somewhere, fine, but you're not an overlord, so you wouldn't even qualify for the list. We're talking about like which one would it suck the most to be an overlord?
Look,
I think,
but you know,
I think Griffith is the top contender in my opinion.
I mostly brought that up because you're being Isekaied as him. You can just make different decisions. You
Sure.
can never do
Yes,
that.
you can, well, not with, but you can't, but you can't be an overlord without sacrificing all of your friends to the
So you
demon.
have to be
That's
an
how
overlord, or else it doesn't count.
you don't have to, but you wouldn't be an overlord otherwise, so you wouldn't even apply.
We're talking about if you took that option to be an overlord.
Yeah,
how
if you got Isekaied as these overlords and went the overlord route, if that's the way you want to word it, how much would it suck to accomplish that goal? How much did their goals suck to do it? Now you could do things slightly differently. Like I said, you don't have to have sex with the princess, which won't lead to you getting tortured for a year, but you still have to sacrifice all your friends to get the powers of the Demon King, and it's still destined and prophesized that you will do that. So you're
real quick though.
And you have to piss off the world's greatest anger machine.
Yeah.
Ruga, doesn't part of
wait. Let Alden finish. Let Alden say what he was going to say, and then you can talk, Mike. Go ahead, Alden.
Doesn't the Baphomet, which is that little necklace that fucking summons the God's hand, doesn't that require him to actually be in suffering and call out to it in order for it to activate, though?
Ooh. You might be right. You might be right.
Yeah, no, you have to be. No, that
Man, you doesn't know that.
has to happen.
You can't win.
You have to be tortured, shit.
Yeah. Well, you don't necessarily have to be tortured, but you have to be at an all-time low. I think you're right. I might be wrong, but I think you're right. Anyway, Mike, what were you gonna say?
You're right. I was getting ready to bring up that myself.
Yeah.
Is Griffith is only able to sacrifice all of his loved ones at being like a point where he wants to commit suicide, but he's too weak and feeble to commit suicide.
Yeah, that sucks.
Damn.
Yeah.
Still not the
But
worst one on this list.
the secondary thing I wanted to bring up, with those slight differences of like, oh, you don't have to do the princess thing, is, I mean, if you really want to think about it, couldn't you get rid of Guts by actually sacrificing his ass instead of just raping his girlfriend? I'm just saying. Guts definitely could survive if Griffith didn't want him to live.
Well, no, because I don't think Guts would have lived. I mean, I'm sorry. I think that Guts would have lived regardless. I really do. I mean, by that point, like, yes, he was held down and all that stuff, but honestly, right after that, he slaughters most of the demons by himself anyway. Like
With one arm.
Yeah, with one arm. Like I think you can argue that Guts probably would have gotten out anyway, and it's not like Femto doesn't try to kill him multiple times after that seriously and just completely fails every single time because Guts does become extremely like he is very powerful. Even at that point, he's capable of killing the demon. So I don't know. Maybe you could sacrifice Guts and get rid of that issue entirely, but I think that there's probably a pretty good chance that Guts could have survived regardless, even if Femto didn't want to keep him alive.
Guts is him, literally.
I don't know what that means.
Are you saying he's God?
That means he's built different. He's built different. That's what it means.
Okay. I don't know Gen slang or whatever. All right. Let's. Okay. So we're putting him at S for now. If we find some people who was worse, which I think is possible, we'll move them. We'll move them above. But yeah, for now we're putting it as. Yeah. So next up is the biblical Satan. I think this is who Doug was talking about as being worse than him because you literally can't win. Like it's literally not impossible to win because your opponent is God, and you spend all your cast. Well, see, this is the weird thing. If we're talking about the biblical devil, who are we talking about? Because Satan is when they talk about Satan isn't always. What?
Yeah, Satan, the devil, and Lucifer all.
I would consider the devil.
Lucifer isn't. No. But here's the thing. This is why I know that you guys didn't read the Bible. Lucifer is not in the Bible.
No, that's a different. Isn't it Jewish?
He's not. No, it's not. It's from Paradise Lost, which is a novel. No, he's not. Not unless you've read very, very recent copies of it. But Lucifer. There's certain current iterations of the Bible that translate morning star as Lucifer because Lucifer means morning star. But Lucifer was initially the first time we ever heard anything about Lucifer was in a story called Paradise Lost, which came out in the 1700s. It is not a biblical character at all. The whole fallen angel thing is not a story in the Bible.
The enemy?
Okay, hang on. So
it's not. There's the great
the
dragon that was cast out, but there is not a story of Lucifer, the angel, the most beautiful angel that was cast. That is not in the Bible.
Okay, I just wanted to. I'm pretty sure the dragon refers to a seraphim because the angel seraphim, like the term has serpent in the Hebrew language to suggest the idea that they might be dragons themselves. That is a concept I've spoken about with some people on the Yiddish language. But the idea for the devil, like for confirmation, he has been referred to as the arch cherub, who was the one who was the father of lies that rebelled against God with iniquity. And that's who I think the dragon is, and who the devil is.
Well, that's my point. Like it's all of these different characters can be they can be theorized as being similar or the same character, but there's no connective tissue that actually states that these are the same characters.
So I don't think they're supposed to.
Look, hey, okay, wait. Who is that who keeps talking?
That's War Daddy.
Okay, War Daddy, bro. I had to tell you this last couple of times. When we're having a conversation, just fucking wait. Like, you will have your turn, I promise. But every time I'm having a conversation with somebody else, no, don't do that because this is like the third or fourth time I've told you in multiple weeks in a row. So like, don't keep saying and we're just gonna keep cutting you off because you're not waiting for other people to have a conversation. I promise you will have time to talk, but it's been happening this whole stream. You just keep trying to cut other people off. Doug, go ahead. What were you saying?
Yes. So I'm pretty sure the idea of the whole term Satan, all the fallen angels and demons are not specifically named because they have become nameless to God and are all just one Satan. So that's kind of the concept. I don't know how much they go into the leader. Dan, are you Frenching your mic right now?
What?
So yes, someone's mic is doing weird stuff. It might be Dan. I'm not sure. I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, like I said, it's sort of difficult to say. I don't think that the Lucifer thing. I think that Lucifer is an adaptation or an idea that people have gotten from like a possibility of what the Bible was trying to say. But I like Lucifer himself is not a character. Well, no, because Satan just means adversary, and Satan also refers to many different characters in the Bible. There's no connective tissue between Satan either. There are characters in the Bible called the Great Dragon, the Devil, Satan, Beelzebub is one of them. Legion,
Yeah, the
Baal.
Antichrist, the Anti-Prophet.
No, Antichrist is very clearly something different. That's not the same thing.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, I'm saying Anti-Prophet and Antichrist. They could be called Satan because
No.
adversary.
Oh yeah, they can be called Satan.
Okay.
Sure. I don't think they ever are, but I think they can be. Yeah. But
Saint-
we have
Saint Peter was once called Satan. Go ahead,
let War Daddy go. Go ahead.
In the King James version, Lucifer is found in Isaiah 12:14. How art thou from fallen from heaven, O
Yeah,
Lucifer,
I
son
know.
of the
I
devil?
told you. That's newer iterations of the Bible have retranslated because Lucifer means morning star, and they have retranslated certain characters being called morning star as being Lucifer. The issue that I have with that in those translations is that morning star is used to describe all manner of characters, including Mary. So I don't think it's an accurate representation to just change. Like sometimes Morningstar is used to describe bad characters. Sometimes it's whose mic is messed up? Is that Dan? No, that's
I
think that's DTWO. I think is who that is.
DTWO.
Whoever that is.
No, it's G drum.
Is it like the robot sounding shit or?
I don't know.
That's G drum.
G drum. I'm gonna server mute you if you don't mute yourself. Okay, thank you, because that's excessive. Anyway,
I was gonna say it couldn't be me. My mic was muted on my headset.
Yeah, I don't know who it was, but anyway, what was I saying? What were we talking about?
The
devil.
Yeah. So the morning. So a lot of characters. Yeah. So a lot of characters. Like there's a Babylonian king that sits on a throne that's considered the morning star. There's like a bunch of characters that are called the morning star, but certain translations have just decided to choose certain parts where it's describe someone as morning star and then just say that that's Lucifer. It's I think that it's an inaccurate translation. I don't understand why because again, Lucifer's not a character in the Bible in the original translation, so I just think it's odd to do it.
I wonder what the idiom means.
Like that's literally taking fan fiction, because that's what Paradise Lost is. It's fan fiction, and then making it a part of the main canon. It's very strange, but especially for a religion to do or a theology to do. But yeah, but overall, Doug is right. It would suck to be Satan. You literally can't win. There's really like you're the devil. Like all your entire. Now it would depend if we're talking about the Christianity or Judaism. Because Judaism, it actually wouldn't suck to be the devil. But you're also not an overlord in Judaism, so I don't think we can even use that. So never mind. Let's go back to Christianity. Yeah, it would. Yeah, you're literally put in a lose-lose situation. You can't win. You can't overcome anything. Although I think you can argue that the devil probably doesn't suffer as much as Griffith does.
No, hang on. We cannot. I'm sorry, but God, the creator of all suffering and all things, is going to think of way more terrible things to do to him than any torture.
But there's nothing in the Bible that says that he did.
The lake of fire?
You still get Earth, though.
That's just in hell.
That's just in hell.
Down to hell.
There's no evidence that devil is suffering in the lake of fire. In fact, there are many stories that imply that the devil is here on Earth.
Well, right now, I get what you're saying. I meant like he's going to go to hell, not that he is in hell.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Well, I mean, we don't even know if that'll necessarily happen. Some people theorize that after the revelations and the end of the world, God's just going to reboot everything.
They are wrong, but he gets chained up by a nameless angel and thrown into the eternal pit for 1,000 years before him and all of his followers get turned into the eternal lake of fire.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. I'd say 1,000 years of pretty much any suffering would probably be worse than a year of even intense suffering. So I'll give you that. I will say this. I do think that there's an advantage that the devil has that I don't think he is capable of acquiring permanent damage. So it's like when Griffith is getting his tendons cut, there's a psychological aspect to that you can never move your arms and legs again. The fact that you become a cripple, there's a psychological aspect to that. I think that if you throw the devil into a lake of fire and you're burning, and that sucks, but I do think there's a part of you that's like, I'm the devil, I'm this all-powerful being. Not all-powerful, but I'm an extremely powerful being, and I cannot take, I won't become a cripple, I won't burn to a crisp and just be alive forever down here not being able to move, and I can eventually get out and I'll be fine again. I just have to go through this suffering and then it'll be over. So the psychological aspects might not be there. I don't know. I think you're right. I think it's worse. I do. I'm just trying to find a way to sort of justify to myself. Yeah.
I do want to say this. You get a guarantee pretty much very end of everything, you're guaranteed to just take over Earth. Like at the end there.
Yeah, you have
God
control.
already steals, all the good people, sends them up. You're fine. You just take over Earth after that.
Yeah, true,
So
but
that's
you still have.
guaranteed.
But Doug is right, where you still have to go through the suffering before you do that, or after you do that, I suppose technically. Yeah, but so how about this? I don't think that a year of suffering. He's right. I don't think a year of suffering comes anywhere near 1,000 years of suffering. So I think Griffith is going to go down to A, and we'll put the devil up at S. Does anyone disagree with that?
Nope.
Yeah, because if they were comparable levels, but the devil was worse, I would put Griffith behind him on S. But I don't think that those two are really comparable. Those are two very different levels of suffering. And honestly, after Griffith becomes Femto, he's actually living a pretty decent life. Like everything's pretty baller for him. So I don't think like the year of suffering sucked, but even and especially considering you're being Isekaied, so it's like it's not even necessarily something that you have to go through. So yeah.
Think of the psychological torment you would also have to go through. You are the devil, and you have all this unstoppable power before everyone but God. But you also have to constantly have it in the back of your head. This is gonna be over, and I'm gonna forever be burning worse than anyone because I'm the one who fucked up the most in all of literal creation.
Well, okay. Well, how do you feel about the theory? How do you feel about the theory that that hell was not originally made to be a lake of fire? It was made to just be a place where people who didn't side with God went to, and that people who were there were the ones who fucked it up. Like God didn't make it a place of suffering on purpose.
That is the first time I have heard of that.
So yeah, so the whole thing is that hell doesn't have a creation story. So like the idea is that it's very possible that God didn't actually create it because God created the heavens and the earth. He did not create hell. So the idea is that hell was just a place where people who did not follow God's will went. And there's also an idea in Christianity where like if you're a person who's never heard of God ever, no one has ever been able to preach it to you, you can still get into heaven if you live your life in a godly manner. So you could still get to heaven. You don't necessarily have to believe in Jesus if you've never heard the name Jesus. That's one thought process that Christians have. Again, you can disagree or whatever, and the idea is that hell was not a place that was supposed to be where people go to suffer. It was a place where people were supposed to go who just didn't fit in God's plan and did not live their life in a godly way. So those people, the people who sided with God, go with God, and the other people can go into this other realm where they can do whatever they want, and they themselves were the ones that fucked it up and made it such a horrible place to be at.
So the reason why I
wait, let Doug answer, and then we'll let you talk. Go ahead, Doug.
So the reason why I don't think that can be accepted as a possibility is because whenever they say God created both the heavens and the earth, when you actually use the term, or at least in discussions I've had, the term heavens actually can refer to more than just heaven itself. The sky and space are two types of heavens.
Yes.
And yeah, exactly. So like,
but that's not hell. There's no meaning of heaven that means hell. It can mean space. It can mean the sky. It can mean a realm of tranquility. It cannot mean a realm of suffering that hell is. That's not a meaning of heavens.
But if it refers to realms, hell could still fall under the category of realm, despite what it's.
But heaven doesn't mean realm. That's not what heaven means. It's not just all realms. It's also like. I've always been like I've read the book. I've always been in the mindset that there's no creation story in the Bible, and the reason why there's no creation story in the Bible, as far as I am concerned, is because the Christians were trying to turn the pagans over to their side, the Romans and stuff like that, people who believed in Greek mythology, they were trying to turn them over. Yeah. So instead of the Christians telling those people that they've been wrong all along, they wrote the Bible, or they wrote their scrolls at the time in a way that basically told the Romans that they haven't been wrong this whole time. They just were like less right than the Christians. Like there's a better way of going about it. So the reason why hell doesn't have a creation story in the Bible is because it's actually Tartarus. So
let me interject. It is implied, if I remember correctly, it is implied in the book of Moses when God is talking to Moses that like the Egyptian gods are actually a thing, and like other gods are other mythologies.
I've
are
talked
real
I've talked
things.
about this. I've talked about this to Doug in the Discord, and I think actually on stream before. Yeah, there's the idea that there's only one God is a Christian idea that Christians have, but the Bible does not share. The Bible specifically says there will be no other gods before me. There are multiple references throughout the Bible of the existence of gods outside of the Yahweh, the Christian God. The idea that there's only one God is not true. Christians like to say that, but it goes against what the Bible actually says. So even the book that they claim to preach disagrees with them on the idea that there's only one God. I mean, according to the Bible, you can actually make a table your God if you wanted to. You could if you worship it, you can actually give it. Like I believe there's at one point the whole Moses thing, and they start worshiping a golden calf, and the golden calf is actually granted power through the worship of other people. So it's like there's little instances throughout the Bible where like there are other gods outside of outside of Yahweh, but Yahweh is the only true God. That's the light. That's the way you should go. That's the direction that you should go. And anyone else is essentially leading you down a false path, essentially. And most of the and most of the demons in Christianity are actually gods from other mythologies that have been claimed to be demons by Yahweh and by Christianity as a whole. Like characters like Beelzebub was actually I think Canaanite god that was then that is talked about. So like they talk about him in Christianity. So they say like, oh yeah, no, he's a real dude. That dude, but we're gonna call him a demon, and we're gonna say that he's like a bad dude. Don't worship him.
Oh,
But
okay. So like Zeus, he could have been like an angel but fallen.
I
Like
think
that
there are
type of deal.
he wouldn't be an angel. He would be a god. He would be a god, an existing god. He would just be a god that Yahweh would say you shouldn't follow, because he's going to lead you down a path of destruction and all this. Which technically, if you look at the Roman Empire, he kind of did. But
that was Jupiter, not Zeus.
I meant to say fallen angel. My bad.
No, he's not. No, he would not be considered a fallen angel. Fallen angel is a totally different thing. Like he would be a god. Like I don't think if you talk to Yahweh and you said, "Is Zeus a god?" Yahweh would say, "No, Zeus is not a god." I think Yahweh would say, "Yes, Zeus is a god, but he's a false god. Don't follow him." Because like I said, the Bible directly states that there are other gods outside of Yahweh.
So then, what would he be then?
He would be a god. He would be a false god. He would be a god.
Pretty sure that can still make him a possible fallen angel, but that's not a guarantee.
No, I mean, you could theorize, but there's no reason to attempt to theorize that. There's no evidence in the Bible that he would be a fallen angel. I'll say that.
They could be fallen angels.
Yeah, but you're not getting that from. But you're not getting that from the book, because the book doesn't say that they're fallen angels. The book says that they're gods.
Not to mention, the thing about angels is the term angel refers to messenger, so that is a role given to a being more or less than a title for a species.
Yeah, like you can actually argue with full certainty that death in the biblical Bible is actually Thanatos from Greek mythology. You can very easily argue that, because in Revelations it directly states that when Jesus died on the cross, he went down to hell, and it didn't say hell originally, because originally that book was a Greek translation. So in Greek, what it said was that, and both words are capitalized, it said that he went down and conquered Hades and Thanatos.
Wait, do you know about Gehenna?
Say that. What's up?
Gehenna, the Hebrew term for hell, Gehenna.
Yeah. What about it?
I was just making sure you're aware of it, because that would be hell predating the terminology. That would be a terminology for hell before Greek.
Yeah, fair.
Greek,
well, no,
yeah.
well, no, but the original Bibles were not written in Hebrew and Greek. They were not written in Hebrew then Greek. They were written in Hebrew and Greek.
So what was
like it was split down the middle. That's what I'm saying. I can't say for sure whether or not that specific book was written in Hebrew before it was translated to Greek, or Greek then translated into Hebrew, but I think that book was Greek first, which is where this theory comes from. The idea that originally, because for a long, I don't think it is anymore, but for a long time, even when we translated it into English, it said hell and death was capitalized. Death is almost never capitalized, and if the book, it was capitalized because it was a name. So So essentially, when it was but if that exact same line was in Greek, it would have said Hades, and it would have said Thanatos, because Thanatos is the word for death in Greek, ergo being a name. So when Jesus died on the cross, he went down into Hades, and he conquered the god of the underworld Hades and the god of death Thanatos. And only after that does death actually start showing as a character in the Bible, which is which a lot of people have come to the conclusion that death in the Bible is actually the Greek god of death Thanatos, that basically Jesus kind of, I don't want to say enslaved, but conquered, and then like brought him over and was like, hey, you're gonna work for me now. And then he
a better job offer.
It's an example of a god who basically became an angel.
Gave him 401k benefits, and then
He's getting tossed. I'm pretty sure Death gets tossed in the pit along with everyone else once his job is done.
Maybe. Well, I haven't read that. It's possible, but as of right now, he's considered an angel. Well, he's the angel. He's the angel of death, but he's also the something of the apocalypse. What's it called? Horseman of the. He's a horse. He's one of the four horsemen of the apocalypse, and he is the angel of death. A lot of people have also theorized that it was either him or Michael that killed the firstborns in Egypt. It was one of those two. Not Michael, Gabriel. It was either him or Gabriel who killed all the firstborns of Egypt.
It's definitely death. It makes more sense.
It would make more sense to be death. It would make more sense to be death. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Michael's a warrior and Gabriel's not. So maybe it would have been Mike. I don't remember. It was either death or somebody else was the one who did the thing. But I know death was the one that people theorized, and there was another one that was like an archangel that I'm free. It might have been Michael. I don't know.
So then if
let Daddy talk. Go ahead, Daddy.
So then if death is Thanatos, would war be Ares then?
No, not necessarily. I mean, it could be. I suppose it could be, but there isn't.
Or Conquest, maybe?
It could be. There is a specific story within the Bible that ties death to Thanatos, which people find interesting, and I find interesting too. As far as I'm aware, there is no story in the Bible that ties Ares specifically to war, but it's definitely possible. It could be implied that each of the horsemen of the apocalypse are actually in some way tied to other mythologies, maybe.
That would be cool.
It's interesting. It's like all of the religions of the world are just like the world's oldest and largest not cinematic universe, but like what would you even call it? Like Marvel almost. Like it's just this big, continuously growing and evolving universe, which makes sense. It would also
it's more terrifying.
It would also explain why so many religions that were created thousands of years apart and across countries that never came to contact have so many similar stories, because they're all giving iterations or their versions of stories that could have possibly happened, or something along those lines. Rouga, they are writing your Bible in chat. Wait, what? What's up? What's going on?
Someone goes, "Would you guys be willing to read the Rouga Bible?" And someone else goes, "I just get demonetized, and we'd all be reading copyright Rambo instead."
Maybe.
That's funny. Is there actually a Bible being written in chat?
I don't know. I'm not.
It was a bit of a joke.
I mean, okay. I will say this. I mean, I'm not writing a Bible, obviously, but I'm writing a comic book, and I like to use mythology, legends, and myths as inspirations for the stories within the comic book. So I mean, they might get, and I'm definitely not going to ignore the Bible. I mean, it's probably the most important book, definitely, that we're currently reading in time at the moment. So I would imagine I would probably use some of it as inspiration. I might as well. I mean, shit, I did. I actually, when I went to college, and I went to college for film. I wrote screenplays and stuff, and I paid my way through college by writing screenplays and selling them. But so I went to college for film, and my electives, I just started taking like a bunch of random shit that I was interested in, and I ended up accidentally taking so many psychology courses as well as theology courses that they said that I could minor in theology or psychology if I wanted to. because I just took so many. So I'm actually relatively well versed. I'm actually relatively well versed in the Bible and psychology. So it's
That
like,
explains a lot. Yeah.
but yeah. So, but I didn't end up. I didn't know. I think when they asked me what I wanted to minor in, I think I told them psychology. But I never finished college anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I don't know. It just sort of happened that way. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it to. I just took the electives that I found interesting.
I do have a
Divine intervention.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm not. Well, I'm not even
I do have
a Christian.
What
Go ahead.
Reaper?
You don't have to believe for him to interact with you. Sorry.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
I was just saying, what about the Grim Reaper?
The Grim Reaper is not in the Bible. He's a made-up character based on death.
Yes.
Yeah, he's.
he's more of a medieval thing.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not real.
Yeah, the Grim Reaper is like a romanticization or whatever.
I'd fuck the Reaper.
Okay, the Grim Reaper, before you all get off on a huge tangent, the Grim Reaper is its own separate story that spawned through the multiple iterations of death across multiple mythologies. So it's no one specific death, it's kind of the collection that people started using as oral story tradition.
Yeah.
That's
I mean, most theologies have some form of death, even if it's not like the death that we know of in Christianity. But I mean, even Thanatos is a version. Well, actually, Greek mythology is kind of weird because I'm not even 100% sure what Thanatos even does, because the underworld is ruled by Hades, and what's his name? Transports souls to hell, who isn't Thanatos.
So Hermes
Hermes
transports all of the souls of the living.
So it's like, what the fuck does Thanatos even do? Like, what's his job?
Isn't Hermes also the messenger of God or whatever?
Yeah, he's a messenger of the gods.
So, I can speak to this, but I need a second.
Go ahead.
Now, so Hermes takes every soul that has died on the surface of the planet, but that only happened after Thanatos was tricked by Sisyphus and locked away, and he ended up falling way behind in what he had, or like in all the souls he had to collect. So Hermes started helping him, and that just never stopped. Thanatos' job, if he is not like present in the world, if he is locked away, trapped, has disappeared, death stops entirely. People can walk around headless and be fine. So Thanatos' existence is his job. He's on the level of like a titan or a primordial being.
Someone
so than one of the Olympians.
Someone in chat says Thanatos is Hades' unemployed roommate. It's actually a pretty good.
Hades' whole job is that, like, he's essentially just the actual CEO of the underworld. He's just the guy who like organizes it on that shit show.
Well, I mean, Hades is just living in Nox's house for free, so
true.
What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah. Okay,
so would this mean
what?
Thanatos is it would be Thanatos be the embodiment or the conception of death?
I don't know. I don't know enough about Greek mythology.
Thanatos is the physical embodiment and the conceptual idea of death in Greek mythology.
There you go.
Okay, that's neat.
Both a god and a daemon.
Both a god. I don't think demons exist in Greek mythology, do they?
Demons do not. You have the Olympians and you have the Stygian gods.
That's one thing that annoyed me when I was watching Blood of Zeus. And it was like demons showed up, and I was like, what is this shit? Like, there's no demons in Greek mythology. What the fuck is that?
Demons, how we know it, don't exist, but daemons with a EA in it.
I don't think
all my research.
I don't think they exist either.
AE.
I don't think they exist either in Greek mythology.
Demons are not a thing in Greek mythology.
No, I think that's a Blood of Zeus thing. I don't think that there's any demons in Greek mythology.
Demons, yeah, they were never in Greek mythology. Demons.
I've never. I mean, I don't know a lot about Greek mythology, but I know that. I know enough to know there's no demons.
You could say that there's demon-like gods.
Okay.
Whereas Rouga minored in theology and psychology, I have a minor in mythology.
Yeah. All right, so let's okay. Before we get on too far about, we've been talking about Satan's an S. Let's move on to Darkseid. Let's actually continue the fucking story. So next up we have Darkseid. I think this one's gonna be another one that's relatively easy, but the idea here is, I mean, you're still gonna have to deal with like Superman, you know, like you're still gonna have to deal with the DC heroes on occasion,
And
as long
Genesis.
as New Genesis is a big deal. New Genesis is actually a bigger deal than Superman would be. So
Yeah.
well, yeah, because they're
They also have Santa Claus.
they're
No,
right
those are the new
they're
ones.
right next door, and they're at a constant and permanent war with Apocalypse at all times. And it's arguable that many characters on New Genesis are just as powerful as Superman. So
Well, at least one.
There was if we're taking the full canonical Darkseid, true Darkseid is canonical, which not only makes every iteration a canon version, because he is them and a version that is somehow superior than our real world.
well,
world.
every version is canonical of every character. That's how DC works.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then you're kind of boned because you're working towards the anti-life equation, which is then going to corrupt you because of well, not injustice, but it was something else.
That was deceased.
Deceased. Yeah, it's still going to corrupt you, so you get boned even if you succeed.
But that's only your avatar. If you're true Darkseid, your physical body is never in danger. You can't step into the mortal reality without the whole thing just destroying
What can
itself.
be?
Well, Darkseid despises using avatars. He just projects himself.
Every version of
is an
Darkseid's an avatar.
Yeah.
It's more of a projection than an avatar.
Well, you also have the idea that Darkseid's never
Projection
actually.
is a fucking avatar.
Does it even matter if the Darkseid never actually
an
gets the
avatar
equation? Like, he's never gotten it. He's been looking for it forever, and he probably never will get it.
He did get it a few times.
But there's all but that's not really getting it, because the idea is that once he gets the anti-life equation, it will literally take away the concept of will from anyone in all of existence across all realities. That's never happened. So even when he does get it, he doesn't successfully use it. So it doesn't really.
No, in Deceased, he did get it, and then it corrupted him and proceeded to make a zombie virus.
Yeah, but Deceased is again an alternate reality version. It's not even the main version that we're talking about currently. And it's not even necessarily 100% that the anti-life equation in one universe would be the same as the anti-life equation in other universes.
Well, that wasn't exactly the
other universes. That just kind of make Darkseid stupid for not using it.
Wait,
if it is the same in every.
Let Doug. Let Doug. What were you saying, Doug?
That the anti-life equation in that story, you're all good. It did not actually corrupt him. It was Death. Whoever Death was in DC. He had him bound up and was fucking torturing him and interrogating him, and Death gave it to him and corrupted him in that moment, which caused the zombie virus. The anti-life equation did not do it. Not Death did.
Fair enough.
Oh,
interesting. Gotcha.
But anyway, so your main thing is New Genesis, and I guess Superman sometimes.
I mean, that's a big problem.
All the time.
That's a big problem.
That's the main thing.
That's 100. Well, isn't the reason why Darkseid is so obsessed with Earth is because that's where the anti-life equation is?
I think so.
No, it's probably.
I think that's the reason he's obsessed with Earth. Like, he has no other reason to go there.
No, it's in the source wall.
I know that Superman is a universal constant that can't be erased from reality, and I think that got some of his interests.
Well, okay. So why does he even bother with Earth if that's the case? Like, couldn't he just ignore Earth entirely, go get the anti-life equation, and then just immediately, without even having to deal with Earth?
He can.
Well, no, like in some versions,
if I recall
of
correctly,
DC,
in some universes,
the anti-life matter is on Earth, so that's why.
I'm almost positive it is. That's what I've always thought, that it was on Earth. That's why he goes there.
The one I'm thinking, when
that
he
makes
gets
most
it.
logical sense. Like, it doesn't. There's no story if there's no antimatter that's on Earth. It's like there's no story at all. It's just like, why are you doing this? For fucking being a villain? Your entire goal is to get the anti-matter.
So wait, Mike put a post and I don't understand it. It says, as Darkseid, you'll be a little bitch to basically everyone in a universe? How? Darkseid's one of the strongest characters.
I think he's dogging on him. I think he's dogging on him for having avatars in his place.
In many iterations, he's been fucking fodderized by like an absolute massive.
Superman.
That's one thing I really don't like. I don't really like talking about when it comes like DC or Marvel. I think that's just gonna happen. It fucking sucks, you know. But that's the one thing. Should we even bring that up as a concept that, like, if you exist within the Marvel universe, your writing will be so inconsistent. Because technically,
No.
Marvel,
100%.
Marvel,
100%. That's what I'm getting at.
Marvel and DC,
Yeah.
Marvel and DC consider the writers who write the story as canon. So the actual bad writing, it's not like a meta argument. Like, it's actually an in-universe argument that they're written that way. So the bad writing is something that you cannot avoid in the story. Like, even if you go off, even if you're in there and you want to go off and do some other stuff and like, I'm going to go around this, people can, the writers of Marvel can actually write you, or not you, but they can write the things around you happening that will eventually lead to everything going back to the way it was. Essentially, if you're a Marvel character, regardless of what character you are, Darkseid or whoever, Marvel or DC, if you're a character on either side, you will be forced, no matter what you do or how hard you fight, to always go back to ground zero. You will always just be Darkseid trying
really
to.
hate Peter that much.
Fair,
Damn.
but you do have
Yeah, the writer's cut.
you do have the fact that true Darkseid has his own plane of reality to just do what he wants in that outside of all of it. So you have
Until
that.
a universe where he says, "Nah, fuck that. We're gonna change."
Yeah,
the
but
story
I don't
up.
think we're
He's
But
talking
technically-
about that.
basic bitch.
But technically,
hard
he's
reset.
right. It doesn't matter. Like, even if you just want to go and chill in another universe somewhere for a little bit, the writers will force your hand into something either coming to you or you coming to it, and you having to get into some kind of storyline again. Because again, I am not taking a meta argument. This is actually written within the story. This is something that they do. The writers actually have godlike power over all of the characters.
Yeah.
So
You have to set an alarm.
you are
to set a
essentially forced. Now this could be a negative and a positive. Darkseid will never succeed in his goal, but he will also never fail. No matter what, he will never die. He'll always keep trying the same thing. He'll keep attempting it over and over and over again, and eventually the universe will be rebooted, and you as Darkseid will just forget everything that's ever happened and just like go back to ground zero again.
He remembers.
Depends on the writer.
It doesn't change.
It depends on the writer.
Fell.
Yeah, it depends on the writer.
Let's just take the basic old
I guess, but
Darkseid.
that's the thing about.
Yeah.
But
What's
that's
a basic old Darkseid?
Just a Darkseid that's considered really, really powerful. Not any version that's just like considered weak.
Well, like which one?
otherwise
Which
by
one
Batman.
specifically? Because
But
you
that
kind of
would
got to get into that, man.
But that's
I
the
mean,
thing.
You gotta be
yeah,
specific
like,
here.
Since we're talking about
iterations of
Darkseid, that
Darkseid,
doesn't work.
He's considered a really powerful and like a threat to.
Wait,
like, universe.
let Doug say what he was trying to say. 'Cause it sounds like he was trying to say something. No, you're
So
good.
it doesn't quite work the same way for Darkseid because unlike every other character, he is literally the true Darkseid character is a consciousness that is connected between all of the existing iterations at once, and that is a thing for him and not all of them. So you would still have that true Darkseid with all the memories, all the knowledge and experience of the past, and your own reality.
But
Like,
again,
I
it
guess
would
you're
still
right.
depend on the writers whether or not they want to write him in that manner.
Yeah.
Like, some writers will consider True Darkseid more powerful than other writers will, and some writers will give him abilities that other writers don't give him. It's not consistent anywhere across the entire universe. You'll essentially, if you're Darkseid, you'll essentially just get random like bits of
What would be the
forgetfulness.
avatars who get different powers, not true Darkseid.
It would
The
be all of
avatars
them.
would be
If all writers who are going to write for True Darkseid, they decide to use him in a story, will write him differently than other writers who write True Darkseid. That's the case for all across DC and Marvel.
He's been used once.
I was
feel
just
like-
putting him in S tier because this sounds like a special form of hell.
I feel like well, not really.
No,
'Cause
it's
you
not
don't really
Satan.
suffer that much.
It's not
Yeah.
suffering. It's just tedium.
No.
Really, it's
Yeah,
forever
you
tedium.
You have to do the equivalent of sit in your alternate dimension, and then your alarm goes off, and be like, I gotta get involved in.
It's a very mild hell, because you'll be like, you can come up with this great plan, like, oh, I'm gonna take out the new gods and all this, and then you overcome, you defeat the new gods are gone, and then boom, something happens, new god comes back, and you go back to ground zero. It's like, what's the fucking point of even trying? Like,
It's a Sisyphean task.
yeah,
This character.
it's like pushing the boulder, and the boulder falls down. Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
yeah. No,
Like
I
Batman and Riddler.
So I actually think. Do you guys think it would be better or worse to be Zedd?
I think it's worse than Zedd.
I would think it's worse. I would think it's worse than Zedd. I think it would be worse than Zedd too. Yeah, I think it was worse than Zedd. Do you guys? So do you guys think that it should be D, or do you guys think it should be below Zedd on C? I wouldn't put it at Q. Like, it's not,
You still have
No,
a
there's
chance.
no
It's not
way.
easy.
Maybe
You
the
still
top
have
of
a
C.
chance
Okay,
to
I would
experience.
say
Oh wait,
B,
I'm
because
sorry. I'm
you're-
sorry. I'm confusing myself. So do you think it should be ahead of Zedd on C or B? Not D.
I think B.
Oh, sorry, ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. If it's worse, if it,
I would argue. So if it's worse, you go higher up.
yeah, if it's worse, I made it purposely confusing. So so if it's worse, it's gonna go in front of Zedd or it's gonna go up underneath Griffin. Where do you guys think it should be?
Below Zedd.
I think it's worse. I think it ahead.
Not gonna
Below
lie.
Zedd. I've been arguing this backwards. Below Zedd. You have a chance to be able to experience all of your possible existences at once and have your own choice of life. That's
You
how it's
don't
been
have
written
your own
to it.
choice at life.
If you
Yeah, you're at the whims of
With
writers.
Zedd, you have your own choice at life. With Darkseid, you do not. That's the whole point that we've been making.
Yeah,
but
like it's just a forever box of you trying and failing for.
Well, you
however long.
succeed sometimes. You do succeed sometimes.
Well, yeah,
True.
he succeeds, but then he just gets sent back into like his beginning
that's
to
the
where he's like,
biggest-
oh well, I got to try that.
Your
shit.
your biggest burden is being the villain
that's
who's
the
always
biggest
going
thing.
to lose.
Because of the existence of True Darkseid, it wouldn't be a reset like every other DC character. It would be another reality where another avatar is interacting with that universe.
It doesn't matter. How is that better? Because the true true avatar, or not true avatar, but true Darkseid, we never see him. We'll get anything from him, and
We have.
he uses. You're saying one time, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point, we don't get anything from him. The point is that all of the other, if everything he does is being done through his avatars, and his avatars are constantly get reset, what the fuck does it matter?
It's still
No, we're just saying you would still know it's
better
happening. It's the only difference.
still
You know it's happening.
That's not better.
and
You see
also-
why that's not better, though, right?
I'm not saying it's. I'm not saying it's better. I'm just saying what it is.
No, but I think Doug
How
is
it
saying
can
it's
be
better.
How it can
Oh.
be better is that if you're True Darkseid, you have a whole plane of reality that's your own, that's to yourself, that no one else could just fuck with to do what you want. in
Yes,
it.
they
Like, you
can.
got
The
one fuck over
writers
life.
can.
Yeah.
You are under the whim
they
of the
can,
writers.
Yeah,
But the
I
True
feel like
Darkseid
but
was
they've not
no.
shown
True
to do
Darkseid
it.
was written to be superior to our world. He is above our real world. That's
No,
part of
he's
his canon
he's
character.
above the real world that is within the story of DC. He is not above our real world. You can't write in a story that he's above me in real existence, but you can write in a story that he is above a fictionalized version of characters that exist in a fictionalized version of our real world.
100%.
That makes him weaker, not stronger, because that means that every other character
That's
is
kinda like
bound
a
by a
Popeye
comic.
situation. It's
Yeah.
kind of like a Popeye situation.
Like, it doesn't make you stronger because you write that the character exists within a comic book in your comic book. You're actually making them weaker because you're writing them as a comic book character.
Yeah.
I feel like this is literally the equivalent of.
Anyways,
you become
it doesn't really
Darkseid,
matter. We're not talking about true form Darkseid. We're just talking about like the
Well, no, I mean, if he's no, we're not. We would be talking about true form Darkseid, but I
Yeah,
don't
you-
think true
you
form
would.
Darkseid is any better than if you were just
No,
Avatar
it's not.
Darkseid. I don't think it's a better situation. You're still controlled by.
debatably worse.
You're
The-
still
the-
you're still under the control of things outside of your control. You are still like the avatar of you as well as you. I mean, the writers have literally come in and fixed situations that have gone too bad in the DC universe. The idea that the reason why Darkseid he can't be above the writers, because if he was, he would have succeeded. How does Superman even beat him? Because Superman is defined by the writers. Like, how is it capable that Superman can if he's so powerful he undoes the writers, couldn't he just rewrite the writers as well as rewrite the whole story any way he wants to? But he doesn't. He keeps failing.
Yeah.
Because
I feel like this is just the equivalent of an eldritch 9-to-5 job where you literally like about every like 5 years you have to go and invade, try a plan, and then fail, in which you'll then just be gone for another 5 years,
Look,
just sort of sitting.
I'll make a poll. And we'll see what people say. I think that it would probably be worse than Zedd. I think it would probably be a B. But we're gonna see where we think Darkseid should be. All right. Darkseid
Yeah,
also.
I do agree.
I
in the
agree with
booth
that.
Here. Like, I think he is worse than Zedd.
Zedd can
not
at least
worse
succeed.
than- Yeah, I think he's worse than
Well, if you
Zedd,
have-
not worse than Griffith.
I don't know. With the whole
Zedd
basis
has less
that the
threats
writers,
too.
with the whole basis that the writers can undo and redo everything. It's just if you take to the character that was written, he had access to every version of himself through a consciousness where he got to experience infinite realities for himself, every version of reality he wanted. And maybe he wasn't written like showing going through that, but that's what that would mean. That's still you still get a win and lose and have a whole shablam in that
Yeah,
scenario.
but that's what I'm saying. It's like a job. You have to go through it all.
Fair. I mean, I don't know what it's really like to be a godly being, but
Well,
he's
no,
still a
because
godly
like he
being with
has
a
to
godly
live through the
consciousness.
avatars.
Yeah,
Like they don't just
That's
act
just because
independently.
that's just because he doesn't want to destroy the reality. He wants to destroy the life in the reality.
Yeah.
That's why he uses avatars. He has to weaken himself. 'Cause
No,
he's
I know,
just so-
I know that. I'm saying like that makes it more like that, more tedious.
All right,
like,
so
you have to keep doing it.
got the polls up. I'm partially afraid that people are going to be confused by the answers, by what the answers even mean, because of the way I set up this tier list. But we're gonna just let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. Yeah. So basically, if you vote B, you are agreeing that it would be better to be Zedd than it would be to be Darkseid in his universe. If you're voting D, you would be saying that it would be better to be Darkseid than it would be to be Zedd. That's basically how it's working so far.
Alright.
Anyway, yeah.
I'm just
And if you're in the
imagining-
Discord, you can't be voting. I know I say that every week, but I'm saying it again.
I'm kidding.
All right.
I'm kidding.
No. Go ahead.
Darkseid just has more threats to deal with as the other thing, and Zedd does.
Yeah.
Well,
More
no.
powerful
So
threats too.
not comparatively. Like Zedd actually has beings he has to fight against that are more powerful than he is. Darkseid is not really. They exist. They exist.
Superman is more powerful than him most of the
than
time.
the avatars of him, not than him himself.
But that's all he. Well, Superman has almost killed true Darkseid.
With certain power-ups, not normally.
No, just one time.
Yeah, there are specific instances within the
don't know if he had a
comics,
power-up.
again, due to really bad writing. And that's the thing, like even if True Darkseid decides to show up on Earth tomorrow and like, okay, I'm just gonna kill everyone and take everything because I have the power to do that, and then boom, the writers somehow fucking Deus Ex Machina Superman some powers that allows him to overcome it would be a nightmare. I don't want to. No, fuck
I
that.
just meant like normal Darkseid. If you're living through one of the avatars, Superman's probably more powerful than you most of the time.
Yeah. I want to say this. I'm Not Legend did bring up something in there. You do kind of just get freaking pranked by Santa Claus like every single year.
That is
no matter what you do.
That would be more funny. I think that would be a highlight of the year. I think not necessarily like a horrible unless you have no sense of humor. I guess if you're Darkseid, you wouldn't have much of a sense of humor. But I think I would probably laugh at that. I think that would be funny.
Although Darkseid doesn't have the system limitation that Ainz does, which means that you would have a sense of humor because it's still you being put into that body.
I would have a sense of humor.
So you'd be able to laugh at the thing.
And also
It's
lust
like
and everything else
all
is
you
just
hear
suppressed.
is one of your Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Mike.
He just said a false statement about Ainz. It's like he's still like if you read the actual source material, not the anime and the comics, he still feels every single emotion. Most of the story is off of him overthinking bullshit. He still feels
overthinking is not feeling emotion. The system routinely calms him down, even in the source material.
Very specifically states that he'll get overexcited and he'll get suppressed. He can still very clearly feel emotion. It's just when it exceeds a certain limit, he gets suppressed.
Yeah, I kind of got that from the anime too. I didn't necessarily think that he can't feel emotions. If he couldn't feel emotions, he wouldn't be able to feel any sort of care or affection for the people underneath him, which he clearly does. I think it's just like he can't. His heart rate can't go up too high. Like he can't be too excited or too like really angry.
There's a limiter set on like the threshold of emotion, and that limiter is slowly brought down as he slowly loses touch with his humanity. That's part of his whole story, and that is in the source material.
I will say this as of right now. I mean, I've seen the first 4 seasons. There's only 1 season left, and the show's going to be over. And even now in season 4, he's still capable of showing emotion. So it hasn't been drained of emotion.
That's why I'm
yet.
talking specifically about like the manga and like the light novel. I'm not talking about the anime.
Fucking nerds.
The anime has a different has different character writing for him.
You're bringing all this
than what the
gay
light
shit
novel does.
into my stream. Just gay this shit up. Why don't you?
Yeah, well, you admitted yesterday in fucking Alden's stream that you actually do read.
No.
Was that yesterday? That was 2 days ago.
No, I didn't.
Hey, you read? Hey,
I
this
don't.
guy reads. Get him out of here.
No, I get gays to read for me, and then they just explain shit to me. All
I
right.
mean, you've admitted you've read like once or twice before.
No, I touched the
He's
cover.
admitted he's read a few times before.
I touched the cover,
you open
and
the
the
book and you
information
look at the words.
flies into my head. It's a superpower.
Guys, it's just a running joke between Rouga and I at this point. I will call him out for reading all the time, and he will always deny it.
I don't read.
It's fine.
I've never done it. I don't know what words are.
Obviously, Rouga just eats books and obtains their power.
That's
like
yeah. It's how I avoid the gay.
No, he sucks the words out of the book like how freaking
like a Hoover. It's like a Hoover.
It's like that. It's like that dragon dude from Teen Titans when he fucking takes the words and throws them into Raven's head. It's like that.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to Sauron. Next up we got Sauron. Okay, so I don't read, so I don't know about Lord of the Rings as far as the books and the lore and the Silmarillion is, but as far as the movies go, it seems like it sucks pretty hard to be Sauron.
No.
It sucks pretty hard to be Sauron in general.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
All right, Mike.
What the
Explain,
fuck are you
Michael.
on about?
Explain.
Oh, is it me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, explain.
Reason
You're the one
why,
that's saying it
reason
don't.
why it doesn't suck to be Sauron, right? Is because after you do all the insane bullshit and they send angels actually after you and they sink a continent, they go, that was a little bit too overpowered. We're not going to do that again. And so you're free reign throughout the movies to do whatever you want. And so long as you just fucking, hey man, we're going to set up some ballisticas to kill some birds, we're going to shoot some arrows, you're fine. You win. Or if you're not stupid.
Why don't you just blow up the volcano? I feel like you probably do that.
Yeah, collapse the entrance into your fucking volcano, Mount Doom, and fucking Frodo will never make it. Like,
Gotta set up an entire mining crew. Gotta set up an entire mining crew to freaking get in there.
Here is the biggest problem with that. It becomes very similar to Darkseid's situation because Iluvatar can directly interfere with the world if something goes absolutely horribly wrong. He doesn't tend to do it
in the second era. He did that
he
in the
did,
second era.
he did in the second era.
He sent Gandalf and all those fuckers down while they were young, and they fucking sunk a continent. They destroyed the what is old boys.
That actually happened in the first era.
Dolardir, whatever the fuck. The point is,
doing a deer.
At the era or whatever the Lord of the Rings take place, they're very clearly, hey, we can't interfere too directly because we'll destroy everything of existence, of creation, because our slight powers. Ergo, you can just be like, hey, we're gonna avoid this. Also, in the fourth era, all the orcs and all the other bullshit still exists.
Nice. Dan.
No, as soon as the third era is over, the age of magic is over. The elves have all left, the orcs will die out, and the dwarves are receding into the mines. Essentially, the age of man becomes... No, I haven't. Dude, I literally have just read the Silmarillion again, because I've had this debate too many fucking times on this channel.
They just made a video game. They just made a video game called Mines of Moria, which is canon.
Yes, which is set in the third age still. It's set at the end of the third age. No, the fourth age hasn't started yet by the time...
It specifically states it's set in the fourth age. In like literally the opening of the game, it's in the fourth age. It's after the glittering caverns and all that.
Guys, we could fix this with a Google search. What's this game called?
Called Mines or Return to Moria.
What age is?
And I'm fairly certain it's non-canon to the actual story.
Return to Moria.
It is though, because it's by the same team that did the whole revision.
If it's non-canon, then it doesn't matter.
What age is Return to Moria take place in?
It's the same thing as what the revision of The Hobbit.
Fourth age. Whoever said fourth age is right according to Google.
Ooh! Suck it, nerd!
Except fucking the Lord of the Rings Return to Moria is not considered canon to the books, the movie adaptations of the Lord of the Rings. It is not part of the actual story canon of J.R.R. Tolkien.
Is Return...
No, Rings of Power isn't canon.
Google can be wrong.
Rings of Power is its own site.
But it is, because they own the rights!
Is Return to Moria
canon!
canon to Tolkien. Pretty sure I spelled that wrong. Tolkien books. There we go. No, Lords of the Rings Return to Moria is not considered canon to J.R.R. Tolkien's original books. While the game takes place in the Tolkien-created world of Middle-earth that draws from its works, it's a separate adaptation and not an extension to the original canon. Tolkien's estate has not explicitly stated that any additional media like the game adds to its written universe.
Who's sucking what now?
So
the movies aren't canon then, because those aren't by Tolkien's.
I wouldn't say the movies are. I wouldn't. If we're talking about the books, I wouldn't say the movies are canon.
Yeah.
Right.
I'd say that's fair.
Everyone agrees on that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the movies are canon. I mean, they're a different canon, so you can talk about the movie canon. I think it's just as viable as a canon, but I don't think you could say it's the same canon.
I mean, that'd have
which
to
version of
specify.
Sauron are we talking about?
I mean, that would be up to the people who actually know a lot about Lord of the Rings. I only know the movies, so that's all I could talk about. I don't know anything about him prior to the first movie, so I can't really touch on that. But if you guys know more about the books, y'all could discuss the books and come to a conclusion of how much it was sucked to be him.
Movies?
No, the show is not canon to the movies.
Okay.
Absolutely not. No way.
The show is The show is more in line with the Shadow of Mordor, Shadow of War series.
Don't even. I think that's even an insult to the Shadow series. Like that, those are actually pretty good.
It is, but it's very clearly
not canon. Yeah, they're not canon.
Fimbro is actually a bitch.
Yeah.
I mean, same franchise. It won't matter there. Not franchise. But same canon.
Who was I talking with earlier?
Dan.
That actually sounded like they knew Lord
Dan.
of the Rings?
Dan.
I think Dan got fed up. I think Dan got fed up with your shit, man. Oh, he did. He left.
Yeah.
Oh,
You say I had enough of this shit?
You determine it, homo man.
Yeah, I guess it's like he's not here. To be fair, Dan gets very upset every time he talks about Lord of the Rings with people, because I don't know what it is, because he talks about with Lord of the Rings with somebody else as well on the stream once.
It happens a lot.
And we were on stream, and it was him and another dude who were both supporting Lord of the Rings against somebody else during a debate stream. And the debate didn't even become him and his partner against this other guy. It became between him and his partner because they couldn't agree on shit that had happened in the lore of Lord of the Rings. According to Dan, he has the Silmarillion. He's read it many times. He's read all of the books. He knows it back and forth, and he really, really gets annoyed very, very quickly when people get that wrong. But apparently, this is an ongoing thing with Dan, which is probably why he left. He doesn't normally do that.
Speaking of the devil, he's back.
He came back midway through your conversation.
I made a rant.
My problem is getting yelled at and not being able to get a word in edgewise.
Okay, Mike, let Dan
to
get
be insulted multiple times.
Well, he didn't insult you. I didn't hear an insult.
No, he did.
Mike, what'd you do, Mike?
Mike did.
I can be way meaner.
You can, but I'm just gonna leave again.
Dan the man.
That's not a threat.
All right.
I know it's not a threat. It's just me protecting myself. I don't need to deal with it.
Don't protect yourself from mean words.
I love you.
Of Sauron, are we talking? Are we talking books? Are we talking movies?
Well, I would assume since both of you guys know books, it would be books. It wouldn't be. If it's movies, we can all talk about it. But the movies don't have most of Sauron's story in it. It's about dudes dealing with the effects of Sauron. There's like nothing we know about him. So I suppose it would have to be books. So just the two gays are gonna have to talk about it in stream while we all listen.
I know both, so I guess I'll be bisexual.
Man, he actually just left. That's up to you now, Dan. Oh,
here he is.
I'm joking.
Well, okay, how bad do you think it is? Do you think it's as bad as Zedd?
I don't think Zedd's that bad.
Yeah,
well, I'm just using because he's the middle ground, so I was just saying him.
Yeah, I kind of messed up by adding another tier because there is no middle ground. Because B and C are both in the middle. I should probably
Darkseid, whatever.
How about this? I'm gonna remove D. And now it's just going to be SABCQ. If we need another one, we'll add another one. But now the middle ground is going to be... Oh, well, damn. That puts Zedd at C, which is the second to last one. Never mind. I'm adding D back. I don't like that.
I don't like that.
No, I don't think he belongs that low. So we'll put it here, and we'll call it boobs. There we go. Okay, so we got.
What did you stand for?
Huh? It doesn't. It's nothing.
even Book Sauron though is probably subjectively better, because at least you get a couple thousand
Zedd.
years of just you get a couple thousand years. Well, not Zedd, but Darkseid.
Okay,
Sauron. You're talking about Sauron.
Sauron will be.
I'm talking about Sauron, because in the books, at least you have.
Talking about Sauron being better than Darkseid.
Yeah. Because
It would be better than Darkseid, but not by much, because you're fated to lose anyway. Like, that is already predestined.
So worse than Zedd.
Well, I would actually say I would actually say that that's worse than Darkseid, because if you're because Darkseid's not fated to ever permanently be put down or lose. He just won't win. He'll be fighting forever. If there's actually a predestined ending point, if there's a he'll never win, because victory for him is getting the life equation, anti-life equation, and taking control of the entire multiverse. But he hasn't, because it's not currently the case, so it got reset. That's what I'm talking about.
He's won in a universe.
He does the
it doesn't matter. That's not his goal.
Well, the thing about Sauron is that when he loses, like, you're just destined to remain in a limited form. You're literally a ghost, like, as soon as you lose. So you're just in a limited form forever.
Except, no, he is still one of the
Myers or
Angels.
Myers.
Yeah, but he's
not a Maiar.
He can't really interact with the physical world, though.
Is he a Maiar?
No, he is.
He might be a Maiar.
That's what I think
he is a Meyer, because his boss.
There's 3 separate classes, and there's too many names. But anyway, even though he is a Maiar, once he is like properly defeated at the end of the Third Age, that's his mortal soul being removed from the realm of man. He's basically forced back to the eternal shores.
Yeah.
Oh, he's still in the limited form.
There's still a chance that,
that mean
all those fools can come back, though. Because, like, if their nature is their nature and their song is the song they produce, like, fuck, who's Sauron's boss? Who's the actual villain? I forget.
Morgoth. Even I know that. Come on, you're slipping.
Oh my god, woo. But Morgoth, the guy who summons all the dudes who killed Gandalf and shit, it's like, yeah, sure, they return, but their nature in itself is always to be the corruptive music of the world or whatever. Because let's be honest, all the books are very heavily.
So if he goes to the shore, does he just live his life?
Very biblical based.
So essentially, the people who are sent to the mortal realm appear in a few different ways, but the way that Morgoth and Sauron appeared, they were essentially cast out of the heavenly order in the Lord of the Rings by Eru Ilúvatar, because Morgoth sowed discord, and then Sauron followed Morgoth. And so when the wizards, who are also Maiar, they are on the same power level as Sauron, they have some of their powers sealed, but they are the same species as Sauron. When the wizards ended up in Middle-earth, they showed up, and they essentially are like a split personality from what they are on the Eternal Shore. So it is entirely possible that once Sauron returns to the Eternal Shore, Eru forgives him and invites him back into the chorus, or that he is banished permanently from the chorus, forced to live out his days as a shade on the Eternal Shores.
Dan, are you fat?
No.
Okay.
But the shades can interact with the mortal world.
I just don't breathe properly.
Yeah, I know. Oh, okay, I got you.
I will say this though, on the whole like internal shores and like the mortal coral, being Isekaied as Sauron would lead you up to be able to be like, oh hey, we're just not gonna reach for this dude and torture him and try to turn him into a sort of chaos. But that's like meta knowledge.
So
like,
I got a question.
Isildur is gonna
Okay,
defeat me.
so wait,
I should probably just smash him with a mace.
Is there any reason as to why this would be better than being, worse than being Darkseid?
Well, you're not locked in an eternal stalemate. You're fated to always
Yeah,
lose.
like I think that I'm sorry. Yeah, I think this one's worse. I do you guys think that there's any way that this could be argued as being better? That's probably a better way to word it.
No.
I mean, unless the meta knowledge, unless the meta knowledge can actually help you and you can win using that, or you can.
But can
you
you?
wouldn't be able to win.
You wouldn't if
No,
you're fated. Like
in the mortal
if you
world,
could like,
yes, you can.
if you could completely circumvent the events by just changing the entire way Sauron is, but at that point you're not really being
Lord.
Sauron.
Yeah.
You only have to give up one of your fucking shades, though. You only have to give up one ring of power. I think that's very much within Sauron, the scheming little trickster guy he is, of doing. Especially if you go, like, time travel bullshit, Isekaied. Oh, hey, by the way, this one ring, this one dude, will cause your death, Isildur. And all you have to do is not try to corrupt him, but corrupt some other different Lord of Man.
Is there any chance that even if you try to circumvent, fate will basically bring you right back around to losing anyway?
There is 100%. If you try to circumvent and still remain evil, fate will screw you over. If you try to circumvent by like completely turning around your life and becoming a force for good,
repenting.
I'm not entirely sure how that would work.
But then you're not a Dark Lord.
No.
Again,
You
this
would
is
definitely
kind of
bring
the
about
Griffith
the
part.
age of orcs. You would definitely bring about the age of orcs or whatever the fuck instead of the
Morgoth brought about the Age of Orcs. He corrupted the first elves.
Yeah, he
right?
corrupted the first elves and shit, and they took over. But Sauron's duty, at least what he's telling to the orcs that serve underneath him, is he's going to bring about the end of the Age of Man, which, if you don't fucking try to corrupt the one fucking dude, will happen. Because you would retain the ring, the one ring, you would fucking, everything in the story would be fucking irrelevant.
It's explicitly stated multiple times in the story. The rings have a will of their own. It's kind of like the wand chooses the wizard. The ring chooses what happens.
Is bound to Sauron's soul, so
It's
it would
bound
follow
to
your
his
will
fate.
because it's you.
No, it's bound to his fate. He does not control what it does, but it is intrinsically linked to him.
So
he does not fully know what's going to happen. It has an effect on him similar to the effect it has on Tom Bombadil. To him, it's just a vessel for storing his soul.
It has no effect on Tom Bombadil. Let's get this straight.
Well, that's because he just doesn't care. But I have a question here.
Tom Bombadil doesn't exist in like lore. He is like
no. That goes way against the writing.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
Tom
it does.
Bombadil is Tolkien's insert of a child drawing from his daughter in the books that he wanted to fill the daughter feels good about.
But it's still in the books. If it's still in the books, doesn't matter why he put it in.
He has a specific. God
And
damn
there
it,
are
fucking. Okay.
And that entity
Holy
is
crap, my
he
audio
can do
cut.
whatever he wants, whenever he wants. Tom Bombadil.
But the main reason that he survived the ring.
Wait, one at a time. Let Doug talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, the main reason that the ring did not corrupt him was because he did not have the selfish desire within him for the ring to grasp onto. Like, that's a part of his character, is that he is very loose and laid back, and in that sense, since he doesn't take things too seriously, the bad corruptive stuff can't get to him. That's an intrinsic part of his character.
Well, not even just that. It's Tom Bombadil is theorized. Well, not necessarily. Hobbits still do have a sense of, I want that, or I would like to move up. We see that with the Sackville Bagginses. We see that with the Bagginses who go out for adventure. The reason Sam was able to resist the corruption is because he is the purest of heart in the series that we see, with the exception of Tom Bombadil. Now, Tom Bombadil is also theorized by many Tolkien theorists to be an insert for the Earth itself in a way. He is as immutable as mountains and has power over nature that no man or creature in that world should have. He is something that was there before Eru's song, and he even says as much.
Yeah, that's true, but I think that goes against Tolkien's reasons for writing stories in the first place. He does all this writing.
Oh my god, it's almost like it's an insert for his children's favorite drawing.
It is.
It's still canon.
Right, but the whole story, the reason why he does story writing from the beginning and why he did his fucking what's it called essay on fairy tales was the idea that story writing gets us closer to God, and that the whole concept, the concept
That's
in that.
not true. It was a coping method for World War One. Let's get that straight right now.
You're
it was
deciding
both.
his method. You're deciding fair enough, but either way, it goes against that principle. Like I could just not know Tolkien and could be speaking for him, but the idea the Earth is good is kind of against at least the world as it is against.
No, I didn't say that Tom Bombadil was good. I said he was an immutable force.
Right,
He
but
is something that is unknowably unknowable. Like
fair.
he
Give us arguing against theories.
Can I bring this up real quick? So this goes back to the Sauron thing. So Sauron has to be evil because if you're good, then you're not a Dark Lord anymore. Therefore, you don't qualify. But if you're evil, you don't win. Like at all.
But
exactly.
It doesn't end, right?
So basically, you're screwed for Sauron anyway because the ending is preordained in those stories.
Yeah, you're screwed.
Eru
because you can't
has
be
this
good.
song planned
I
out.
have a question about his ending though. When he ends, is he just dead? Or does he keep going, like consciously?
Yeah, what happens?
Consciously, he's still alive. He's an immortal being. He will
okay.
exist
Well,
forever on the shades of
well,
the.
well, that was
or
my
on
thought
the
process.
shades of the
given
immortal lands.
given that like, this might be totally wrong, but as far as the story goes, but Tolkien in real life was a heavy Christian, so the idea that someone being killed would just be like they would just be eliminated completely goes against his personal beliefs and what the story was all about, which is kind of a Jesus allegory, or not necessarily a Jesus allegory, but a biblical allegory. So I think it would be a leap to say that unless we're specifically stated that Sauron would just cease to exist. He would likely exist
No, I
in
was
some
just thinking, because if it has an end, then it could be better than Darkseid, because it means at least you don't go forever.
Yeah, but you're going forever doing stuff that's really not that bad or that suffering.
Yeah.
As Darkseid, you're just continuously
That's true, yeah.
doing it. But I do think that the fact that you're just going to lose no matter what, and you can't circumvent the situation, I think that automatically kind of puts it worse than Darkseid, because you can't win with Darkseid, but you can't lose either. And with Sauron, you just straight up can't win. You're going to lose no matter what you do. I don't know. Does everyone agree that it's worse than Darkseid, or is anyone saying that's not the case?
I agree.
I 100% agree it's worse than Darkseid.
Okay, so we're gonna put it worse than Dark.
The definite end versus infinity is two.
You're still he's immortal.
Because like,
but you're still a ghost.
Like, hey, yeah, sure, but
you're still a ghost. Well, you're sitting there, you're suffering, you're seeing that you lost. That's rubbing in.
It's not.
For
It's
the
not.
rest of your eternity.
Well, even if you're not, it doesn't really
It's
matter.
not, because you're still open to the possibility. Well, obviously Tolkien's dead; he can't write anymore. But being a ghost that has a chance of redemption and being able to become back into the coil or whatever this song,
the chorus,
is a far better prospect than.
But then you're not. But then you're not. But then you're not an overlord. But then you're not an overlord anymore. But then you're not an overlord anymore, and it wouldn't even matter for the challenge. The idea is that this only works if you're doing the overlord path. If you end up becoming a good guy, you're not the overlord, so you wouldn't even qualify.
Even if you are overlord again, you still lose again because you're evil, and you have to be evil. So you suck balls. You only fail.
Not necessarily, because like you could
Not
definitely like, oh, I'm a good guy now. I'm on the side of man.
Well, then you don't qualify as a Dark Lord, so it doesn't matter.
But you would be a Dark Lord.
Well, I think we all agree with Darkseid's not as bad.
No, you wouldn't be a Dark Lord if you redeemed yourself.
You'd be a former Dark Lord.
I'm a good guy now. Yeah, it wouldn't matter. You're not a Dark Lord anymore.
Now, I wouldn't say that it's worse.
Guy, but still taking over everything is just a matter of perspective.
Well, still, you can't. Even if you can't take over everything because you're still evil. And freaking fate itself, God's fate thing is just gonna say nuh-uh.
Ability as whatever the fuck his name is. Because if you're like, oh hey, we're good, love, peace, and all that, but I own all of you, would still result in you being the boss. Is that not being an overlord? What is the definition of overlord?
But you're not a dark overlord.
Yeah, it's a dark overlord. It's not just overlord.
What is the definition? Well, it's still like you'd be.
I have a question.
Isn't that the whole point of the video games of the Shadow War? Is like, oh, you'd be a bright lord instead of a dark lord.
That's not the point.
I would say that's the point.
Telling us that there is no difference between the Bright Lord and the Dark Lord. Functionally, they are the exact same evil overlord.
Yeah.
Celebrimbor gets so corrupted by the end of those games that you have to literally become a shade to hold back all of Mordor until the
I think you
events
can actually
of
argue
Lord
that
of the Rings
Talion is
happen.
not. I think you can argue pretty clearly that Talion's a good guy in those games. I mean, I know he gets corrupted by the end, but
I'm saying 100% he is a good guy. Talion is a good guy. Celebrimbor is the one who gets corrupted and rejoins Sauron in the end of.
Well, no,
spoilers
technically
here,
Talion
but in the
also
end of the game.
but Talion also gets corrupted. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it.
Yes,
but up to the
that's
point that
because
he
Talion
becomes
used
corrupted.
his power from one of the 9.
Yeah, but up to his point, up to the point that he becomes corrupted, I think that you can argue that he's doing good, even though the shit he's doing is actually kind of super dark and fucked up. I think that you can argue that he's. I mean, war is a complicated thing.
Talion's argument is, do the ends justify the means?
I would say so. I mean, in that game, he literally prolongs the invasion of Middle Earth.
I 100% agree with you. The ends justify the means in Talion's case. But Celebrimbor was planning to take over the Orc army and then lead Middle Earth into what he thought was best. And that was basically just doing, again, what Sauron was going to do, but a different person in charge. That's why Celebrimbor ended up rejoining Sauron.
Don't get it twisted.
You got sucked into him.
I got a question here.
Well, Shelob had her own plot.
Even if you do the whole, oh, I'm a good guy, and you do ruling from the shadows thing, is Super God or whatever in the freaking Lord of the Rings, is he just going to stop? Would that happen?
Eru will step in eventually.
Then you're gonna fail. You're only gonna fail.
He won't. You won't fail though, because so long
But
as
you will,
retain.
because
No, if you're long as you're in the mortal plane as an immortal, old
Well-
boy does not want to destroy the mortal Earth. He doesn't want to destroy Middle Earth. That's why he prevented Gandalf, Sauron, the fucking Blue Wizards, and Radagast from coming back as Maiar at full power, is because they started destroying Middle Earth simply by trying to eradicate Sauron. So if you ride that fine line, you'll be fine, because he'll never send anybody that's more stronger
Okay,
than
hang
you.
on. No.
Because
you'll never win.
The Witch
Going
King
against
or
Tolkien's
whatever
writing.
was way easily able to defeat Gandalf.
But then you
Sauron
never
is-
win. Because you
Sauron-
Let dog talk. Let dog talk. He's trying to.
Sauron is almost. Thank you. I'm sorry. It's a stand-in for the devil, like he is, and so is the character, whatever his name is, a stand-in for God, and so he cannot circumvent him because that is going against Tolkien's religious beliefs outright and the thought process behind all of his writings. If he is fated for this God character, this Godhead, to beat him in the end, then it's gonna happen, and chances are it's gonna be as shitty as for the devil because Tolkien has that in mind.
No, but I think what Mike is saying, that if you're Isekaied as Sauron and you can make decisions for him, you could essentially make decisions that would no longer make you the devil.
But also, slight correction here: Sauron isn't the devil. If anything, he's closer
He's
to
a servant.
a prince of hell.
Morgoth is
He's
Morgoth is the
the
devil.
Yeah. Thank you, Dan.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that's fair.
But even so, if you make the decisions to go against everything that Sauron stands for, that removes the argument entirely because he's no longer a Dark Lord.
Yeah, you'd have to be a Dark
We've
Lord.
already said.
We're basically talking about how difficult the Dark Lord path would be.
You wouldn't have to do that though.
You gotta do the
because
Dark
of
Lord.
how the world is now after old boy was defeated, right? And now you're Sauron. And
But
you're
you wouldn't
trying
be
to
a
pick
dark.
up
But you
remnants
wouldn't be
of
a
the
Dark
kingdom.
Lord. The whole concept of the tier
But you would
list.
be.
How?
How?
Because the God of the universe, right, does not
Eru
want to
Ilúvatar.
destroy. Whatever the fuck, I'm not pronouncing that every single goddamn time. That's a stupid name.
Just say Eru.
Middle Earth, Eru, whatever the fuck, doesn't want to destroy Middle Earth. If he sends any divine beings down to Middle Earth, they start destroying it. So he prevents that from happening. So long as you stay on the up and up, you'll be fine.
If you're on the up and up, you're not the Dark Lord anymore.
Exactly.
That's what we're talking about.
Not up and up like that. What I'm saying on up and up is like, oh hey,
Don't do too well.
fuck.
Dark Lord is someone who.
All I have to do is bring back the countless armies of what are they called? Balrogs. All I have to
Balrogs.
go is dig deep enough to unleash.
Yeah, the Balrogs.
all I have to do is.
I don't think that's on the up and up. The Balrogs are literally demons.
I think
That's
he
also not
but
something
the
you can
point
do.
Yeah, they're
is,
demons of the old
God
world.
of the universe, the God of the universe, will not send any beings capable of defeating those guys en masse without having to destroy Middle Earth. And he doesn't want to destroy.
It's
Middle
not
Earth.
I don't think it's necessarily destroying Middle Earth. It's conquering. I mean, in order for you to be a Dark Lord, Sauron would have to take over Middle Earth by force and rule over it. That's what a Dark Lord is. If he attempts to do that, y'all are, according to you guys, this god-like being, or this being that's in the stand for God, will basically intervene and stop him from doing that, meaning that he's stopping your Dark Lord path. The whole idea of the tier list is how difficult the Dark Lord path would be for these characters if you were in their shoes. And according to you guys, it's essentially not possible because you're going to be fated to go off that path no matter what. But there's nothing that you've said that has supported that claim.
Even if you do the Balrog
Dig
thing,
deep enough in
it's,
the earth,
okay,
unleash the
okay, hold on.
unseenable,
Wait,
unknown ones that existed before said
I don't
God,
even know what I
and
just
you'll
joined
be
in.
fine.
How will
Okay,
you be
even if
fine?
you
Because
do-
you have to take over Middle Earth by force.
Yeah, even if you do the Balrog thing.
No. I'm bringing up the fact that underneath the earth, if you dig deep enough, there's more than Balrogs.
I want to say this.
Where are they?
No, but you're not. But you're not. Shush.
Even if
But
you
you're.
do that.
Hey, shush. Mike, I'm saying that you're avoiding the point. In this variation of situation that you're saying, where he digs up and does it end with him taking over Middle Earth and ruling it with an iron fist like a Dark Overlord?
Yes.
Okay, if that's the case, will the god not intervene because you took over Middle Earth by force? You had to go to war with man and elves and everybody else in order to do that.
I have a question. Would the Dark...
No,
would
because the
the
beings that he would release were existed on the planet before the Lord himself.
Yeah, my question here is, would the super god just stop you from ever doing that to begin with?
Well, probably, but also I'm not even sure what he's talking about.
I think you are taking
The
theories and
deep
treating them
ones,
as facts.
the unknowable ones, the guys below.
Yeah, but we have no
Balrog.
confirmation that they came before the creator of the universe. They're
Yes,
just
we
known
do.
as a team.
It states it directly in the fucking books.
Before him? He came before him? Like
It says that they came before Sauron, not before
The
Eru.
unknowable ones
Yeah.
existed before Eru. They existed in the plane of existence.
Can he
It
control
does
them?
not say that they existed before
can he
Eru, and
control
it's a
them?
Yes, it
nameless
does.
thing.
Yes, it
Again,
does.
going against Tolkien's basic religious views to begin with. I think you
Can
are
he
taking
control them?
theories or misunderstanding
You're
writing.
specific. You're not looking at the direct writing. You're looking at the person and his beliefs. A person and his beliefs are completely different than the direct words that he
But
states.
he made it clear that his
These
reason
beings
for
that
writing
he
is
wrote
closer to
of
God.
that exist, the unknowable darkness,
This-
crawling, and all that other things existed before Old Boy.
Can he
Yeah.
control the
Boy,
Balrogs?
They
Yeah,
eat
hold
their
on.
time. Balrogs are before that. I'm talking about.
Why
the
didn't Sauron
deep
do this in the
unknowing.
first place, if this is the case?
Can he control whatever he's going to take out? If no, then
The
it
fuck
doesn't
you
matter.
move? The fuck?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Why would
Why
you do
didn't-
it?
Why didn't
Say
he?
fuck
Why
you.
didn't he do it to begin with? Why didn't he do it to
Because
begin
he's
with?
a
If that
cuck.
was
He's stupid.
Hey, hold
We're
on. I
talking
got
about
a
an
question.
Isekaied, not a fucking what he does.
But if
Hold on, I
that
got two
was an
questions.
option, why was there never a plot line of him attempting to use that
He
advantage?
tries though. He releases.
Wait,
why
why
did-
could
and
hold
what
up?
happened?
Why couldn't? Wait, here's my question. Based on what you guys are saying, why, if this is the case, and Sauron can dig them up and then control them and use them to take over the world?
He can't control him, but
Well, then how is
He doesn't
the then he doesn't?
Well, then
How is he
he
gonna take over the
doesn't win.
world? You didn't take over the world. You just released a bunch of monsters you can't control that could kill you.
He does the equivalent of a hissy fit, an eldritch hissy fit.
That's not you becoming an overlord. That's you basically pissing on the board game because you're losing. Like that's not you're not an overlord at that point.
You're flipping the table because you lost.
Yeah, like that's not as
Can
you
someone
didn't,
inform me on what this is?
You don't win. You just
maneuver.
So we're just gonna all put this man.
You got
in
outsmarted.
here because it's literally impossible to become an overlord.
Yeah, so I mean, look, look, yeah.
It's like
I'm putting him below Darkseid as being worse since he can't win, and even Mike's best argument did not support him actually winning. It's just him like fucking essentially just
Well,
like
that wasn't my best argument.
it's a bad one.
My best argument is using
It better
Why
be.
are you not using your best
It
argument?
better be your best argument if you just spent fucking 40 minutes on it.
Not even gonna lie.
Well, you
not
led
even
you
gonna
led
lie.
with the freaking B argument,
As
man.
said,
Hold on,
he
wait,
is a
wait. Can I
trickster
talk for a second?
demon in of itself, and is able to not only trick elves and the Mizar, he's able to do whatever he wants. And then
Yeah,
we
cool.
draw
He
back
is.
to this. Well,
He
yeah,
is.
Sauron
For
is
you.
able to
For
do that.
you.
He's
For
able to
you.
trick Celebrimbor. He's able to trick fucking all the
Which is an
Sauron.
This
Yeah,
just feels
yeah, but for
pointless.
you. You're
Yeah,
being
look,
inside in this
I think
time.
we're going in circles at this point. The tricking, he didn't trick them and overcome everything in the actual main canon, so I don't even see why that's relevant. And in the Isekai version, you wouldn't have that. You wouldn't have that the same ability anyway. You'd just be being put in his position with the same powers. So again, I don't see how this is relevant to the thing. Like if he wasn't capable of out tricking everyone and taking over in the actual story, why are you assuming you would do it here?
Simply because the only reason why he fails is because of Gandalf.
Yeah, but you would still fall. Gandalf would still be there.
Reincarnated, or
Oh my.
like Gandalf.
Well, Super God's gonna let you. Super God won't let you
not
though.
have the same reincarnation abilities as
This
the
is
white
just like circular, and I don't think it's gonna change his position.
Yeah,
in the
we're
ranking.
getting
You
circular.
don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I wouldn't be quick to say this, but holy crap, you're just going against so much of what is actually written. Those old ones are older than Meyer. Gandalf, if Gandalf is apparently more powerful than the god you're talking about, I don't even know how he got an idea about
you're
it.
way taking that way out of concept.
No,
my
the
man.
nameless
idea
ones
we
are
got.
only.
The only thing preventing
hold on, what
Sauron
the fuck?
from taking over
Hello?
Middle Earth is Gandalf, and Gandalf being reincarnated
Okay.
as a white
Okay,
person.
what?
If
what-
you can
what the
prevent
fuck
that
is
from
the subject?
happening, Sauron will take over Middle Earth, which would be the known world.
Okay.
I got a
is the
question for
Can
you.
someone inform me on what the subject is, please?
Pretty much, we're arguing for why Sauron sucks balls and can't win. But I have a question for you. Hobo. I have a
What a wheel.
question. If Super God is omniscient and omnipresent, he'd know if you're pulling any bullcrap, and he'd just stop you before you ever did. Even the Balrog thing.
But he doesn't
Oh.
want to because he
The Balrogs don't even
in
win.
the older ages tried the same exact fucking thing against Molgaroth.
Stop
and
shouting.
fucking-
Shouting doesn't make you more right.
Thank you. I'm just talking loud because my roommate, and I don't want to hear him talking about Call of Duty. Oh,
I
he's
heard-
up, he's left, he's down.
Man,
I
Call of
heard
Duty
Dark-
sounds more freaking
heard-
productive at this point. Freaking Christ.
Anyway.
He's looking at me right now, talking, saying shit.
Okay, look,
heard
guys,
Darkseid
guys,
didn't-
guys,
I'm loud as fuck, bro. You do this every time.
guys, shush. Okay, enough. Okay, look, we're gonna put it to a vote. We're gonna put it.
I'm not talking to you. I'm gonna put mute so I can talk to my roommate.
Okay, we're just gonna put it to a vote and move on. Okay, we're gonna say, is it better than? Everyone's heard the arguments probably if they didn't fucking dip. We're gonna say Darkseid. No, wait, we're not talking about Darkseid anymore. We're talking about Sauron. So Sauron.
What Darkseid? What? I'm confused.
Don't worry about it. All right, so
Are you on the stream?
better
Get on after.
better than Darkseid. Worse than Darkseid. And then you guys can just fucking deal with it. Okay, y'all heard all the arguments. Yeah, start poll. Boop.
Please no more.
So it's simple. Would it be better to be? Would it be an easier time going about it for Sauron than Darkseid, or would it be easier, or would it be worse going about it? Yeah.
I mean,
Looks like everyone's in agreement that it's worse so far, but there's only 2 votes. I'll wait. We'll wait a little bit.
Yeah.
We'll wait. It's 58 people.
I agree with the 2 people.
58 people. I see 70.
Oh my god.
Man.
I see 58. YouTube is constantly giving us different shit.
If I reload it, it comes off the correct number.
The numbers are often wrong on YouTube.
Yeah,
Anyway.
very. Which is kind of annoying because
Oh.
I never know how well. A
Like
video
mine
is-
just went from 60 to 56.
Let me see. I just reloaded. It still says 58. So
The most accurate is usually the YouTube Studio, so go based off that one.
It's
58 is
it's-
probably what you're at.
It says 58. Anyway, what was I saying? Also, we've actually got a decent amount of people in, but it's been pretty slow on the super chats and stuff like that. So we'll probably do one or two more, unless super chats start increasing, and we'll continue past. But I'll probably do one or two more and end the stream because I've been here for almost 3 hours, and I have not made 3 hours worth of money. So that's Anyway, let's see what's it at now. 80%. It's 10 votes. I'll get another couple of minutes. If not, we'll that's funny. Liam Legacy posted just emojis of two fishes, which I'm assuming means fishy fishy.
Yeah, it does.
That's funny.
Fishy was here earlier, Liam, but he's gone. He left for the night.
He pulled his weight. All right, let's. Where's the Darkseid?
I mean, they could send some money, but I don't want to.
No, it's fine. Okay, so we got 10. Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna keep him where he is. He's in B, above Darkseid. I don't think it's anywhere near as bad as Griffith, with the torture and the suffering and.
Neither of these characters really get tortured like that.
What's up?
Yeah.
I was saying neither of them really get tortured, so he couldn't even be close to it.
Yeah, no, I'm putting them both in B. They're under.
No, I wasn't gonna say it's worse than Griffith.
They get like
Griffith had
and torture.
Well, like I'm not even putting them in
whatever
Griffith's
we do.
tier.
Yeah.
Even better than Griffith, but in his tier. I don't think that they belong in his tier at all. So that's where he is. All right, and then we got.
I mean, in all fairness, Griffith can win. It's just you have to do
Without
a lot
the
of
torture.
messed up bull crap there.
Well,
Griffith can win without the torture too.
No. We talked about this before. The Baphomet requires him to suffer in order to unlock its power and become the demon. That's the issue. Like even if he doesn't get tortured for a year, he still has to suffer in some way in order for that power to be unlocked. He essentially has to get to a point where he's so what's the word? So desperate and low
Suicidal?
that I think so, something like that. That he basically calls upon its power. He needs to want to die, essentially.
Live your completely normal, happy life, and then just have your family murdered in front of you. That'll work.
Oof. Rough. Okay. So So we're gonna continue on. Worse than Darkseid 1. So that's where we're gonna be. Like I said, we'll do about 2 more, and then we'll stop because super chats are pretty slow. So next up we have Palpatine.
I'm sorry, but there might be an issue with your super chats. I'm trying to put one in, and it won't let me give you money.
Oh, that's not good. That's a problem. Hey, is anyone else? Is anybody else seeing problems like that? Having a problem with that?
Here, give me a sec.
Maybe I talked about rape too much.
Hey, we'll see if this goes through.
Is that possible?
Maybe I talked too much about rape during.
They talked about too much rape, and YouTube didn't want any more money. They're like, we're not gonna make money off of rape conversations.
Hey, if this goes through though.
We'll see. Let's make sure.
It's loading. It's loading.
Yeah, it went through. It went through.
What the hell's
Biden up next. That's the one that went through.
Your money's not good enough.
That's the fucking one that went through. Move Skeletor forward. Yeah, I can move Skeletor forward. You want to move?
I'd rather talk about him than the Borg. If we're only doing 2 more.
Well, you want me to put him in front of the Borg? Or you want me to put him in front of Palpatine?
I'm good with either. I just want to talk about Skeletor.
All right.
I want to get Freeze out there. I can't send money. What the hell?
YouTube is punishing you, specifically punishing. Okay, so YouTube, it's working fine. All right.
Well, that's good. But what the tits?
Yeah. No, I'm very upset about it. All right, next up we have.
You can just refresh your entire app. It should work usually. If not, restart the device you're on.
Restart the device you're on. Okay, are we ready? Are we good?
Unlimited power.
Are we good? Are we ready?
I would put Palpatine at D because of how easy he has it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, and people aren't gonna. Well, I don't know. Maybe people aren't gonna be. When I was younger and I used to talk bad about Star Wars, people get really mad, and now when I talk bad about Star Wars, everyone's just cool with it. Which it's just people's opinions of Star Wars have just dropped so bad over the last couple of years. But I never believed that Star Wars was particularly well written, even at its height, even in the original trilogy. And I think Palpatine very easily takes over the Empire, takes over the Republic and then creates the Empire. I don't think it's very hard. I don't think he makes a ton of incredibly intelligent decisions in order to do it. I think that everyone around him is basically just too foolish to see that he is so clearly the villain of the story. And yeah, I actually don't think it's all that difficult. I mean, if you're getting put in as Palpatine with the power that Palpatine has, and just kind of, I mean, maybe if you're not that bright, you won't be able to circumvent the system in the same way that he did. That might be kind of difficult, possibly.
Yeah.
Wait. When are you starting from? Are you not starting from Emperor?
Well, see, that's kind of a weird situation, right? Because like with Griffith, we talked about where you would start before you were actually Femto, and you have to go through the suffering to even acquire what you're acquiring. But we can't really start with Palpatine, because then you're just starting as like a normal fucking child that has to like learn Sith powers and shit. So I mean, I imagine you would have to like start as where you're, I suppose, already. So yeah, I guess we'll start at Emperor. We'll start at Emperor because that makes more sense. I mean, I don't know where you guys think would be the right place to start. Should we start when he's
Chancellor?
When he's Chancellor, like when he's Chancellor or Senator, trying to rise through the ranks, or when he's already got the Empire and then having to deal with the rebellion?
When he's still dealing with the intrigue of the Jedi Order and like having to hide his true power, like right under Yoda's nose. Because if you can't get through that, you aren't a proper Dark Lord.
Yeah, Palpatine has it really easy before then, because he just poisons his previous master and then becomes senator.
We have to murder
he stabbed him he stabbed him while he slept, but same thing.
After he hit them roofies.
Well, to be fair, honestly, we don't even necessarily have to do Palpatine. We could just do a Sith Lord. I mean, we could take like if you're given the powers of a Jedi and then you are a Sith and you have to overcome your master and take over and rise up your own Sith Empire. I mean, we could do Revan, we could do Bane, we could literally do anyone.
Revan.
Emperor Palpatine has it too easy. I think he would be like Ainz easy.
Yeah.
I don't know if he would be. I don't know if he would be that easy, because Ainz could easily at any point he wants to take over the entire planet with almost no issues whatsoever.
I mean, there's no real like Luke Skywalker's a threat, but he's not real. He's only a threat because.
Well, there's more than just him. I mean, Yoda's a threat. Mace Windu's a threat. The entire Jedi Order they're dumb, but they are a threat.
Not when you become. Not when you're the Emperor. When you're at the Emperor, like Yoda's.
Yeah, but he
up.
almost lost to Mace Windu. Like
That's because Mace Windu's unique. That's Mace Windu's unique.
Wait, guys. One at a time, please. One at a time. Go ahead.
He might have almost lost him, but if we're starting from him being the Emperor, that's already happened. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
In which case, you have no threats.
I mean, if
Yoda's given up, Obi-Wan's given up.
Let's be real. A platoon of regular modern day Marines would be able to kill most Sith Lords. So
you have a whole galaxy of soldiers, so it doesn't really matter at that point.
I don't know if you necessarily have to worry about it at the peak of the Empire. I mean, at the peak of the Empire, that's when you got that's with like the Jedi Survivor and Jedi games, and like you have terrorists and people trying to damage the Empire, but getting to actually get into contact with the Emperor himself is not an easy task. It would be like saying like if you're around in World War II, you could just walk up and shoot Hitler, but like 1,000 times harder.
Yeah,
I mean, to add to that point.
Yeah, Mega Elite Guard, like entire army protecting your freaking base.
Most powerful being in the universe.
The thing about Palpatine is like the people below you could also be working against you. They could be like planning on taking your ass. Like basically someone that's right below you could be like working against you the whole time and you have no idea.
Well, it's not that you don't necessarily have no idea, because you have the fucking stupid Jedi Force sense bullshit.
Yeah. And you have the guard who are just loyal to you no matter what. That's just gonna happen.
And they're actually like genetic. Well, a lot of the people who are serving the Emperor, not all, but a lot of them are genetically programmed specifically to be more loyal than normal. Like that's also the case. So it's like that's not.
With the clones?
No, they still have. They don't clone people. Well, it's actually false for people to say that the stormtroopers are not clones. They're not all clones, but there are still many that are clones. They're not all
Especially the
outcasted.
elite squadrons tend to be genetically modified clones.
But even
purposes.
even the ones that aren't clones are put through camps, and we see that in we see it a little bit. I know it's not the Empire, but we do see it a little bit in The Force Awakens, where I forget the actor, the black guy who plays the clone. Yeah, where it's like they are like they're so mind fucked, and like it's kind of a weird thing that the one guy is kind of goes against the programming that he was given, but they are still programmed. The Empire kind of does the same thing.
Black.
Man, I'll be honest. Here's probably one of my favorite characters in the sequel series, and
Finn.
Yeah, Finn. I liked him the most out of freaking everyone.
I didn't really like anybody, so that doesn't really say much.
That's a low bar, but also by the height of the Empire that we see in like 4, 5, and 6, where he's taken over most of the galaxy, the Jedi are a myth almost. Like they're a story that you tell to children. Like even Grand Moff Tarkin says that the last of the Jedi fell ages ago, and the only reason he even believes in them is because of Vader in the meeting room beside him.
He was also alive during the fucking Jedi. He's seen Jedi.
Also,
let's be real.
Yeah, he was alive, but the thing is, he literally insults the Force before Vader has to re-educate him, basically.
Wouldn't you though? Like if two people in the whole
I'm not going to insult space magic.
Yeah, not to a space wizard especially.
Are capable of using that space magic, and those two people are very well able to be killed by a fucking 9mm bullet.
No, they're not. What are you talking about?
They can get damage from it, but they don't immediately die.
Let's be real honest. You could pull a fucking 10mm.
He's what he's talking about is something that does exist within the Star Wars universe, where ballistic weapons and stuff like that is not defended as well with a lightsaber or the Force as energy-based weapons. Well, I mean, if it shot him in the face, if it hit him in the face, it would.
To that point, we have also seen powerful. We've seen powerful enough Force users be able to stop a bullet after it's been thrown.
Yeah, and those are slug throwers, not
the Mandalorians were still able to kill the entire Jedi Council.
The Mandalorians
that's not Vader and Palpatine. Vastly more powerful characters.
They use flamethrowers. They use regular bullets.
Vastly more powerful.
I don't think
the voodoo space magic is still voodoo space magic.
Well,
but
to be fair, it depends on who the council is. I mean, if we're talking about I know obviously the Mandalorians did not kill the council in the not modern, but in the classic movies with Palpatine and stuff. So they didn't kill Yoda, but there were characters on the council that were equally in power to characters like Vader and Palpatine. I mean, we saw that Windu, Yoda matched him. Yoda matched his power, and Windu was a better swordsman, not quite as good at the Force, but good enough to overcome him. So I don't know who was on the council when the Mandalorians. I don't know about the story y'all are talking about where Mandalorians came in and murdered them all, but it's definitely possible that someone on that council was of a similar power level to that of a Vader or a Palpatine.
The Mandalorian.
In all fairness, Palpatine becomes stronger after the whole Mace Windu bullcrap happens there. He becomes stronger the longer the Empire goes on. So even then, Mace probably wouldn't beat him.
Do we know how?
Just becomes more attuned with the Force, better with the Force, yada yada.
It's a Force storm bullshit. Mace Windu would still beat him in a sword fight. It's
probably
maybe,
but Force bullcrap beat just a lightsaber. Let's be honest here.
So the Mandalorian thing that they're talking about is the Mandalorian Wars, which happened in the era of the Old Republic, which had an entirely different set of Force users.
It did, but the Old Republic had some massively powerful Force users. I mean, you're talking about Malgus and Revan, and there's a lot of powerful ones out there.
The thing is, Revan didn't fall in the Mandalorian Wars. In fact, he single-handedly
I know,
them.
Because Revan's awesome. Yeah, Revan's
Revan is fucking awesome.
Revan's great.
He's the only true balanced Force user to ever be put to the canon, and then removed from the canon, and then re-added to the canon.
I got a question for y'all. You all think that Mace Windu survived the fall?
Nah, he did.
I think Disney's gonna do some bullshit like that. Yeah.
Now,
So-
I mean-
the reason that Mace Windu was even able to compete with Palpatine is because of the special lightsaber form that he uses,
Form
which
7.
essentially amplifies Palpatine's own power and sends it back at him. Yes, Form 7 Vapad. It is a force technique that is so heavily entrenched in the dark side. That's why Mace Windu's lightsaber is purple. That, and it's also
Yeah, because
what's
red
his
and
name?
blue
That
makes
also, that also
purple.
explains why Grievous wouldn't have been a good opponent for him. He had no
It's
power.
also why it's also because Samuel L. Jackson wanted purple, and George Lucas said you can have purple.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
The reason
Hey,
why
it's
The
he
canon
was
explanation
badass, you
is
know?
he is the closest to a balanced force user that anybody has seen since Revan. He is the closest to being
Starkiller's
1
a
foot in the
fucking
dark and in the
Darkseid
light.
user.
So wait,
Star-
guys,
Hey,
guys,
Starkiller's
guys,
not-
stop.
Starkiller's not canon.
Force user.
Wait, are we talking
And
about Star?
Starkiller is canon.
Is he talking about? Are we talking about fucking Sam Witwer's Starkiller?
They're talking about Force Unleashed.
Yes, Sam Witwer's
Yeah,
Starkiller.
yeah.
Yeah, he's not canon. Who said he was
He's
canon?
not canon. No
No,
one
no,
said
No,
he
no,
was canon. He
there's the
just
Seeker Apprentice books, which if you
There's a comment.
distract the Disney canon from the
Even if we're
canon
using the Secret
expanded
Apprentice books
universe,
or
it
the
is
comics,
canon.
Well, no. I'm going off the comment. Oh, oh shit. The fucking audio glitch.
I can
Okay.
hear you. I can hear you
wait,
fine.
oh, thank God. Everyone went quiet and that confused the shit out of me.
I
It's
can hear
been
you.
happening
I
all
can.
stream.
No, I can hear you fine.
We
There's
were
a super
listening to you.
chat. That's
good.
why I said Star Killers. That there's a super chat.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about that. But yeah, I don't think he's canon. Actually, I think it would be cool if they brought Starkiller into the canon as maybe like a pre-existing before the existence of the well, I guess the timeline doesn't really work anymore because I think
No, it
Starkiller
doesn't. It ruins this
Starkiller
timeline.
is cooler than the Inquisitors, but the Inquisitors kind of replaced the role of Starkiller. I wish
Yeah,
that it
weird.
wouldn't have. Like, I think it would be cool if they did something like originally, maybe Starkiller was an Inquisitor that Vader got a little more attached to and trained, stuff like that. Maybe they could do something like that.
You can make it work.
Maybe, but but I think the existence of the Inquisitors kind of make it impossible in a lot of the stories, because the whole idea of Starkiller is that he was trained from a young age all the way to adulthood after he became Vader, and then sent out to hunt down all the things. But the whole time that was going on, we would already know the Inquisitors were doing this. So it's like they basically replaced Starkiller with the Inquisitors. And also, I don't think there's enough time there to really have Vader, because we already know that before that time period between when Vader became Vader and when Luke was born, we didn't know what had happened. So placing Starkiller in there made sense. Now we've kind of filled in those blanks, and there's nowhere that really fits where he trained a kid from like a young age all the way up to like a young like an older teenager, and then like started chucking them at people. It just I don't know. Maybe you could do maybe you could bring Sam Witwer because he's an older, like in a future series after the Empire had already fallen, and say like he was one of the Inquisitors, and you could do something like that. But you can't make it the same story.
You could make him a force.
You can have him be.
Inquisitors
Yes,
did
guys, Zedd
exist.
Dragons.
You could have him be one of the first Inquisitors.
I'd just say make him a force clone. Fucking be done with it. He can still be trained by Vader, so on and so forth. Memories implanted.
Even talking about like the Disney canon versus the old lore, Starkiller has exactly one book. It might be two, but he does not have a lot that is truly canon. The games are not, and he is not a balanced user in them. He leans heavily to the dark side and cannot use properly light side techniques.
Yeah.
100%. That's why he doesn't know Force Heal. That's why he can't save Juno. That's why he struggles with trying to pretend to be a Jedi. And
Yeah, like Witwer Sam Witwer actually. They just need to make Sam Witwer a producer on the movies or an exec or something. I don't know.
Sure.
Like he seems to be the only dude who actually. Yeah, he's great. But he's actually talked at length about Starkiller's character, and he, according to him, the guy who basically built the character at this point, he specifically stated that he's so far along the dark side, he doesn't even know how to meditate properly. Like he's very heavily dark side based in his character. He's not a mix at all. Revan is the most balanced.
He's pretending to meditate.
Yeah,
Revan is the only truly balanced, with Mace Windu being the closest second that we have ever seen.
Mace Windu isn't really either. I mean, Mace Windu is light side who occasionally dips into darkness for small power increases. It's not really the same thing as being a fully balanced dark side user like Revan.
He has full dark side abilities that he uses, including Shatterpoint, which is how he knew to go to Palpatine's office with the Jedis because he has the clearest version of foresight that the Force can give without like being a direct consular and talking to the living will of the Force.
He also has Force Crush. That's why General Grievous has cancer throughout the entirety of the prequels.
Well, if you're talking about the animated series, that's not canon.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, those original 2000 movies.
I'm pretty sure that's not canon, but him doing that is canon, just
Well,
not in that version, right?
Not in that way.
The Force Crush is canon. It is a comic book feat that he did against Grievous.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what
because I remember for a long.
That's directly from the 2000 movies, though.
Well, no, because I thought they actually showed. I thought they showed how his chest got fucked up in the Clone Wars. No, not the 2D one, the 3D one. The 2D one's not canon.
No.
They didn't show it. I thought they
he
did.
He gets like 10 scenes in the movies. And he's criminally underutilized. Grievous was an amazing character.
I'm talking
they
about the
did him
anime.
dirty.
I actually thought he was awesome in the 2D one, and then when I saw him in the movie, I was super disappointed when I saw him in the movie because I was like, "What the fuck did you do to my boy?" Like he was so awesome.
It's because the showrunner for the 2002 cartoon wanted him to be a over-imposing force. Meanwhile, George Lucas sort of wanted him to be, like Dick Dastardly freaking mustard.
Honestly, I think Genndy Tartakovsky made some of the coolest additions to Star Wars, and none of it's canon, which is really annoying. And George Lucas didn't accept it as canon, which is even more annoying. But no, I mean he added Ventress as a concept was added originally by Genndy Tartakovsky, and he also completely designed and created Ventress.
No, not Ahsoka.
Didn't he do Ahsoka too?
He didn't he didn't do Ahsoka.
He didn't do Ahsoka.
We're talking about the 2D Clone Wars. There's a 2D Clone Wars that came out years prior.
2004.
Yeah, it was a bunch of shorts. I mean, dude, those shorts made me think Kit Fisto was a badass. It introduced Ventress and made Ventress awesome. It made Grievous awesome. Like there were so many characters that are amazing. And then when the actual movie came out, and then when the movie actually came out after that show, and we actually saw all these characters in live action for the first time. I'm like, man, what a fucking disappointment all of this was. Ventress was gone. Kit Fisto gets murdered immediately by barely has any scenes. Grievous is a bitch.
Plo Koon gets gunned down is so disingenuous to his character.
It's all because of them. Kit Fisto gets gunned down. They all do. It
absolutely sucks. But Plo Koon specifically, his clones threw away their weapons multiple times to save his life because he did the same for them. And I understand that the programming takes over, but we see that some clones can resist that programming, and I refuse to believe that Plo Koon's clones were not one of those.
Yeah, easily.
The amount of times he saved their asses and used force judgment around them.
So you also have the idea that like what came out first. Like all of the Clone Wars animated show came out after Episode 3. So like all of this history.
I'm not talking about the animated show.
Well, it doesn't matter.
I'm talking about the comics.
Well, it
doesn't
matter.
They came out after as well.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't matter what you're talking about. Most of that shit came out after the movie that tried to build it up. So that's not the movie betraying Plo Koon. That's the comics writing in stuff afterwards that makes the movies not make nearly as much sense. So that's why I kind of disregard a lot of stuff that's even before Disney declared what was canon and not canon. I kind of disregard a lot of the books and comics and stuff because they clearly don't match what we see in the actual movies. Like all the time, they constantly contradict what happens in the movies.
No, it does fit for freaking what's the one Jedi Master that sort of looks like a cone head? Freaking.
That's Plo Koon. That's who he's talking. That's Plo Koon.
Coyote Mundi.
Who's he talking? I thought you were talking about Plo Koon is the guy with the ponytail and he has like a tall head and he's on the council, right? Am I crazy?
No, that's Coyote Mundi.
Like an alien.
Hold up.
Is the alien with like the squid tentacles and the weird breathing mask.
Yeah, that guy.
Oh, okay. No, yeah. I'm sorry. You're right. My bad.
Plo Koon's also the only one who can use the light side version of Force Lightning.
I don't even 100% remember how Plo Koon died. No, he died in his ship. He was shot down.
Yeah, it was really
He was shot down by a clone pilot.
Yeah.
The other guy, I think, was a.
The thing is, Plo Koon can survive for small amounts of time in space. he can survive because of that breathing apparatus. He can literally survive in the vacuum of space for small amounts of time.
Yeah.
But no, freaking Conehead, he was just a douche to his clones. That fits. They just got
They just got gunned down immediately.
Yeah,
Fuck that guy.
Kaede Mundi was not a good guy.
Mike says most Jedi and Sith are a bunch of cunts.
They kind of are. I'll be honest.
Yeah. Condi Mundi was definitely the worst one by far.
Drunk eating steaks.
Oh yeah, but there are worse Jedi than him with their clone. Like who's that guy who had 4 arms in the Clone Wars show?
Oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
I can't remember him. Yeah.
That guy was a dick.
Yeah, he literally was fucking sacrificing those guys.
But he was
like
literally on the other side. He was like a double agent.
Practically.
He was trying to get Palpatine. He was trying to get the Sidious's favor. That's why he was doing what he was doing.
But
Clone Wars is like the only
Alright.
thing.
So wait, get back to the actual tier list. Where should Palpatine go? Do you guys think?
I think boobs.
I feel like
Honestly,
I feel like
Palpatine has it super easy. Even if you put him at like the beginning of the prequels, he still has it pretty easy.
So
you just gotta navigate political intrigue for a little bit, and then you're in power.
So you think below? So do you guys think he should be below, like closer towards Ainz, but like below Zedd on C?
In the middle.
No, put him in the boobs tier. Put him in the boobs tier.
Really? You think it's that easy?
The boobs
tier.
No,
That's
no,
fresh.
it's not the boobs tier. It's above Zedd, but it's not boobs tier. Let's be honest. He still has to try.
Not really.
You just have to navigate political intrigue for like.
You just gotta. One moment, some guy could be like, "Oh, yo, you fucked a child. You're
really acting. You're really acting like he's not one of those.
Political career would be ruined.
Dude, you're acting again. Remember.
America, bro.
I don't think that.
We did say that he's starting as the Emperor. We said he's starting as the Emperor. That makes it very easy.
That happened. I don't think that happened.
Well, look. Let's say this. You say that all he has to do is a little bit of political intrigue, but political intrigue is not easy. Even if people are dumber, which I agree, people are dumber in Star Wars than they would be in real life. The political intrigue aspects of it is not necessarily the easiest thing in the world. But also, once you're the actual empire and stuff like this, I mean, I don't know. I feel like Palpatine shot himself in the foot a lot. Like, why did he have to have Vader as his second? If he knew Vader was capable of killing him, and Vader was the prophesized one to wipe. Yes, he was. The whole reason why he put him in a suit of armor that specifically weakened him is because Palpatine knew that Vader would eventually overtake him and become more powerful than he was. Yes, he could.
He definitely could. That's the whole fucking point of making this.
He lost the Force potential.
No, Palpatine. Look, Palpatine specifically states to Yoda in the films that Anakin will eventually surpass them both. But he also, in the comics, puts him in a suit of armor that is specifically meant to weaken him because he is afraid that he will eventually become too strong.
Vader
for Palpatine
has a lower
to deal with.
potential than Anakin.
I'll be honest. Freaking
Vader's
Palpatine.
Force potential is lower than
Yes,
Anakin's.
because he was sabotaged by Palpatine. That's my point.
No, because of all the damage to his body, it lowered his Force potential.
Yes, but Palpatine chose to not fix him. That's what I'm like. You're kind of arguing the same point that I'm saying. He put him in a suit, He messed up his breathing apparatus on purpose. Put him in a suit. He did not heal him in the way he was. He could have healed him because they have technology in the Star Wars universe that could literally bring him back to 100%. He didn't. He gave him a bunch of cybernetics and shit, and he decided to make this monstrosity version of Anakin Vader because he was afraid that Anakin would overtake him.
Yeah.
If it was the case that Palpatine knew that Vader and I mean, again, he is the prophesized one. Everyone knew, the Jedi knew, Quan Chi knew that Anakin was the one that was supposed to overtake and defeat Palpatine. So why would Palpatine?
Qui-Gon Jinn Quan Chi.
Did I? Qui-Gon, sorry. Qui-Gon. The whole reason for all of this was if everyone knew that he was the one who was destined, why would you keep the one that was destined alive?
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, what are you saying?
Once he is Vader, he can't besides the way he did kill him, there's no way he could actually take him one-on-one once he is Vader.
I don't 100% buy that, but even if we do buy that, it doesn't matter. He's prophesized as the one who will kill him. And Palpatine knows that he's prophesized, so why not just take care of the problem and find a new apprentice?
Okay, I do want to say this. Palpatine did try to do that a lot of times. Vader's just built freaking so different that literally every single assassination attempt.
Here's the thing.
No, Palpatine could have killed him when he found him by that lava bed and he could have ended all of his problems. He could
kill him at any point.
And he could and if he wanted to, he could have not fucked over Maul as many times as he did and just chose Maul as his
Any point if he wanted to. Let's get that straight. He very clearly wanted to kill Vader multiple times, but was unable to do so.
There is no reason he could not force lightning his ass to death.
No.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like Vader himself, like even when he becomes Vader, he can reach like 80% of Palpatine's full power or whatever. So he could still be a threat to Palpatine.
He could be a threat, but what I'm saying is Palpatine could kill him if he wants to.
To be fair, before Disney canon showed up, I would completely disagree with you. After Disney canon, they very clearly made Vader significantly weaker than I think he was originally intended to be. I mean, they had him lose to Obi-Wan, which I think it was pretty clear that Anakin was significantly stronger than Obi-Wan, and they made him lose to Obi-Wan an additional time. So now Anakin has lost Obi-Wan like 3 times canonically, which is crazy.
It was really
they also had him get beat. They had him get beat in the Jedi games to Cal Kestis's master, who's just like some random bullshit Jedi chick. Like they've had him lose way more in the canon than he used to.
Well,
so
she wasn't a master. She was
she was a master.
So Anakin's
but she wasn't his master.
I didn't say she was his master. She was yes, she took over the role as Cal Kestis' master after when he re-upped.
I guess you're right.
Yeah, I mean not like his original master, but she definitely helped him and she guided him in the first game, and it's implied that she very heavily helped him out in between games that we don't see. So I mean, it's semantics, but I think she could qualify as a master even if it's not official.
So Anakin's first loss to Obi-Wan in the prequel series, that was because he was tapping into the dark side of the Force. It was raw, untrained, it was primal. He didn't have proper control, and Obi-Wan did. So he won on...
No, it's because he had the high ground. That's literally the reason.
Okay.
Like it's literally stated that's the reason, because he had the high ground. Like you can't really argue against that. It doesn't really matter what the novels or anything else say. It's very clearly laid out
because of the technique.
It's not technical.
That's
It's not technical. I actually
high
think
ground is a significant advantage.
It's a significant advantage.
Not for a Jedi. I think it's dumb. Like we've seen Jedi, those Jedi, specifically Anakin and Obi-Wan, jump over buildings. Like if Anakin wanted to jump like slightly to the left of where Obi-Wan was next to him and continue the fight, he could have. If he wanted to jump completely over his head and land 30 feet behind him, he could have done that. He just didn't.
Well,
like
I think the implication is that Anakin got sloppy.
No, but that I would accept that if it wasn't for the fact that Obi-Wan was like, I have the high ground, you can't win. He's like, no, there's 1,000 different ways he can get. This fight can continue.
That was the point. The idea is that he was goading Anakin because obviously he had.
No, I think the point was really bad writing, personally, but
it was.
I think he just got sloppy. You know?
Point is, he had the high ground, easy W.
Well, if you see the original,
tell us that George Lucas's writing is
if you see the original what do you call it? The training, not training. Yes, the original choreography that wasn't in the actual movie, it was way better than the choreography that we eventually got, and it very clearly showed that Anakin was whooping Obi-Wan's ass the entire fight, and they actually added like a lot of really cool instances of Anakin fighting more closely to how Darth Vader fights, like using moves that we see Darth Vader use in the original trilogy. And it's just a lot. But in the final one, they kind of
hard strike.
Yeah.
What Anakin was doing.
Yeah, and like one-handed blows and stuff. But then when they went over to when they actually like made the choreography, they went into the movie. They had them fight way more evenly, which to me doesn't make any sense because at the beginning of the movie, we straight up see Obi-Wan getting his ass beat by Count Dooku, and Anakin beats Count Dooku pretty casually. So to me, even as a child, when I watched that movie, I thought it was very strange how they were fighting on par. When I'm like, wait, didn't they already show at the beginning of the movie that Anakin was way stronger? Like, it didn't make sense to me then. Doesn't make sense to me now.
Since last we met, Count.
Yeah.
So there was actually some bits of the story that could have helped out that wasn't in the movie. That Obi-Wan did have a lack of faith in his ability as a Jedi Master, which eventually he overcame when he defeats Grievous. But that's in the books, not even really.
Well, there's a lot of stuff they cut out of the movie that should have been in the movie. Like
Unfortunately, the prequels could have been so much better.
I would like to see the 3-4 hour cut of that movie because that's how much they cut out of it. I mean, originally there was a whole plot line where Padme was joining like this underground not segregates. What do they call them? The people who Anakin slaughters. Separatists. Yeah. So Padme actually in an alternate in like the longer cut, she joins the Separatists together, and they're both together. They start to build what eventually becomes the rebellion that fights against the Empire. And this is really interesting because one, it explains why they kill off the Separatists, but also it explains Anakin's reaction to Padme bringing Obi-Wan, because Palpatine puts it in Anakin's head that Padme has betrayed them and is creating a rebellion to go up against them, which he doesn't believe. He actually gets into an argument or a fight with the Emperor, being like, "No, she would never do that. She's with me always." And at the end, when Obi-Wan steps out of the ship, he links this together because he already feared the possibility that she had betrayed him. And by seeing Obi-Wan, it clicked in his brain where it's like, oh shit, she really has betrayed me. And that's why he lashes out at Padme. His lashing out at her makes way more sense in the actual 4 full hour cut than it does in the movie. It's just like, you brought him here to kill me. Like, why does he think that? Like, there's no reason for it, but it made sense in the original. I think the movie was very seriously harmed by the cut, but I don't think that it would have been a perfect movie even with the 4 hour cut. But and I usually don't give that.
I don't
think
it would have been a perfect movie, but I think it would have had much better choreography. We probably would have seen some clones die when Order 66.
Well, it's not that the fight choreography was shortened. It was just totally different fight choreography. It was very strange. I don't know where. The fight choreography was very clearly better.
Fight choreography. I didn't say longer. I just said better.
There's one 16 where it was in the very end fight. Anakin and Ben were fighting. They went into a sort of conference room, and Anakin was just constantly on the up and up, practically just whooping Ben until they eventually just went force to force and just ended up slinging each other both across the room. But freaking Anakin was just... They eventually got in a clash where Anakin was on top and they just slung each other away.
I think you're talking about the actual final fight that happens, like the one that's in the movie. That's in the movie. The one you're talking about is in the movie.
Maybe.
But no, I'm saying that there was a completely different fight that was choreographed that was way more imbalanced and showed very clearly that Anakin was better than Obi-Wan. But they took it out. My point is that what the idea of what originally I think was implied constantly throughout the series, that Vader was considerably stronger than Ben Kenobi, has now essentially been thrown out because of some editing choices, some writing choices, the fact that it is now no longer movies, but also an extended universe, that it goes to games and television shows where we've seen his ass be kicked multiple times by characters who we have previously thought to be considerably weaker than he was.
We see his potential in the shows a lot more.
I don't think we see his, but if we keep seeing him lose, then we're not seeing his potential. We already knew he had potential.
Yeah, that's what they do. Is they like, look how crazy his potential is, but he can't do it.
That's stupid.
That's what they do.
I don't like it.
I think the only time we see like a cool rendition of Vader in like the shows is probably like Rebels. He was really cool in that one.
Yeah, he was.
He had a very imposing presence in that one, but that's because the Inquisitors could take on the role of the easier-to-beat villain, where Vader was like the big bad. The other fun thing about Vader is he is actually able to slowly heal his limbs, but in doing so, he starts feeling relief, and so he loses the amount of force that he needs because his rage and pain are no longer fueling him. So as soon as he starts healing, he's no longer able to heal.
Does anybody know enough?
It's just eternal torture.
Does anybody know enough about the Star Wars universe to understand where the prophecy came from?
Actually, it's never explained. from
Isn't it?
what
I think isn't it just Yoda sees it and is like one of his prophecies.
So
Isn't
the
Yoda?
prophecy, the prophecy comes from the living will of the Force. So it comes from essentially who we know as the Father, which the only people to have ever met the Father are Obi-Wan, Anakin, Yoda, Qui-Gon.
Ahsoka.
And Qui-Gon only meets him after he dies.
Ahsoka's too. She's on
I
one
think
of them.
Was that in the
Yeah.
I think Ahsoka did meet them, yeah.
Personally,
My bad.
personally, I just don't think it's possible to show Palpatine as an intelligent character when he knows there's a prophecy that a guy's supposed to kill him, and he decides to keep
I
that
agree.
guy within like 20 feet of him for the next 30
But that's
years.
the Isekai part of it, right?
Well, the
If you
other thing
become
is
him,
Palpatine is
kill
subject to
Vader.
the will of the Force the same way the other Jedi are. He still has to follow along. It's another Eru Iluvatar thing. He is like the Force predestines everything in Star Wars.
He could just kill someone if he wants to, though. It's not like he's going to stop him killing someone.
He can kill him, but Anakin will come back as something else. The prophecy
Yeah,
will
but
be fulfilled. That is the
for
point.
60 years when Vader's dead.
But it will
Sure,
be a
Palpatine's
guarantee.
dead.
It will be guaranteed to be
Is
fulfilled.
this just a Sauron again?
So like a different character. So basically, like a different character is going to replace Anakin as like okay, like if he were like let's say you just theoretically you're Isekaied, right? You're fucking Palpatine. Anakin's burning up by the lava. You're like okay, let's fucking deal with this right now. Kill him. Luke Sky
into the lava.
Then like Luke Skywalker will have force push him. You don't have to walk down there. Why risk it? And then like Luke Skywalker would then take the place of that pre-prophesized person. It's just no longer Anakin. Now it's Luke
I don't know
Skywalker.
what he would do, though.
It's passed on essentially.
Either Luke would take on, or the Force itself would go and have another immaculate conception.
Well, actually, technically, if we're counting the canon Disney shit, Anakin was not the prophesized one. It was Rey.
Yeah, that's really fucked up anyway.
Yeah, it messes. The prophecy is bullshit. It's totally full of crap. It wasn't true.
You ruined it.
So
the prophecy isn't bullshit. It was eventually fulfilled. It's just fulfilled in a way
that's
that none of us like.
well, that's dumb because then it's not a prophecy. I mean, if the prophecy is that this person's going to be defeated and die, I mean, obviously he's going to die.
And it doesn't make sense for Anakin.
Like that would be like Dan. That would be like Dan if I say I have a prophecy right now, you're going to die. No shit. Like
it's
that's
saying that someone's gonna rise up and defeat him as the not the Dark Lord. Yeah, pretty much the Dark Lord for the Force. That
it
was
doesn't
just
explain who Anakin is. Then.
Well, to be fair, that's not even necessary. Well, no, the idea was someone was supposed to rise up and bring balance to the Force. That's what was supposed to happen. The fact of the matter is if they ever at any point make a sequel to the last Star Wars movie, which is it's only a matter of time before they do, they will then break the prophecy.
Well, also here's part of the issue. Here's part of the issue. In the original trilogy, where like we first learn about like the prophecy and all that, it ends really nicely wrapped up with Luke being the only Jedi, and he's in a very gray area. He was trained in the light side of the Force, but he accepted and forgave his father and is accepting emotional attachments again at the end of the series, which makes him none of the original Jedi Order. So he's starting to be a more balanced Force user.
That doesn't mean
the sequels, but then we got the prequels, which gave us this prophecy.
Well, wait. There's nothing.
At the end of the
feeling.
prequel,
Wait. Hold up. Feeling things is not something that is ever something that was a requirement in order to be a light side user. You can feel things and get married and stuff. That was always shown as being an over. Like an exact, like something that was a little, like stepping over the boundaries. Like the Jedi had that rule, but it was unnecessary. It was an unnecessary rule that was essentially like over. What is the word? The word I'm trying to think of is like. No, it was like it wasn't as they didn't have to go that far. Basically, yeah, it was excessive for them to avoid people falling into the dark side because emotions can get you into the dark side, but like completely cutting off all of them and just becoming a monk. I mean, I guess that has its own. I don't know. I guess they had the whole the idea was that as long as they live this life in this sort of monk-like way,
suppressed emotions will lead to the dark side in the same way though. If you have enough rage built up inside you at perceived slights, eventually you're gonna snap.
Yeah, so the Jedi were in some way wrong within there. I don't think that my point is that I don't think that Luke Skywalker feeling emotions and creating attachments to people was something that was going to automatically lead to the dark side. I think that was a fear that the Jedi had, but I don't think that makes him a great Jedi. I think he was still a light Jedi, even though he had human attachments.
Yeah, that's more legend stuff.
Which, to be fair, he didn't even really have any serious human, like he didn't have any romantic interests or anything in the movies. That was
He didn't have any romantic interests, but he had a ton of love for his sister.
A little too much.
Sometimes a little too much.
A little too much. Yeah, a bit. Yeah, I'm not gonna jump on that grenade, man. Come on.
Also, chat, Rouga predicted I'm gonna die, so now I have to live forever just to prove him wrong.
Yep. See, or else I'm a prophecy teller. Okay, Michael put, bro, trust I can win. Don't mind a dude with a gun. I swear, bro, he won't win. All right, that.
I think this is the whole.
He's still on the gun thing. What's up?
He's got one point though. That is why he's not as easy as Ainz even as the Emperor, because there is still a chance you could get killed.
Well, I don't think anyone on this list is gonna be as easy as Gold. He's literally the undisputed most powerful being in the entire universe, which is why I didn't want to put him on here.
If you're smart as the Emperor, you win. There's a chance you die.
Well, if what if what Dan is saying is right, and Palpatine is destined to lose no matter what, and there's always and the prophecy will be fulfilled, then he really should be up there with Sauron.
Yeah, this is just Sauron.
If he dies of old age, which could happen.
He doesn't die of old age. Freaking Rey stabs him in the spine.
Yeah, but that's also
no. He knows Darkseid techniques that
keep
prolong
him alive
life indefinitely.
Yeah.
Well, he also technically not necessarily. He made a clone in the sequel trilogy.
It prolongs your natural life unnaturally. It also does not defend you against, being thrown out of a building. Is in space.
If you were to take him place, you could just not do the really dumb shit like be one of the most powerful Force users ever and just get rid of your children like he did.
Well, then you're not a Dark Lord. Like you're gonna have to be.
We just don't have kids then.
To be the Dark Lord.
You could just not have a kid.
Don't have a kid.
Having a kid was really dumb for Palpatine.
Well, if it's not Rey, it's gonna be someone else. Someone else is gonna come by.
I don't think having a kid was dumb.
He did that on purpose?
I don't think having a kid. Wait, hold on. I don't think having a kid was dumb. I think not raising the kid was dumb.
Sorry, that's a better way. Well, I just meant because you're one of the.
But also, is there any evidence that children automatically? I know with Anakin and Luke that was the case, but with the whole Metachlorian bullshit, do children necessarily inherit the abilities of the Metachlorian count of their parents automatically? I thought that wasn't the case. I thought the universe just chose people and gave it to them.
Yeah.
It's a little bit both. If you have Force-sensitive parents, you are more likely to be a Force-sensitive. It's kind of like the wizards in Harry Potter. There is a chance that somebody who was born to non-Force-sensitive parents is extremely Force-sensitive. And then there's also just the people somewhere in the mix who are like, yeah, my great-grandfather on my dad's side was a Jedi, so I guess I am too now.
And this is something that's getting to like the shit that I didn't like about the prequels that they added, because the idea of the original trilogy is that like the Force is just something that anyone can learn. You just have to be taught. Like there wasn't anything special about Luke Skywalker or Leia or any of these people.
But you still have to be sensitive to it.
No, not in the original trilogy. There's nothing stated about being sensitive. This was stuff that was all added after.
Obi-Wan specifically says you have to be sensitive to it when Han is bashing the Force on the Millennium or on the.
I'm almost positive that's not the case. Is that true?
I wanted to call it the Ebon Hawk, but that's wrong.
Okay, the Ebon Hawk is from Coder, but
yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but it's the exact same ship.
Okay, so I don't remember that line, but I'll just agree with you guys because I'm assuming you guys are right. Multiple people are disagreeing with me. So okay, fine. But I don't know. It was always this mysterious thing that was just like something that it existed everywhere. It was just like, can you utilize it or can you not? It was like
the worse it got.
Yeah, and it was like for instance in the original trilogy, they never the first time we ever saw Force lightning is when the Emperor used it against Luke, and it was completely unexplained. Like, the idea that was even a dark side power was not a thing in the original trilogy. For all we know, he just, the fact when they later revealed that Force Lightning is specifically a Darkseid technique and not just something that this one dude was so powerful that he can actually use lightning, like, I don't know, I just felt like categorizing them in that way just kind of annoyed me. Like, I
Then it got more categorized. Where, like,
I
it's
do agree
actually
with
a Sith
that.
technique. It's actually this.
Yeah, like
I do agree with like that being kind of stupid, but I do like that it opened the door for people like Revan to exist, where they can use any technique because of just their innate ability.
I don't think Revan's very specific thing that he's got going on was worth the downfall of the entire universe as a whole. I like Revan, I enjoy him, but there's other cool things they could have done with Revan that wasn't like dark side, light side powers techniques, as opposed to this sort of fundamental force that just allows you to affect the universe as a whole in different ways. I don't know. It just seemed it was cooler before as a power before
If they had left it the way it was originally, things like Force Grow, Force Heal, pretty much any ability that just impacts the natural order would make a lot more sense in the current story if it was left the way it was in the original trilogy.
I think a lot of things would have just been better. Anyway, let's actually okay. So, do people think that he should be above or below Sauron? Is he worse or better than Sauron?
I say he's better because he doesn't have the eternal component of it.
Exactly.
He is better. He doesn't have the eternal component, and he does actually sort of win for a while there.
Yeah, he's a lot more successful.
That's actually good. He is the only character on the list who does actually win for a very long time.
20 years.
You get to fuck around as the Emperor for a long time.
About 20 years.
Decades.
Yeah.
You get a good 20 years out of it.
And,
I'd say that's pretty good.
It ain't that. I mean, how old isn't Luke Skywalker like 17 or something when he goes on his adventure?
20.
I thought he was late teens. Whatever. Maybe it's 20. I thought it was 17. But yeah, because he's still living at home and he's like about to like go off to the military and stuff. I think he's 17. I think it's like 17, 18 years is what he was actually in charge for. But yeah, I mean it's better than Vader.
For a while.
Yeah, for a little bit until he. Yeah, okay. We'll put him right. We'll pull him right before Sauron. I think that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so the last one for tonight, unless Super Chats start to build up, we're going to do Skeletor. Skeletor! I like Skeletor. Okay, so...
Skeletor's return again!
Does anybody know anything other than me about Skeletor?
Nothing.
Well,
I know a little bit, but not as much as you.
Wonderful. Okay, Skeletor...
Voice.
Okay, so Skeletor is awesome. This would really depend on what version we're using. If we're using the cartoon, it's just kind of fun. Because He-Man refuses to kill anyone in the cartoon. He like specifically is like not a pacifist, but he doesn't believe in taking life, so he'll never kill you. So you have an unlimited number of tries to just keep trying to take over the world, no matter how many times, and he'll just keep beating you and sending you packing, and then you can just come back with new plans, almost like a fun sort of little thing that you got going. If it's in anything else other than the cartoons, like the comics or anything, He-Man will totally fucking kill you. And he's absolutely capable of doing so. You do have the benefit, like, okay, so if this was Hordak, you'd be a lot better off. Like, I've talked about this in videos. If you guys haven't seen it, I'll just give you a quick explanation. But basically, Skeletor is on Eternia, and Eternia is protected by He-Man. He-Man is insanely fucking powerful, and Skeletor, even though he's this cosmic, insanely powerful, alternate dimensional horror wizard, he still can't overcome He-Man to take over Eternia and use Eternia's infinite power to take over the rest of the multiverse. So he constantly gets his ass beat by... If we were doing Hordak is not on Eternia, he is on Etheria. And Etheria, the defender of Etheria is She-Ra, who is nowhere near as powerful as He-Man, and Hordak rules over the entire planet with an iron fist. So if Hordak's case... It's like this small rebel group trying to overtake him, who's just leading the entire planet pretty easily without anything really stopping him from doing so. And then you go over to Eternia, and it's the exact opposite because the enemy of Skeletor is like way sorry. So I think it's kind of not great. Because the thing that you
but
want
also-
is too powerful for you to overtake and actually acquire, so you will essentially, every time you go out and have a plan, there's a chance that He-Man will fucking kill you if you're not smart and powerful.
There's a
enough to
chance
deal
that
with it.
he'll kill you, but isn't Skeletor still alive to this day in the comics?
Well, there are variations of the character who have been killed in certain. Again, it would depend on the iteration, but in the most powerful iterations, he is the Master of Death. So he essentially defies death and can keep coming back. There have been times and like.
Oh wait, so he can just be killed an infinite number of times because he's the Master of Death, which in that universe means he has complete control over that concept.
He has
right?
complete control. Not to that degree necessarily. It's not so much the concept that he's in control of. It's sort of just a rule of the universe that he has control of. So it's like, Beastman is the master of beasts. He can control any being that can be described as a beast. It's not like he can create new beasts or delete beasts. He doesn't have like control over concepts. But beasts, that thing, anything that applies to that word, he can control. Kind of the same thing with all of them. Skeletor can control death. He's the master of it. He can come back to life and stuff like this. It doesn't really matter how many times you kill him, he comes back to life. Again, there are variations because He-Man and the Masters of the Universe is a multiverse, and there are various versions of Skeletor. Some of them he does get killed in. I think one of them he gets thrown into like a big ditch and dies, like very easily. Most of them, though, He-Man and Skeletor just fucking fight forever. At one point, one of the coolest stories, Skeletor actually sees into the multiverse, and he realizes that in infinite number of universes, he has never won and overcome He-Man, which pisses him off to no end, and he just like goes off and he just like does like some of the craziest shit he's ever done in comics, and just starts like, oh god, he basically becomes like a god and then starts like massacring everybody. He kills people that
and he still doesn't win against He-Man, does he?
He still doesn't win against He-Man. No, but he ends up, but he hurts He-Man in ways that he had never done before because he basically finds. But yeah, so basically the issue here, he's not fated to lose, but the victory conditions are so stacked against him, like it's very.
So is this a Darkseid situation then?
What do you mean?
Where it's just kind of eternal stalemate?
It's not an eternal.
Like, he doesn't have the writer's issue.
No, he doesn't have the writer's.
He's
I think it's
constantly stuck because of He-Man.
I think he's closer to something like Lord Zedd, where Lord Zedd is super powerful, and but there are things out there that are more powerful than him that are stopping him from taking over the entire galaxy or the entire universe. Skeletor wants to take over the entire multiverse, not just the universe, but he knows that the key to do that is on Eternia, and the thing that can stop him is living on Eternia, defending it. It's the one dude. That's why he hates He-Man so much. Like, if He-Man didn't exist, even if you erased Eternia from existence, it didn't exist. It wasn't which you can't do without destroying the universe, but because it's the center of all creation. But let's just say it didn't exist. Then Skeletor would go after Hordak. He'd go after She-Ra. He'd take them out. He'd go after Horde Prime. He'd take him out. He would just take it over slowly. But that would take like a limitless amount of time because the Master of the universe is limitless in size and power. So
the side thing here,
he'd be fighting.
What is He-Man the master of?
Eternity.
So is he immortal?
So you're just fucked.
Well, no
matter what you do.
Well, he has power over things like destiny, fate. He has power over the time stream and timelines. He has power over.
So even if you did manage to beat him in one timeline, he has power over the timeline.
It's never happened, so who knows? It's literally never happened. So
He-Man immortal.
But it's basically a catch-22. Even if you beat him, you're fucked anyway because he has power over the timeline.
He-Man is. I guess the power of He-Man is immortal. Adam, who is the man who turns into He-Man, is not immortal. He will eventually die of old age, but his power will be passed on to the next chosen one, and then that person can become He-Man, and He-Man will continue to fight.
Chosen person of Castle Grayskull. So wait, what if you just managed to like wait out the time before everybody died?
Then He-Man,
you got chosen by Castle Grayskull or something.
You wouldn't. You're Skeletor. You will never get chosen. But if even if an Adam did die, the sword would be passed on to the next person, who would then likely be a more powerful version of He-Man, since every following version is stronger than the last.
Oh shit! It's an Avatar situation. Every person gets the.
Kind of, yeah.
If you killed everyone around He-Man, there would be no next He-Man, though.
Yeah, if you slaughtered everyone, but you would still have to overcome He-Man himself to do that. And also,
Mass
and also,
genocide as He-Man is dying.
And also, there are things within He-Man in the Master of the Universe that allow them to resurrect people from the dead. So it's still
okay.
Yeah, it does. It doesn't happen often. It's not easy, but it is possible. There are items.
Even if you managed to commit mass genocide as He-Man died, you'd still lose.
If you could even kill He-Man, it's not 100% whether or not Skeletor is capable or has the power to kill He-Man. If there's anyone in the universe that can, it would be Horde Prime or Skeletor. But Skeletor has not been able to do it yet.
What if you just left Eternia and went to like a different spot and said, you know what, I'm just gonna set up shop somewhere else?
It would just take forever.
Eventually go back to Eternia.
You can, but then you would be saying goodbye to the whole goal of Skeletor, which is to take over everything.
Can I say this real quick? What's up with like 99% of this list either being you get cucked by God or fate itself will just not allow you.
It's not 90. It's only 2 characters. It's only Sauron and Palpatine so far. Fate.
No. Satan gets cucked by God. Freaking.
Well, he's Satan. That's an obvious one.
Satan gets cucked by God. Darkseid gets cucked by God. Freaking.
No, Darkseid gets cucked by the writers.
By the writers. Yeah, not God necessarily. The writers. The writers.
Might as well be God. Freaking.
Yeah.
Like, the only people excluded from that is freaking Lord Ainz, Zedd, and Griffith, and even then, those
and
guys
Skeletor.
aren't really
Well, if you looked at Skeletor, the Borg, and Bison.
Actually, I have another one that would be in that exact same vein though, because Voldemort has the exact same prophecy shenanigans that Sidious does.
Well, it would depend on where the prophecy comes from. I don't like prophecies.
The prophecy came from magic itself in Harry Potter.
So
it literally worked its way through Trelawney. That's the only reason Dumbledore keeps her around.
2 story tropes that I absolutely despise, like on a deep emotional level, are Chosen One stories and prophecies. I hate them both.
I don't mind prophecies. I hate Chosen One.
I hate prophecies. I can't stand them.
So the fact that there's both Chosen One and prophecy in both Star Wars and Harry Potter.
Yeah, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of either of them. To be honest with you.
That's fair. But Voldemort would be in that exact same boat as Sidious, where he's fucked no matter what. Because even if Harry hadn't been the Chosen One, Neville would have been.
Yeah. So Michael says, "Easy dub, bro. You could just funk. I'm sorry to say fuck Etheria or whatever and take over." Yeah, he's saying just give up on Eternia and just go to Etheria and take over Etheria instead.
But even if you did that, you'd still lose in the long run because Hodor already works for Skeletor.
Well, there's issue. No. Hordak does not work for Skeletor. Actually, Hordak actually trained Skeletor. So originally.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so there's conflicting stories with Skeletor, but essentially because over the years they've changed his origin. So originally he was a being from another universe, a universe where the concept of evil was birthed from. That's where he's from, and he's just like one cosmic being from this alternate. Like he's the only one we ever meet that comes from here and just dips into Eternia, and he just like that's the one that I like. I think that's cool. There's another one that's very heavily implied to be the brother of King Randor, who wanted the throne but fucks off and because he can't have it, and then he becomes corrupted by evil magics and comes back for the throne. That's the most boring one. I don't like that one at all. But there's also one that somewhere along the line he was actually a servant to Hordak. Hordak trained him and taught him a lot of what he knows before Skeletor eventually went into this other universe, learned way more, came back, and completely overpowered Hordak. So, I mean, it's arguable if Skeletor jumped over to Etheria if he actually would be able to take over the planet, because he would have to deal with She-Ra, who he can deal with, he has in the past, and Hordak at the same time, and all of Hordak's army, which I think personally he would be able to take that, but it wouldn't be something that would be easy, and if he did it and Hordak failed, he would then summon Hordak Prime to the planet, which I don't think Skeletor can deal with. Also, if he did go to Etheria and kill She-Ra, that's the sister of He-Man, and He-Man would just would not allow that.
He-Man's gonna come after him.
So he would still have to deal with He-Man regardless. The real option you would have is just to leave the planet. But the problem is that Horde Prime has taken over the entire universe outside of Etheria and Eternia. So anywhere else that Skeletor tries to go outside of those 2 planets,
He's not competing with Horde
You are now competing with Horde Prime, who is arguably the most powerful being in the entire Masters of the Universe even
And
more so than
if you can't
He-Man.
stand with He-Man, then you probably can't stand with Horde Prime.
I mean, don't get me wrong. He-Man has overcome Horde Prime before, but it usually happens when he teams up with She-Ra and like everybody comes together to deal with him.
And the
Oftentimes,
power of friendship and Grayskull.
oh no, it's not the power of friendship. It's just a lot of powerful people teaming up to go up against one dude. It's not the power of friendship. It's like we need a lot of superpowered dudes.
All right.
Yeah.
So then, in that case,
with superpowers.
let's do the cartoon version of this guy, because that feels like the more fun one to be isekai into.
That does sound funnier.
I mean, it's funny.
That way it's just a constant tug of war. It's like you're trying to figure out the puzzle of how to beat He-Man.
But I don't.
Sounds like Zedd.
Never risk dying.
I don't like it because it's too kiddie. And it's not the He-Man that I like kind of like register with. Like He-Man's an interesting character when he's not held back by 1980s children's show writing. Like when he is very generic and basic, and he says corny lines, and he's basically like a G.I. Joe character. You know, he's not like interesting. And Skeletor is not interesting. He's just like, He-Man, This is like okay. And then Beastman, Beastman is fucking retarded, and he constantly messes up Skeletor's plans because he's so stupid. And then Skeletor's like, damn you, Beastman! It's just like it's fun for kids, but it's not like the most interesting variation of these. I like the Beastman that's like a military strategist, tactician, who can run all of Skeletor's armies. I like the version of Skeletor that's dark as fuck and like goes to war and kills millions of fucking people all the time and tries to take over as the master of death. None of that shit is in the cartoon. The cartoon's fun, but it's not what I find to be interesting about the Masters of the Universe universe.
I did not realize that Masters of the Universe was so 40K in like sheer awesome and sheer heavy metalness.
Oh, dude, there's a lot of stuff. Oh, there's all kinds of. I'm not gonna say it's 40K, but there's a lot. Like outside of Etheria, I mean, the universe sucks. Like I wouldn't want to live there. Like I said, almost the entire universe is taken over by Horde Prime, who is an insanely cruel and vicious space dictator. The only free planet that I'm even aware of is Etheria. Is Eternia, and it's only because He-Man's there. I don't even.
Earth thing in this universe?
What's
or
up?
is that, like,
Earth doesn't exist. There is
it's mentioned in it's mentioned in the recent series, the anime on Netflix.
Fuck that. It's not. No, don't. That changes so much shit. It's like they break so many rules. They ignore so many previously established things. I don't know what the Kevin Smith was thinking when he made that show. I watched the first 2 seasons and I couldn't stand it. Like I thought the first season was okay, kind of annoying, not too bad. Second season I was like, fuck this show. This show's awful. They break everything. They completely kick out Skeletor and He-Man, and they replace Skeletor with fucking Evil Lyn, and they replace He-Man with Teela. And they make He-Man like kind of a bitch, and I don't know. I'm good.
The Revolution 3rd season sequel show fixes a lot of that.
Oh, the CG one. I heard good things about the CG one. I've never seen it.
There's another one. The CG show, it's its own thing, but there's Revelations got a sequel called Revolution.
No, I'm good.
That's only.
I'm good. Revolution is just a sequel to Revelations, and I didn't like Revelations.
Can I say this though?
And they made.
Wait, let him talk. Let the other guy talk. What were you saying, man?
I mean, it sounds like.
Not you, the other guy. Go ahead.
It sounds like you're kind of okay. Skeletor, let's say main universe, not the kid version. It sounds like you're kind of boned. You can't beat He-Man. You can't beat Prime.
I'm not saying you can't beat He-Man. It's just really difficult. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like to He-Man, in He-Man's mind, Skeletor is the biggest threat to the universe, not Horde Prime. Like Skeletor is the one that he's constantly like. Okay, when Skeletor shows up, shit gets real. Skeletor. I'm not gonna. Respect isn't the right word, but he understands the potential danger that Skeletor faces in a way that I think nobody else does. And to He-Man, who is the strongest hero in the entire universe, Skeletor is the one to fear, not necessarily Horde Prime. But so I mean, it's not like you're not capable of overcoming.
Just like Bev and Zed.
It's just not very likely, and it's so not likely that it's literally never happened before across every universe that's ever existed. He-Man always wins because Skeletor has so much going against him. He has the power of Castle Grayskull. He has the Sorceress, who is arguably just as, if not more powerful than him. He has He-Man, who is arguably more powerful than him. He has Master at Arms, Mr. Roboto. He's got like so many sorcerers and all kinds of crazy shit that just like He-Man they're very well established on that planet, and he's just like. But like I said, I think it would be really interesting if there was a comic series with Skeletor just being like, fuck this, I'm going to Horde Prime. I'm just gonna take him on because this is not working. And then he just like goes to fuck with Horde Prime. I would read an entire comic series that just followed Skeletor going to war with Horde Prime and just hey, He-Man's not even in it because I think it would be fascinating. Just watch these two like fucked up dark characters go to war with each other.
Could you imagine just being like He-Man and just witnessing like just Skeletor and Horde Prime going at it? It's like, ha, look at
He
this
just
guy.
leaves.
He can't be him either.
No, that would be honestly, if Skeletor and Horde Prime did go to war with each other, that would probably not end well for anybody. That would cause all sides because there's no way you do that and not bring those problems to Eternia. I think He-Man would not laugh at all. I think He-Man would be very like upset that that's happening. I mean, maybe like maybe for the first 5 seconds he might be like he might be like, hey, my two enemies are trying to kill each other. This is good for me. But then like 10 seconds after that, he'll be like, oh shit, wait, this is not good.
It's like those memes where it's like Skeletor and Horde Prime are fighting, and it's like, wait. Skeletor and Horde Prime are fighting.
Yeah, no, this is it would definitely be very interesting. Anyway, I think that you could probably put Skeletor somewhere around Zedd, but probably he's gonna be a little worse than Zedd, just because I think the threats.
You do have a chance of winning.
You do have a chance of winning.
Low.
Yeah, like Lord Zedd is never gonna take over the universe because he can't overcome the what's his face Dark.
Power Rangers.
Yeah, the guy. We talked about him earlier. Dark something. Whatever.
Yeah.
The fucking dude. Yeah, the cosmic entity on. So he can't beat him. There's other tyrants and other overlords or other like space warlords or whatever that he struggles against. He's just one warlord in a universe filled with evil warlords. He can win, but he's not as strong. Skeletor is basically the exact same situation. Essentially, except in this case, I think that the threats he has to overcome are a lot bigger. It's not that there are a bunch of other warlords that are equally as powerful as him. There's one warlord in the whole planet who is called Horde Prime, who is considerably more powerful than him. And while I wouldn't say that He-Man is considerably more powerful than him, overall, I mean, He-Man is a very difficult situation. Like, there's literally a spell in Masters of the Universe that He-Man can utilize whenever he wants that calls upon all of the greatest heroes across all of time in their prime and brings them to the current timeline to help him fight against whatever threat he wants to fight against. There is another spell that's called, I think, Hero's Journey, which automatically teleports He-Man to the exact point in time that he wants to be at, that he needs to be out in order to give him the greatest chance of success in any situation that he's in. How the fuck, as Skeletor, are you supposed to overcome this? If you
It sounds like him and Zedd are probably equal then.
Yeah, like it's very, very difficult. Now, don't get me wrong, Skeletor constantly comes close. He comes close a lot, but it's just never happened. Zedd
almost beats the Power Rangers a lot too.
Yeah, but Zedd has more to overcome than just the Power Rangers.
Yeah, that's true.
Even after he beats even if he does overtake the Power Rangers, that would just give him Earth. He's still got a whole other galaxy.
Cancer.
Yeah, he still has the whole other universe to overcome. He can't overcome Dark, whatever his name is. Again, I'm forgetting. And he can't overcome a lot of the other warlords that are out there. Well, I guess he can overcome those because I'm not sure if any of them are necessarily stated to be strong. Like, he can't overcome Lord Drakon. Drakon's way stronger than he is. So there's just a lot of issues that he's going to run into. Neither of them can take over the entire universe. But the issue with Skeletor is that his main goal is to take over specifically Eternia. Like Lord Zedd is going to take over Earth easier than Skeletor is going to take over Eternia. He's literally trying to take over like the most powerful planet in the universe. Because that is where the creation of the multiverse began, is on Eternia. The power to rule all of the multiverse, it lies on Eternia, and it just happens to be defended by the most powerful being that exists in the universe, second only to Horde Prime. But then again, He-Man has also overcome Lord Prime, so that's arguable too. Anyway, yeah, it's not gonna go well for.
So needless to say, being Skeletor is not a good choice.
It'd be fun.
That'd be
I mean,
fun.
yeah, sure, for a while, and then you just kind of get bored and annoyed.
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, regardless. I mean, you still rule, like, even you still rule like a large section of the planet with an iron fist. You have an army. You have citizens who are underneath your rule. I mean, yeah, it's got its perks, I'm sure. It's just
and you have colossal awesome power.
Yeah, you have tons and tons of crazy magical abilities that it's like you put Skeletor in basically any other universe and he is ruling with an iron fist very easily. Very easily. The series has been going on for so long that he has so many wacky fucking spells that he's utilized. Like there's one spell that he uses called Death Cloud, where he creates where it basically covers the entire planet with a cloud of death. And it's a living cloud, like it's a summon, like it's alive, and it has a face and arms, but it's just made out of a cloud, and anyone who touches it immediately dies. And then those people can be resurrected into zombies that then attack other people, and like that's just one of like 10,000 fucking different crazy spells that he uses that are just like broken ass abilities. Like I mean, he's been able to I've talked about this before too. He's been able to smack a hammer on a gavel on an anvil, and he smacked it with so much force that it blew up several planets across the universe. The dude's not a bitch.
He was making a staff.
He was making a staff, yeah. And then he ripped the souls from those planets and put them into the staff to empower the staff. This was just his basic human strength without him using any magic. Like the character is massively powerful. He's end level boss for any universe that's not specifically He-Man and the Master of the Universe, because He-Man and the Master of the Universe is a stupidly overpowered universe. Like if you brought Skeletor to even I think Marvel or DC, he's fucking up like 90% of the universe. Like he's really giving it problems. Dude's broken.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that happen. Like him being a very big problem in any other universe, like Marvel.
Yeah.
I see why them versus Doom is your special.
No, if I ever get to it.
Oh yeah, that's right. You still have that video coming out. So
I said when I get 35,000. I'm still not there. So
you gotta have hope. What?
What's up?
I just said you have to. I just said you gotta have hope. You're 31.5.
Yeah, but the subscriber counts. Well, I think we're about to hit summer, so I actually think I'm probably gonna get a boost in subs and views in the next coming months. Because
a bunch of people.
Oh, dude, last summer I got a massive boost. 1 month I got like 6,800 subs in a single month. Just to compare, last month I got like 700. So like summer was a big like time for me last year. So I don't know. We'll see. We're not quite there yet, but we'll see what happens next month.
I think I found your channel last summer. Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people did. I would say but at the start of last summer, I had, I don't know, maybe 2,500 subs, and then by the end of the summer, I was up to like 1,500. I was basically getting over 5,000 every month for like 4 months straight. Yeah, it was
pretty good. That's
yeah,
pretty good.
Yeah, like my shit exploded last summer. I'm hoping there's a bit of, but it slowed down when the holidays came, like around Christmas and stuff. And then from January to now, it's just been plummeting every single month. It's less and less and less and less. I'm hoping that now that summer hits, I hope it doesn't continue. Like if it continues to plummet and just keeps going that way, I'm honestly gonna have to go back to work. It just is what it is, and I'm not gonna shut down the YouTube channel, but you're gonna see way less videos on the YouTube channel. So I'm hoping this summer is essentially going to be my testing ground to see if the channel's growth was just a one-time thing last summer, or if this is something that's going to continue in the long run, and I'm just going to, like, every summer my channel's going to explode and views and all that kind of stuff is going to increase every year. If it doesn't increase every year, gotta go back to work because I'm not making enough to really survive off of this. But I don't know. We'll see. Summer's really it's gonna be the deciding factor for that. You know,
I'm willing to bet that you will be fine. I'm sure everything's gonna be just fine.
See,
And
now,
hey, when
now you
those are
jinxed
due,
it.
you can make another Helldivers video.
Actually, my last Helldivers video didn't do well. So
Oh,
I don't
really?
actually, yeah. So I don't know if people have gotten tired of Helldivers, or it was probably
That's
that just.
surprising.
Well,
About damn time.
well, honestly, it's possible that it was just for like 3 months straight. Helldivers didn't have anything interesting happening. So it's like just the basic viewership and care that people
Really
had for
big right now.
Helldivers. Right now, it is. Yeah, my next video is a Helldivers video. So that's which probably will be out hopefully Tuesday morning. I don't know for sure. Maybe Tuesday morning. I don't know. It's on the community what the video's about. I already posted it, but yeah, I think we're probably gonna end it here because we haven't really been getting any super chats or anything. This is a very slow. This is a very slow stream for me. Normally, I would have made way more at this point.
I still can't send you any super chats myself, so that could be an issue for some other people.
Maybe.
No one said anything.
Maybe they're just racist. YouTube doesn't like you.
Racist.
YouTubes are just racist, and they just don't like Doug because they're racist.
Apparently.
Well, now I'm tempted to do some like my own fan redesign of Skeletor because he sounds really cool.
Skeletor is awesome, dude. Like I don't really like. Well, to be fair, I've always liked Skeletor and He-Man. I've always enjoyed them. Talking about them on the channel has sort of revitalized my joy of them, you know. And I've dug deeper into the lore than I have in the past. I've always known a good bit about the lore, but I never really dove into it as much as I have currently for the channel. I even bought this like really badass book that's like an encyclopedia of everything. Like it's every location, every item, every character, and it goes in deep detail of every single thing. And I've been reading through that, and you know, I'm learning things that I didn't even realize because I haven't read all the mini comics, which by the way, I also now own all the mini comics, which is a massive fucking tome that's like 1,500 pages. It's all the mini comics. In case you're not aware, there's a couple of different canons. Well, technically now it's all one canon since they've established that Master of the Universe is a multiverse, so it all has happened. But the mini comics were always considered the main canon because that was comics that were released with the toy line. So you would go to a store and you would buy like a toy of Merman, right? And then it would come with a little comic book, and the comic book would tell you a story with Merman. And those comics would actually add to the overall greater universe of He-Man. The show from the 80s was adaptations of those comics. And it's not like these comics were just like bullshit, nothing, who gives a fuck. They got like legitimately talented writers to come in and write the comics for like you're talking about what's his name, Tim Steele. I think Mark Miller has written for him. The fucking Mike Mignola has written for him, the creator of Hellboy. Who's the big one who did Sin City? I'm forgetting his name. He came
Frank
in.
Miller?
Is that Mike? That's not Mike Miller, huh?
Frank Miller.
Frank Miller. Yeah. Frank Miller's written for them. Yeah, they like all the big guys have come in and written for these little mini comics that would come with these action figures. They knew look. I say a lot of bad shit about Mattel because they annoy me with the copyright strikes, but they know how to sell their fucking product. And like the idea that you would just buy a toy in a store and it would actually come with a comic book that told you a story and explained what that toy that you just bought was and gave you a story behind it, which made you want to buy more toys to even know more about the character and shit. That's a fucking good way to sell some toys. That's a good way to sell some toys.
Something they don't do anymore.
You know,
Unfortunate.
That's the exact that's like the exact opposite reason for why I'm really pissed off with Hasbro and how it's handling Transformers. Because I wish they would actually do that with like little comics that would come with the figures. Like tell you what's
even
up.
worse about the Transformers is that half the times they don't even like make good ones. Like they make some good ones, like sometimes like a good Megatron or two, but like with Soundwave, you rarely get to see a good Soundwave figure. It's like I feel like Hasbro's kind of fumbling the bag.
I feel like Transformers should be a lot cooler than it is. Like the concept the concept is awesome, but like the actual when you actually dive into the story, the lore, all the stuff that happens, you kind of come to a conclusion pretty fast. It's actually not really as cool as it should be. I mean, it's really a shame because I watched that Transformers 1 movie, and that was like the best Transformers thing I've seen ever.
Transformers 1.
Maybe.
It was that was a great movie.
It was
Yeah,
really
Transformers
solid.
1, I think actually dived into what the story should have been a while ago.
Well, it dove into what makes the story interesting, which is that Megatron and Optimus are friends, and I think it has issues. I think the story was rushed. I think that Megatron's turn was way too fast. But
that's a common criticism. Even I hold that same criticism. But
it's just the movie was only an hour and a half, and I mean that's all it is. It happened very, very quickly. I get what they were leaning into, like the idea that Megatron was so adamant on his love for like his admiration for Sentinel Prime and his society, just to realize that it was all a lie. It made him extremely angry, and he lashed out at the world. But I thought that when he dropped Optimus and tried to kill Optimus, when Optimus did nothing but try to help him, that's when I was like, okay,
unrealistic.
I don't buy that
I
part.
think I think the point of that was mainly just showing because Megatron
it was too
and
much.
Optimus was constantly getting
It was too much.
Megatron into trouble. But I feel like they could have showed that a little bit.
They did not
more,
show
maybe,
it
like,
very
story-style.
well. Like, well, I mean, he even says when he drops him, he's like, no, I'm done protecting you, or I'm done saving you, or something like that, because he spends the whole movie going out of his way to help Optimus, but Optimus always drags him into situations he doesn't want to be in. And yes, that is a theme that is run through the movie, but in that particular moment, I just don't think it fit for him to like try and murder his friend, who up to that point has done nothing bad to him at all. Like it was too much too soon. I almost think
longer,
I almost think not necessarily.
They just spaced it.
Yeah, they should have had something happen, maybe a conversation between Optimus and Megatron where they actually, like, where you saw that there was maybe some, not hatred, but there was some animosity that Megatron felt about him beforehand, which wasn't really there.
Actually, what would have been a better option? What would have been a better option is if Optimus got the gang into a really bad situation, because Optimus has said that he doesn't feel like a good leader multiple times, and him getting the crew into a bad situation that almost got everyone killed probably would have been a better way to show that Megatron is starting to really not like Optimus, but they didn't do that. So
look, there's a lot of stuff the movie had to deal with in a very short amount of time. Not only did they have to show the story of how Optimus and Megatron acquired the powers that they had, despite the fact they started off not having the gear or whatever they call the thing in their chest. They had to do that story. Yeah. They had to reveal the evil and figure out that their entire society has been lying to them this whole time. They had to have Megatron build the Decepticons and essentially create an entire separate sub-faction within the overall Transformer society. They then had to have the relationship develop between the two so that you cared for them, as well as have that relationship fall apart to the point that they became enemies. And then they had to have they had to overcome Sentinel Prime, and then have them turn on each other and have Megatron and Optimus go to war with one another all in the same movie, all in 90 minutes. It's a lot. Something was going to get kicked out. I almost feel like the last... What's up?
They did all right for their first.
No, I think the movie was good. Like I'm not hating on the movie. My one thing that really irritates me is that no one watched it. Like it made no money in theaters, and this caused Hasbro to come out and declare that they will never give money to make another Transformers movie.
I thought it did okay.
Really sucks. I really thought that this movie was gonna do very well, but I think maybe the only problem.
I don't know. I don't try to predict why things happen. I can't really say anything because I didn't watch it in theaters, so I can't even argue like, oh man, I really wish I didn't watch it. I saw it when it came on Prime. Maybe if it went on Netflix or Prime or something for free, it would get enough views after the fact that maybe Hasbro would change its mind and want to make another movie. I doubt it. I don't think that streaming's gonna make it all that much. I don't think any amount of demand is gonna make Hasbro or make another movie if they lost money on the first movie, which they very clearly did. Yeah, it sucks. I wish there would be a sequel because we need like a good Transformers series that's continuously ongoing. I mean, but honestly, but my whole thing is like, even if the movie didn't do well and people didn't watch it to the same degree, you have to imagine that when a Transformers movie comes out, it's got to increase toy sales. Like they have to count that too. I mean, I would assume.
Okay.
Yeah, they
That is a
did.
good assumption. That is a
It
good
also
assumption.
takes into account toy manufacturing. Sorry.
No, but the individual toy sells more than it costs to make the toy. So it doesn't. That's toy manufacturing really shouldn't come into play. Yeah, but you're gonna lose some of the money, but every toy that is purchased, they're still making money off of it.
You're right, but the
That
thing
is a good
is, they don't make.
assumption, but if
they
you
don't
actually looked at how like Hasbro handles the toys, you realize that they're really stupid because they have like their funds for like toys like allocated to not like the stuff that's like being shown in like the movies or shows, but the stuff that's like fucking like the legacy whatever like side toy line for like collectors and like teenagers and whatever the fuck, not to the target audiences of like the shows and movies that they're making, meaning that like those suffer the budgets for like the toys that like they make for like the shows and movies suffer horribly, and they make really shitty toys to for like moviegoers or show watchers to get, well like people like who are like in their 20s or 30s or teenagers or whatever can like get toys of like characters that haven't appeared in anything for the last 30 or 20 years.
Yeah, well,
I'm
there's that. But
I will say.
Wait, let Doug talk. He's been trying to say something.
Yeah. Sorry, Doug. You go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, good. Just trying to say that for the manufacturing with the toys, yeah, they would be able to make a profit back easily, but if they don't actually make a certain amount of profit, that would usually businesses pull a plug if they don't make.
Yeah, no, I'm not denying that. I'm just saying whatever their toy sales were before the movie, you would assume that the toy sales jumped up after the movie. Maybe not enough to like subset what they lost on the movie. Probably not, I would assume. But I mean, honestly, at this point, I think those toys probably cost more than a movie ticket at this point. Those fucking things are expensive. Like
they're getting more expensive.
Those things are stupidly expensive.
It depends on the toy that is made, because nowadays, like, I don't even think they're making all new like stuff. Like the ones that like the new Transformer toys that usually come out are like made of like die cast metal and like made from like third party companies.
So funny story. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Trey, my nephew, he was like, I don't remember, 5 or something. And I bought him. He liked Doom Eternal. I played it with him. He liked it. He liked to play it. So I bought him an action figure of Doom guy. It was a nice action figure, and I saw how much it was. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is like a fucking $60-$70 action figure. That's insane.
Ooh.
So I bought
the Figma one.
I don't remember, but I bought it and I gave it to him, and he loved it. And he played with it and blah blah blah. And then later on, I found out that what I bought was a limited edition, very rare, like specific version of that toy. That then like jumped up in price like significantly as long as it was kept in the box. So it went from being like a $60 toy that I just thought was overpriced because I've never bought like an action figure since I was a child. I don't know how much action figures cost, so I just bought it and gave it to him. But before then, realizing that this motherfucking thing is like worth $700 now, and it's just in his toy box and he just plays with it, and it's like it's not worth that because. Like, he doesn't even have, like, some of the pieces to it anymore. But it's just, like, we got, like, nearly $1,000 fucking toy in his toy box that he just, like, plays with on occasion. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Oops.
Yeah, it was whatever. Fuck it.
Hey, I remember having a Bumblebee action figure a while back. It was actually my brother's. And nowadays it's, like, really expensive because it was from the Bayverse Transformers line. And I may or may not have broke it, but to be fair, my brother broke it first, so...
You just broke it harder.
I just finished the job.
Yeah, fortunately there are like cheaper options with Transformer toys, but like the shit that they do for like the shows and movies are the cheapest options possible, which is really
Yeah.
stupid because like the shows are like what's selling the brand. The movies are what's selling the brand. Why are you not allocating the funds from the side collectible stuff to the shit that like teenagers and whatever the fuck will actually or like kids would actually want to get?
Well, they are. They
Like,
are. That's not true. They are. They're not putting it in movies necessarily, but there's always a Transformers TV show going on. There's always a He-Man TV show going on. They are advertising. The shows are just significantly cheaper than the movies are. So why would they waste money on a $200 million movie when they can put $10 million on a single season of a TV show on Netflix and probably get a similar number sales-wise, because that is acting as their advertisement still.
Yeah, and the thing is that they're still making like Transformers toys to this day. I mean, if you haven't seen those Robo G1 toys for Bumblebee, Optimus Prime, and Megatron, even though they're really hella expensive, like they're still making stuff.
Yeah, the Rebels stuff is really impressive, even if it's.
I really think they did good.
Yeah, the Bumblebee one is just immaculate.
It's so expensive. It is
$1,000
so expensive.
per unit. Dear God.
Yeah. Well, like I'm
I
actually
would never get that in my life.
I know this is off the toy conversation, but I'm actually surprised that they're making a He-Man movie right now.
They are.
They are.
That's
Yeah,
definitely gonna be
it's
fun.
already fully casted. They've released images of what the chick who plays Tila looks like. We haven't seen what He-Man looks like yet, but
Do you know who
did they reveal the voice of
He-Man?
Skeletor?
Jared Leto.
Nice. That's.
I'm okay
I
with
can
that.
already Picture it.
I'm okay with that. I know that people make fun of Jared Leto for the Joker, but I actually think Jared Leto's a pretty good actor. I think he overacted in that movie. I'm a little.
The Joker, like the new Joker.
Suicide Squad.
He was He was the Joker.
That was just
He was the Joker.
the direction of the character. That wasn't necessarily his fault.
I can see him being decent.
No, the overacting was his fault. I mean, you could say that the editing was probably off, but there were scenes where I was just like, that was a weird choice. That was a weird acting choice. Like I feel like Joker's supposed to be crazy, and well, actually he's not supposed to be crazy. That's kind of the point, but he's supposed to be a little weird, But I never felt like in any of the other Jokers, including Joaquin Phoenix, that they were being weird for the purpose of just to be weird. Whereas I think Jared Leto's Joker was just doing things to be weird. And it didn't feel genuine, like this was a person. It felt like it was a person putting on a performance. And I just thought it wasn't very good.
I just didn't like this gangster version of the Joker.
I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I didn't like the acting. I thought the acting was bad in that movie. I wasn't a fan of we've had versions of the Joker in the past that have been gangsters. I mean, technically, Heath Ledger's Joker was a gangster. It might be a different vibe of gangster, but it was still a gangster. He was literally in charge of the mafia by the end of that movie. So, I mean, he was definitely a gangster. He wore Go ahead.
And the original '88 Batman movie, he
was also a gangster. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a different vibe of gangster, and it's more like what you would say like a modern gangster, I suppose, but it was still a gangster. He's been a gangster in the past, he's a gangster now. Yeah, that didn't really bother me. I just didn't like his acting in the movie. But he has done movies in the past where I've loved his acting, and I thought he was really, really good. So I know a lot of people like to judge him recently because of Morbius and Joker, but I mean, he's done so many good. I mean, the dude is an Academy Award-winning actor for a reason. He does have talent. I'm just waiting for him to utilize that talent again. I actually liked him in Blade Runner. He was in the new Blade Runner movie, and he played like he was a really weird role, and I actually thought it was pretty good what he did. I liked him. I mean, he was good in Dallas Buyers Club. He's good in a bunch of stuff. He was good. I liked him in Fight Club as Angel Face. I like him in stuff. So I'm okay with it. When I saw him being a Skeletor, I'm like, that could work. I'd like to hear the voice, but that could be cool. That could work. He's like the only actor in the movie that I know, though. There might be like a couple others. Actually, let's look this up because I don't really remember the cast. But most of them.
I didn't even know they were making a movie.
It is funny how like two Joker actors are now have or will be Skeletor. with Mark Hamill being Skeletor of that one show.
Yeah, Mark Hamill's everyone.
Hold up.
I mean, they can't beat the Dark Knight Joker. I
Yeah,
think the Dark Knight Joker is probably the best Joker that has ever
Yeah,
been acted.
so if you're looking at my screen right now, I don't know who any of these people are. Nicholas Galtazine, his He-Man, I don't know who that is.
I need to zoom in.
But that jawline, here I'll zoom in. But that is a He-Man jawline if I've ever
Yes, it
seen
is.
one. Look at that man's face. That is He-Man's fucking face. I give it to him. As far as appearance-wise, he's got it. That's him.
Is that Idris Elba?
Yep.
Idris Elba is Idris Elba is Man at Arms, which I personally think is probably the most generic pick you could have chosen. Somewhat Camille Mendez, who I don't know, is Tila. I mean,
Wait, I know him.
Fine, I guess. I don't know. Oh, you know the guy who plays He-Man? You know the actor?
Idris Elba?
No, yeah, we all know Idris Elba. No, I was talking.
Okay.
Okay, so I know Jared Leto. I know Idris Elba. I know Alison Brie as Evil Lynn, which is so weird. That's a weird choice. That'll be interesting. If no one knows who Alison Brie is, she's from Community. I'm pretty sure, right? She's from Community.
Never saw it before.
It's very, very funny, and she's very funny in it. But she's Evil Lynn. Morena Bacari is the sorcerer or sorceress. That's the chick she was in Gotham. She plays Deadpool's girlfriend. In the Deadpool movies.
I watched her
The prostitute?
peg Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, she was a prostitute.
Yes, you would be correct.
Yeah.
She pegged Ryan Reynolds.
And she pegged, yes, she
Bjornsson.
also pegged Ryan Reynolds. Yeah, I don't know this.
Was in this?
Oh, cool. Bjornsson plays Goatman. That's cool. That's the dude who played the Mountain in the later seasons of Game of
Wait, is that
Thrones.
both of
Yeah, the
them?
mountain, the goat.
I don't know this one. I don't know this
No,
one.
I meant it. Which one?
This one. I don't know this guy, and I don't know James Purefoy either.
I mean, is James the guy who played the mountain first? Because I know, I think they were both.
I don't
The
know.
mountain was played by several actors.
Yeah, he's played by 3 or 4 people.
The first
And
one
then Half Thor.
Bjornsson, yeah.
And then Half Thor kind of became the final one, and then he became the
I think people are gonna get annoyed with the race swapping of a lot of these characters. I don't know. I can't bring myself to care about that as much as some people do.
Concept of why people find race swapping. I mean, I understand why race swapping. God damn it! Why race swapping would be a little bit complicated because
I think
why
it's weird
have
when
a
they
need
do it
to
to
do
set
that?
to
I
historical
only get it. I
characters.
only get it for historical characters and where it just straight up doesn't make sense in other locations. In a story like
Yeah, but
He-Man,
if it's
where it's a fictional fantasy
this a-
non-existent
matter.
world like Eternia, I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I just
I
can't
feel like it only
bring
becomes
myself.
a problem when established characters get race swapped. Once you already have a character established, unless it's an alternate universe version of that character, I can understand why.
There
it
are
would be
certain characters.
a problem.
There are certain characters where I wouldn't be able. You just know those characters that has a certain appearance, and if it goes away from that appearance, it's just weird. It would be weird to have a black Wolverine or a black Superman. But
a white Black Panther.
Well, that you can't do. But a better
Norwegian Black Panther.
no. Well, you can't. You can't because it's intrinsically tied to Wakanda. Now, a better example would be a white
point.
No, but a better example would be a white Blade. I would be okay with a white Blade. No, I'm sorry. I would not be okay with a white Blade.
Oh, I was about to say.
Yeah, I would not because
He was a white Blade.
Because-
White Black Panther.
yeah, because I mean, are you talking about an alternate universe version of Black Panther?
No. Originally, I think he was a white guy.
I don't think he was. No, I don't think that's true.
I don't
There
remember that
was
being a thing.
a white guy who did take up the Black Panther mantle.
I can think of that, but I don't think there would. I don't think there was ever I don't think
There's
they're
a
originally
comic, there's
Black
gonna be a
Panther.
comic of everyone.
Black
in different
Panther
ways.
was Black Panther was literally created named after the movement Black Panther movement. I don't believe for a second that he was a white guy.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean I get it. Sometimes he was a white. I don't buy that. What do you mean? He was Black Panther was originally white.
Yeah, he had a really.
That's bullshit.
This could be this. It looks like an original version. That might not be him.
I don't think he
I don't
was
know,
white.
I'm seeing a version of the Black
No,
Panther,
no,
which is a
something
really
funny.
weird white dude with a strange costume.
No, Black
Yeah,
Panther was
Tony
not
Wolf's-
originally white. He was created by Stan Lee and Jack Kirby as the first black superhero in mainstream American comic books. I don't buy that for a second that he was white. Like I said, he's literally named after the Black Panther movement, which was a black movement. He was from Wakanda in Africa. The original version was the original Black Panther is T'Challa. Like there's no way he was white. I don't even know where you're getting that.
Are you guys still doing the tier list? Or?
I thought I heard that.
No,
as a
that's
fact
over.
A long time ago.
I mean, probably not. Like I said, we haven't. The super chats have basically ended, so I'm gonna be ending the stream pretty soon.
We could get to Bison.
That's not gonna happen. Not if there's no super chats. I mean, that's the whole point of doing this.
I really wanted to get to Kaido, or like Megatron. That would have been such a fun one to talk about.
Yeah, it
was
would have.
Also very absent for the first few.
It's Nano.
War Emperors too. So. Awesome.
Oh, that was Nano.
Yeah.
Of course, that was fucking Nano.
Oh, screw you.
Nano always wanting shit for free. It's always Nano.
Oh, screw you, Rouga.
In case people who are watching this stream and aren't aware, Nano every week he complains about not doing something, but never forks up the money, but always complains for someone else to fork up the money. It's very funny.
It's just too damn expensive.
Hey man, you know
It's
you gotta.
our money.
Too
expensive.
You gotta get your
Frickin-
money up, and then you can donate.
Nah, man, I'm gonna get my money up. Screw the money up.
Yeah, but this movie comes out in 2026, so we have a while before I get this.
we got that, yeah.
I'm
Just
really,
a year from now.
I'm super worried for this movie though. Not because of anything that has come out about the movie that makes me doubt it.
There's no trailer, I'm guessing.
You're just worried
No.
about it because of Hollywood.
I'm worried about it. I'm worried about it because of where Hollywood currently is. Oh, fishy, you piece of shit, motherfucker.
There's no way. Fishy.
Did they come in? Did the
Fishy,
man
fishy,
come in?
I salute you, fishy,
I
fishy.
can't believe you.
$99.
God damn it!
Crazy.
You know what I would? You know what I?
Now you gotta do your job or something. Man.
One
I can't believe
day,
it.
Fishy's gonna flex, and he's gonna put down he's gonna drop like 250 to end the stream here, just to piss people off. And I'm gonna be
I could see it.
like he's gonna be like, wait.
Fishy's gonna
That's funny.
donate $1,000 to say instantly end the stream.
Instantly
right
end the
now,
stream
second he
and
started.
don't have a stream for 2 weeks. Be like, okay.
I complain, man. You pay my bills.
Just to give the finger,
money, I'll do what you want.
to Nano.
One day, he's warning us. One day.
Yeah, it should be fuck Nano in the stream. That's what it'll say.
All right. Well,
is Fishy like a stock trader or something?
Fishy's the overlord in the chat.
Does he own a business? Does he have like a crypto?
Fishy is Lord of.
He's a hitman.
Fishy
He's
is
just a hitman.
Fishy is Lord of the Sea, and he does see things. He does
Is
fish
he more
things.
He has a full Bitcoin.
Man.
Fishy is the reincarnation of Midas.
He sees
money.
He's got a full Bitcoin. That's why he's able to do this.
Wait, Fishy is secretly Mr. Krabs. No wonder why he's a fish.
No, he wouldn't fork up the money.
No, absolutely he would
you're
not.
Right. You're definitely he would not be.
Also, isn't Mr. Krabs broke most of the time? Isn't like that kind of the whole deal?
He just doesn't want to give any money.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just an extreme miser.
That's why he worries about every single penny. Like you remember the episode with the nickel? He was.
Yeah.
I don't
has so
watch.
many other nickels, but that one nickel.
I don't
Well,
watch.
that's because it was
He
his
crashed
first
out.
nickel. That's because it was his first nickel.
I mean, it was his first nickel, but like still, he has like 500.
Well, no, I don't think he's rich because I remember there was an episode. I don't watch a lot of SpongeBob. I do not like that show, but I remember there's one episode where he actually acquires his $1 millionth ever.
Yeah.
And it's like,
Yeah.
and he's like, you're not rich if it took you this long to acquire your $1 millionth.
Well, this is like 90s.
Doesn't
$1
matter.
million.
1 million
Not-
still. I wouldn't consider someone in the
If
90s
we
who had
account for
900,000 as
inflation
being.
nowadays.
Yeah, I still would. I mean, you'd be in the one.
back then is worth more than today.
I
Like
know.
in the 90s.
Yes, but it would still make. But you'd still be a millionaire or not a millionaire. I still don't consider. Like, I don't consider someone who makes $500,000 a year like rich. I would consider them wealthy.
That's fair.
I wouldn't consider them
Well,
rich.
he's a
The fact that
millionaire
he's a
and
grown
rich.
the fact that he is an older grown man with a grown daughter and he just got his 1 millionth dollar, like he's not. That means he's not making like $250,000 a year. You know what I mean?
He was a sailor originally.
So if you make if you make 300K like a month, would
Like-
you consider that wealthy or rich? I mean,
300K a month.
Gotta
Yeah.
get
Wait,
you gotta
that
get
is-
into the deep, intricate SpongeBob economical lore.
Economical lore.
How-
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
economical
necessary.
I'm not doing that.
nautical lore.
I'm
You
not.
guys want to know something funny?
No.
Oh, too bad. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Wow. What a
all right,
comment.
let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Yeah, what is
All
it,
right.
Kami?
Okay. All right. So apparently, I just saw this.
Yeah.
Y'all know the recent episodes of One Piece coming out, right?
Uh-huh, yeah. Uh-huh, yeah.
You gotta tell the
Yeah.
story
Yeah,
better.
absolutely, bro.
I'm not
Yeah,
interested.
Turns
uh-huh,
out
yeah,
they-
yeah.
You're not.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
Yeah,
man.
You're not
That's
keeping
what I'm
my
saying.
attention
Yeah.
with this story, Nano.
Anyways, turns out like the One Piece animators are starting to crash out on the sound design team for not delivering on high quality sounds for like the action that is happening on the screen.
That's what you fucking
And-
stop my stream to talk about.
That's what you gotta.
How interesting.
That's what you need. That's what you bring up.
Goddamn
all important
motherfucking
info.
Nano.
He's 100
This is
bucks.
important. This is important.
That's in the stream
info.
forever now. That's in the
Goddamn
stream forever.
motherfucking
It's
Nano.
important info.
It's not.
All right. This
It's
is
not
this
at
is
all.
necessities.
It's not at all. How do I change your name? I gotta
Please
change your
don't.
name.
Not
I
again.
gotta change your name again. I can't. No.
Change to the communist.
I don't know how to do it.
Okay,
I don't
read it.
know how to do it not on my phone. I
Go to-
can't. But this. There we go. There we go.
I guess you gotta do open mod view maybe.
We gotta do
Or-
this. No, I figured
do
it
I'll
out.
change nickname. Oh, there we go.
I figured it out.
Don't do it. No,
I figured it out.
no.
Change
Just
it
read
to
the name
Stalin
that says
Jr.
Hell nah.
Make him
Star
Biscuit.
Junior.
Stalin Jr.
Stalin Jr. is insane.
Goddamn
Guys, I
mother-
swear to God, I'm not a
fucking-
communist.
There we go. That's the
Oh,
we gotta go back to
oh,
normally.
Communist. Commie Nano.
All right, let's continue on
No.
to the Borg. So basically, you would be the Borg Queen or the Borg King. This would be awful. Is anyone in agreement that this would not be awful?
What is
It
the
would
Borg
be
from?
The Borg is
fine.
from Star Trek.
I don't
Star-
know the
Star
Borg.
Trek?
Star
Wait,
Trek.
wait. You're like the entire.
What
collective
is
right?
Wait.
Star Trek or Star Trek?
Star Trek.
Wait, Star Trek is a real thing. I did
Star
not know
Star
that.
Trek.
I thought that was
Star
a meme.
Trek, man.
Holy fuck!
Star Trek.
Wait, what? You didn't actually know Star Trek was a thing?
No, he's saying Star Trek. Are you saying Star Trek? Or
Star Trek.
No, he's saying Trek.
Well, okay.
Well, now I'm not so sure he knows, but it's Star Trek.
When I heard it the first few times, I heard it as Star Trek.
Star-
I didn't know.
Star Trek.
Okay, I don't think he's even finishing the sentence. He's not finishing the sentence.
All right, so
he says Star Trek and just ends.
So the Borg are from Star Trek, and it would suck to be them. Okay, so the idea basically is that they are a kind of like a cyborg race of machine people that kidnap other people and then forcibly mutilate their bodies and then add machinery to their bodies, entering them into the hive mind of the Borg. And they believe that they're just going to keep spreading and spreading and spreading and become a larger and larger and larger hive mind. Every Borg who is entered into the hive mind's mind enters the hive mind of the Borg. And as the queen or king, you are essentially the dominant personality of the hive mind, but you're still like a robot person who has been mutilated and like forced to be this type of person. It doesn't seem like an awesome life, honestly.
It's not.
So like the Borg.
Okay.
The Borg is like the Flood, but like cybernetic.
It's a lot of body horror, and a lot of depressing
Yeah,
shit.
I wouldn't want to be mutilated.
Yeah, and then on the actual, and the ships are depressing, and they're all made of black metal, and nothing's comfortable because it's machine and it's cold, and you're surrounded by other people.
The point is living it. With
Yeah,
the Borg.
and the
Like,
other
what is the
people that
point
are
after
there
something
are
like
all
that?
machine and cold and distant and talk boring, and no one makes jokes, and it's awful, and it sounds awful.
The average Warhammer 40k faction.
No. No, Warhammer 40k actually
That
has
is
a
not.
relatively good sense of humor about itself. I don't think the Borg do. Like, I think you can actually say that being with the orcs would be a short life, but relatively entertaining.
Yeah.
Because
I know, but
orcs.
like the Imperium is like you're
Okay.
you're only you serve the Emperor.
Yeah, but
like,
you're still people. You can still get married. There are still cities that look kind of nice occasionally in places. You know,
those are like the pleasure worlds. So it's not like the
Wouldn't
Terra.
exist,
Like
is the
Terra's like
point.
a heavily polluted planet and shit.
Sure, but there's a million worlds. You could find worlds and cities that don't suck completely. I mean, there is shit there. The Borgs, there is no place that you could. There's like no enjoyment. There's no nothing. Everyone you're around is literally incapable of feeling feelings. It's like it sucks.
So would you be.
That sucks.
Pretty bad.
Well, if you
Yeah,
are,
I mean,
if
yeah,
you are queen in the Borg, if you're like the Borg king or queen, then like that means
I
you have
highly doubt you would though, because there's like a million other like minds within the hive mind. What are the chances you just so happen to be the queen?
Well, that's the point of the
What's the point of the tier list?
That's the point.
Yeah.
You're also
Yeah,
not
that's what I'm saying.
Zedd, but
That
you're
doesn't make this better.
you're being Zedd for the purpose of the tier list. That's the.
Yeah, but
yeah,
the
so
thing
then
is that this isn't any better than
So it's
any
like
of these
is,
other.
so
yeah.
is like the queen? Are they like an AI or are they just like?
I'm okay. I know a bit more about Star Trek, but from what I can tell or remember, the queen is like the individual, like the queens we see are not like the actual like real body, like the real bodies, because there are multiple of them. They're extensions of the actual consciousness, who the actual consciousness as the queen or the true collective, which would be you in this case, is just exerting its will through a singular avatar. That
So as a
You're a
queen,
hive
you're not
mind.
even in control. As a queen, you're not even in control. Yeah, no, that sucks.
No, you are. You're a hive mind.
No, the queens would be like the queen that you would use to interact with people would be like like essentially like a puppet for your ghostly consciousness, galactic consciousness.
Oh, I thought this was like specifically as a queen.
No, you would be
so
no. That's not. I mean, no. The queen does make decisions and have control, but the queen's mind. I think it would be a stretch to say that she's in no way influenced by the hive.
It's like it's kind of the weird thing of like the hive and the queen influence each other. It's like they're kind of like two aspects of the same entity. It's like when you talk to yourself, and it's like when you talk to yourself in your head.
Like your beliefs as the queen would be the beliefs of the hive, and the beliefs of the hive would be yours. Like I don't think you would necessarily notice 100% that you weren't in control of things, even if you weren't. Like you just kind of would be that. And the whole
does sound pretty shit. Now you more explain it.
So if you're the ruler of the Borg, what's like your main threats?
probably
Federation.
every single alien race that doesn't want to be assimilated. So all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every single isn't you.
But
So then
you're
it's
like
just-
the Borg.
yeah,
You're basically
okay.
all powerful.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of effort to kill you.
Like the Klingons aren't gonna want you to do it. The Federation's not gonna want you to do it. The fucking Romulans aren't gonna like you to do it. Well, in the actual Star Trek universe, no one stopped. The Borgs have not successfully taken over the universe, so obviously someone is stopping you.
So basically, you're as like the leader of the Borg. Anything that is like biological is like automatically against you.
Basically.
Even
Yeah, no, that
technological
sucks.
and
That sucks.
physical.
Even as the leader, that sucks. Yeah.
Even technological.
Because you can't even form an alliance or anything. Like everybody's just automatically against you.
Yeah, because you want to assimilate them. You would have to find another race of robot-like beings, which I don't think actually exist.
Okay, there are a lot of instances of like AIs in Star Trek, but there's also a lot of instances like Data and lore and so on that are opposed to the Borg because they have their own interests in mind.
Yeah.
So it's
Although,
you're not
again,
really
Data does have sex with the queen, the Borg queen.
Yeah, but that's like coercion, but still. But like,
Yeah, he does become a part of the Borg for a little bit in one of the movies.
Yeah, and then Picard is just like, stop voting the MILF.
I'll be honest, bro. I'd say A tier for the Borg.
Yeah.
I don't like him. I don't like them.
Yeah, I don't want to be the leader, even.
Okay, so would you rather be a Borg or would you rather be Griffith?
Yeah, I'm going. I don't think they're in the same tier. I think they're
honestly, I would rather be Griffith because the Borg drones are immortal or live for thousands of years.
Griffith
Yeah, but don't you get like
immortal.
brutally tortured for a year straight?
I'd rather be any other person than Griffith.
I would rather be a cybernetic being that doesn't feel pain than Griffith.
Well, to be fair, you have to be mutilated and turned to that side of cybernetic being first.
Yeah, and also lose.
And like it's the most extreme level of body horror you can imagine, with you being gutted open and all your shit removed and replaced with machinery, and then your mind being butchered open and then put into a hive mind and then slowly losing yourself to the hive. I mean, in this case, you probably wouldn't slowly lose yourself to the hive as you would be.
How long is the process of the assimilation?
I don't know.
A few hours to minutes.
Yeah, it's not that long. It wouldn't be like a year.
And a few hours. Of pain over like a year of being tortured.
I would go with the torture rather than becoming, because once the torture's over, you become a badass demon god.
You got do some fucking fucked up shit to your friends.
I mean, Griffith is still alive too, and has
You think that you're not gonna do fucked up shit? I mean, you don't even have any friends as the Borg Queen. If you did have them, you'd assimilate them.
Yeah.
I mean, even as Griffith, you don't have to do what he does. So
I don't want to be a robot.
Yeah.
Like I don't want to not be able to feel, or I mean, well, technically somehow Data was able to have sex with the Borg Queen, which is like, how is that even possible? If like you're
robots can be modified, remember?
Yeah, how did that happen? Did anyone remember that movie? How the fuck did Data have could Data have sex? Is that like how the fuck did that happen?
It's already established in the show that he has a dick.
Okay, no, we have to get to the bottom of this. This is an important question to answer.
This is depending on the answer to this.
Can Data from Star Trek bone? Okay. Data, a synthetic humanoid from Star Trek, doesn't have bones in traditional. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Not what that
from Star Trek.
You need to look up can Data fuck
sex. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, this is Reddit's. This is apparently this is just too advanced for Google AI.
Well, I guess you're.
I can look it up.
Did Data just have sex? He is not a robot. He is an android, and yes, he is fully functional with quotes. Okay, so I guess they can.
We don't know.
He can do that.
Mystery solved.
The one link.
Just remember, guys, that's just a theory. Film theory.
This is from 13 years ago. Goddamn.
That's old.
This is a post from 13 years
They're
ago.
going on about him, but what about her?
Data has both organic and yeah, that's true. Well, we know that the Borg are both organic and not organic.
Yeah, but the Queen is like a head in a robot body.
Well, we don't know.
What does
Borg.
the Queen look like anyway?
She's bald.
She's bald.
The Borg Queen
lady.
Like when she's introduced, like she's
method
lower,
of propagation.
It's literally Jada
where they
Pinkett Smith.
incorporate other species and collective. Okay, wait. How can Borg Queen from Star Trek have sex with Data? Because it was with Data. Did Data have sex with the Borg Queen? Okay, let's get into this.
Maybe it was all mental.
Apparently this is mature content. So this will be fun.
It's not available for this search.
He is fully functional after all. Program multiple techniques. Heavily implied, but android Borg sex might be pretty different to humanoid sex. Data totally took one for the team. That's not great. He probably gave him some flesh downstairs, and he only lasted 0.68 seconds. Everybody, the internet, as we probably should have guessed, is making a joke out of this very serious topic that we're trying to get to the bottom of.
Nice. What if this has to do with some type of like?
I mean, it is
mental,
Reddit.
like,
It is
just,
Reddit.
like,
So I mean,
How could they joke about robot sex so
They're
lightly?
also obsessed with the guy in the situation, not the girl.
Okay, so someone's saying totally she wasn't his first, nor will be his last. Data gets a lot of ass.
No, he's right. You can't have sex in the show.
Bars.
Okay, so, oh ha, this one's funny. Technically, the universe's biggest orgy because it's a hive mind. That's hilarious. He technically had sex with several billion people.
That is interesting.
that's a way to look at it. I mean,
Vorgs.
I mean, I guess that's okay.
That make him gay.
No, that's like the ultimate pansexual.
Probably.
No, because it was the queen.
Okay, so it seems like they can mentally, according to one of these, it seems like that they can mentally instill like this feelings of sexual gratification.
They also did too.
I figured that was the case. They just like went into like a cyberspace and then
I love how I had like 40 people in here and we started talking about Borg sec and it jumped up to 51.
Oh yeah, of course. You talk about Borg sex, it's gonna jump up.
Yeah.
They clearly want to know this. This is what's really gonna make the stream.
This matters. This matters a lot.
This is what we should take. That's what we should do.
Inconsequential by freaking proxy.
We should take a bunch of different strange species and aliens and see like which one has the best sex. Just make a tier list of all like
so like a hear me out list.
Yeah.
Sex.
Yeah, which
Any
one would be?
alien species that can
Which
invoke
one would be the best to
euphoria?
have sex with? You'd have a xenomorph, like all of them. Put them all on there.
I'd say any.
Mm.
I'd say any alien species that can invoke euphoria to the highest degree.
Well, we're not going to put them on a list. We're only going to put characters that are like really awkward and weird and would be strange to have sex with, like a predator. You know.
You would get your guts opened up. So
Predator. I could see Predator.
Yeah, towards the end they just open up your stomach.
Not a predator.
Yeah.
They have female predators.
Yeah.
They would rip your spine out.
I feel like I feel like you could get that. I wouldn't be too opposed with that. Muscle mommy, freaking.
I feel like it'd be like a mantis situation where they bite your head off and then.
No, I think it would be awful. Their skin looks like rough, hard leather, and their faces. And I'd be like, sweetie, keep the mask on. Like we're not doing this with the mask on. And it just seems like it would be very unpleasant, and like lubrication would be required.
Well, look, I feel like it wouldn't be as bad as like a freaking xenomorph. My point here.
I guess.
Well, xenomorphs, you can't have sex with xenomorph. It's literally not possible.
Could you do it with a xenomorph?
I don't think you can. I mean, maybe oral, but I don't think anyone would want that. You know, that would be worse.
Yeah, no.
Definitely would not. I mean, unless you were like,
there is oral or get a handy, and I don't think you want either.
I'll tell you this: before you lose your penis to oral, I actually think it would be a nice like buff in confidence if the alien can't use the tiny mouth, like it has to use the big mouth. You're like, nice.
Like, oh god, please don't bite it off.
All right, that's enough. Before we get to, I'm sure we're already demonetized, but we're gonna continue on anyway. Next up,
you started talking about baby rape earlier.
Yeah, it's too late. Yeah.
What did that happen?
So then, go rewind for that, bro.
It was a whole thing.
So
Anyway,
is Borg at the bottom of A tier?
I put him below Griffith because I just I think that's
fair enough. Okay.
It's just a miserable existence.
It's a miserable existence, and I mean, at the end of the day, with Griffin, you're gonna live forever because you're like a demon god or whatever, and 1 year of suffering, it sucks and would be horrible, but 900 years later, when you look back on it, you probably not even really remember it all that well. Like, who gives a shit?
But the thing about Griffith is like, how much baggage are you gonna be carrying after that? Because you're not just gonna forget that shit.
900
you're
years.
gonna remember that.
In an infinite amount of
probably even
in an infinite
900 years.
in an
you probably
infinite
still remember
in
it.
an infinite amount of time you're not going to remember it in the long run.
Well, you probably aren't even going to be the same person in 900 years.
Yeah,
You'll
so it's fine.
You'll probably go insane.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like you increase the stretch of time long enough, nothing matters. The difference.
So then 900 years you go insane.
Why would you go insane?
Why would you go insane?
Because you've been alive for 900 years.
That doesn't mean you would go insane.
I mean, there's many like cases of like people living for like so long and they never go insane.
But nobody's lived for 900 years. It's not a
Yeah,
thing.
see, how do you know they're gonna go insane? You're making
you're making it's a very big assumption that someone would go insane.
Because you've lived your whole life.
Insanity is
like
only
all the people you've known have
your whole life.
died.
You're immortal.
So
insanity can only be made like with some serious like.
Not only that, but you're also a
spawn.
demon, so you're probably seeing a lot of fucked up shit daily.
Yeah, but that's not.
You're
but
the one who controls that.
And that's not. First off, I mean that greatly depends on the person. Most people do not go insane when put through hardship. The majority of people who are insane, or I mean, you're actually not using the right word. You're traumatized would be the right word. But the majority of people who are traumatized are people who have not gone through hardships within their life. For the most part, they are people who had relatively comfortable lives and then were thrusted into extreme hardships in a particular moment. And usually, even those things can get passed relatively easily. With enough time, you can get over pretty much anything. So yeah, now people who have always had hard lives have had hard lives from the very beginning, especially emotionally strong people, and they don't get PTSD and things like that. That doesn't happen to them.
Yeah, not as easily.
Well, then you'd go insane with boredom, probably then.
Why? Why are you assuming you would go insane?
Why are all these assumptions coming?
Now you're changing it to a totally different thing that's going to cause insane. I just feel like you really want him to go insane, and you're just like trying to come up with reasons as to why he's going to go insane. Because at first it was due to trauma, now it's due to boredom. You're not going to get the same outcome with those two very different things. Like those are two extremely different causes for what you're saying is the exact same outcome.
You're gonna go insane from Borg sex, dude.
If you cannot think, if you're an immortal god, and you can't think of things to do forever, then you're very boring.
Haven't we had this conversation before?
Yeah, but like eventually, you're not gonna.
Know.
Eventually, things are gonna run out, and you're not gonna have anything else to do.
I'm talking about
like especially like you're limited.
That depends on how well your memory is.
Well, no, I don't see why that would matter. Like I like jumping on a trampoline. You know, I could jump up the trampoline twice. You know what I mean? It's like there's so many things that you could do.
After the 500th time, aren't you gonna get bored and not want to do it anymore?
No, I just won't want to do it. I just won't want to do it for a couple of months. Then I'll do it again.
Yeah, and also depends entirely on your memory.
You know,
just longer.
Maybe I'll ride a bicycle today instead of jump on the trampoline. You know, and then when I get tired of riding on a bicycle, I'll move on to something else, and then I'll just keep moving on to other things. You know,
not going insane for sure.
Yeah, you just have to find purpose within your life. That's all it is. If you don't have purpose, you get bored with anything. If you have purpose, you're fine. Just constantly give yourself new purpose.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Moving on. Yeah, and also it also depends on like how well your memory is, because your body and spirit can be immortal, but not your memory.
There are some people. Well, in fiction, yes, your memory can be immortal, but I mean, there are people in there are people who are like in their 20s who are just bored with life. I mean, 30s, 40s, 50s who've just become bored already. It's all a matter of your own perspective and how you go about things. You know, how do you think of things? How do you entertain yourself? What do you like? When people lose purpose, that's when shit gets bad, and that's when people get suicidal. That's when people just sort of become this blah mush of a human being. Everyone needs something to do.
You need an ambition to live.
I would put ambition in boobies.
Fair enough.
Why?
Yeah, it's fair.
Why?
No.
I mean,
honestly, if you think about it, M. Bison doesn't really have that much of a bad life. Like, Yeah, like
He's dead.
He is.
Yeah.
His cycle. Here's the thing about Bison.
He died like
Psycho
2 games
power
ago.
Is like
He
his
did.
psycho power is slowly killing him. Well, I mean,
Yeah, I don't.
well,
think
death
I
doesn't
wanna be
really
M.
matter.
Bison.
Death doesn't really matter for Bison because he can possess people.
No, it
with
does
his
now.
spirit.
No, he's permanently dead.
Oh shit!
The thing
He's in the He's in the
even the
latest
strongest
Street Fighter
with
game.
that.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is. He's in the Street Fighter 6. Yeah, they brought him back.
In DLC or something? No, he's not.
There's literally a trailer for it.
So in DLC.
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Even if DLC.
Did they
I don't
like?
own
Did
Street
they
Fighter
explain
6.
how he came back? I have Street Fighter 6. He's not in the game, so you got to give me more than just you saw him in a trailer or
Well,
somewhere.
I mean, there's a there's gameplay. There's a trailer. Like,
Okay,
he's
but
in
did
the
they
game.
bring him back in the story, or is he just a
I mean,
DLC
I don't
character?
know the whole story of him.
Then you
coming
can't.
back,
Then you
but,
can't
yeah.
say that he's back
You
because
don't know if he came back.
How did Bison die?
I mean, even if he is back, he's not the strongest in the verse. That's like Akuma, who's
no, he's not the strong.
very-
Yeah, Akuma's
very
stronger than him. Well, Ryu. Well, he's been killed twice, so non-canonical. Well, no, that's true. It was canonically. He was originally killed by Akuma, and that was it. He was dead permanently in the series. But then the creators didn't like that story beat, and they didn't like the fact that they had Akuma beat him and not Ryu. So they made another story where they kind of brought him back, sort of like he didn't actually die, and then they had Ryu kill him. And since then, he's been dead, and he's stayed dead so far. If they brought him back in a DLC, maybe. I haven't heard anything about that, but even if they have, you would still have to explain to me how they brought him back and him not just
in Street
being...
Fighter 6, M. Bison depicted as an amnesiac clone inhabiting a new body.
So he's not...
Departure from his...
So it's a clone.
It's a clone.
So he's
It's a clone.
dead.
Clones
Well,
aren't
yeah,
the
but
same.
he's made like many clones, and he's trying to reclaim his identity too.
But he's dead.
Well,
But
the thing about that is that not all clones are similar to their original. The M Bison we knew is long gone. This is literally just a different M Bison. Who probably isn't as strong as the original too. So.
like it would be one thing
in
if
the game's World Tour mode, Bison encounters a spectral version of his former self, referred to as Phantom Bison, in a hidden Shadaloo lab. whatever.
Biden.
He absorbs this phantom. So he absorbs his old, gaining some of his memories and resolving to reclaim the
But it's still a
Bison.
new version, so you're dead. You die, and then a new version comes back.
he like retained the memories of that.
No, but it's but it's
he
not the
still
same
has all the
version.
power. He still has all the powers and everything.
yes,
too.
but Bison's
same
dead.
That's not me though.
It's
That's
a new
literally just a
character
different dude.
with the same memories. That's not you.
If I clone you, you don't.
Yeah,
you
if I
there's not
if
two
I
of you.
clone you and now there's 2 of you, and then I shoot you and the clone's still
Yeah, but
around,
he- yeah,
and
but
I
he
give that clone
absorbed-
your memory, then that's not you. You're
Yeah, but
dead.
that's not just a, it's not just a
It may
clone.
be you, but
he absorbed
you
the
yourself
phantom.
are not the one.
Yeah.
in that
What's
clone.
the
So he
Phantom?
absorbed. So he absorbed a part of the original Bison. Actually, probably the whole original Bison.
See how you're
like the
saying
soul.
probably because you don't actually know.
I mean,
So
it's
he
said
so
in the
clone
story.
came to life and ate the ghost of the original Bison, merging the new character with the old character. Am I getting that
I
right?
mean, merging that soul, that body. Yes.
But again, it's still not
the soul
you.
of the original Bison.
The point
Yeah,
is,
it's
a
not
different...
the we've already it's not the original
So
Bison.
Yeah, so
the
it doesn't
body,
matter then.
the body is a clone.
Of Resurrection. All right.
I can see it being like if he's absorbing the fragments and slowly like becoming the original M Bison and just
That's not a good
new
life
body,
either.
but
But
like
that's how
it
you have
doesn't
to come
sit-
back.
Yeah, it's not great either way.
Well, outside of the fact he died, wasn't he like
Twice.
a?
How long was he like the boss for? Well, like how long was he in power for?
Yeah. And wasn't he like
I
a
mean-
leader of his own country? Or am I misconstruing the movie?
Well, I mean, I don't think he was like. Well, I mean, I couldn't tell you how long he was in control for, but I mean, he was essentially like he's a pinnacle villain. Like, I don't know
So
if he has his own
according
country.
now, I don't know how accurate this is, but according to the wiki, it is saying that that the Phantom Bison was an amalgamation. It was essentially a hologram of Bison, an amalgamation of Bison's memories, not Bison's soul, and then those memories are absorbed by a clone. This is not Bison.
It's
I mean,
Bison
yeah, but
2,
that's-
Electric Boogaloo.
No, this is literally just an amalgamation of Bison's memories that he's fighting. That's a hologram of old Bison. It's a completely new Bison is dead. It is a completely new character that just absorbs the memories.
Essentially.
I mean, if you fucking lost the fight, yeah. Thank you, Citadel, by the way, for the $10. Thanks, man. Here's some of my holiday pay these streams.
Invincible.
Hey, I am
with
reading
the
a super
Mauler
chat, sir. You shut the fuck up when
my
I'm
bad.
reading a super
My
chat.
bad, my bad,
Thank you,
bad,
Citadel.
bad.
Here's some of my holiday pay. These streams make my work nights fly. That is what we are here for, man. Money and to make people's work nights fly. That is the whole goal of the stream. All right, you may continue, fucking Nano.
Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it.
Goddamn
Sorry.
motherfucking Nano.
Anyways, okay. What I was saying earlier is that, like, it's similar to like how the Mauler twins and Invincible work. Like, none of these Mauler twins are the original Mauler, and they constantly like
Yeah, so
argue
sort
of
of irrelevant
who's the
to
original.
to you,
but none
to
of
you
them
being M. Bison then.
Yeah, you'd still be dead.
No, but it relates to the M. Bison because it's a clone of M. Bison.
But yeah, but it's
not
not
the
you,
M.
so it doesn't
Bison.
matter. You're dead.
Yeah,
but
you
it's a reflection. It's a reflection.
you would
of him.
cease to exist is the point. You wouldn't even be aware of any of this happening. This thing would live on after you were gone and forgotten. Like, this is another creature.
Pretty bad. What was the time before, like, M. Bison's death? How long did he live in ruling or whatever?
How much of the good life do you get is the important question, I guess.
I mean, he's a dictator of his own country. He leads over he rules over Shadaloo, which is this dark underground thing. His whole plan is to essentially I hate him, Bison. His whole plan is to kill tons and tons and tons and tons of people because of the environment. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So he's an eco-terrorist, really? Damn.
Yep.
Didn't even know that.
Yeah, basically, and that's his whole thing. Yeah, that's it. And then I hate it. And it is the worst fucking evil villain plan ever. And I hate it when they did it with Thanos. I hate it when they did it with Bison. I do not care for this plot line. But so he wants to kill a bunch of people and all that. And he's got a bunch of dudes who are super loyal to him. He gets his ass beat by Akuma, and then he gets his ass beat by Ryu, and then he dies, and now he doesn't exist anymore. And he fucking lived a wasted life because he didn't kill the people.
I'm guessing you're gonna get. Does Akuma come after him?
Well, yeah, Akuma goes after the strongest people in the planet. As long as you're strong and worthy of a fight, Akuma's coming for you.
So Akuma's gonna kill you. There's pretty nothing you can do about it.
If you're strong enough to warrant a fight with Akuma, yeah.
And if you're in Bison,
so if I
you
just
are.
don't actively get stronger, then Akuma won't kill me.
Well, then someone else will kill you because you're still trying to take over the world.
Yeah, so you'll probably get pretty much guaranteed to die.
If you can't become powerful enough to overtake Akuma, yeah, you're gonna die.
Could he?
Well, I mean,
he
didn't.
didn't.
Your body dies. If your body dies,
if he
you still have
couldn't-
a soul that you can use to possess like other people and other bodies.
Again, there's a limit to
That's
that.
like that's
because
one
there
of
are
his powers.
Yeah, but there is a limit to that. As Akuma can destroy souls, and Ryu fucks him up and destroys him, and again, he did not come
Yeah,
back.
but wasn't there like a canon event where he survived that like soul destroying thing?
Not anymore.
Only because they wanted. He didn't. No, he didn't survive it. That's not exactly what happened. Only one person has survived the soul
Satsuma
kill
Nohara?
thing. Yeah, Satsuma Nohara. And but M. Bison, they brought M. Bison back because they wanted Ryu to finish him off, not necessarily because of it. He was supposed to be permanently dead after Akuma beat him. But then
So in Street Fighter Alpha 3, Akuma attacks Bison with the Shangoku Satsu. But
Alpha 3 is not
survives.
Alpha 3 is not canon. The Alpha games are not canon to the main series.
I mean, says it's canon.
It's not canon.
Reading it off of a canon thing.
You can keep reading all you want. The Alpha series are not canon to the main games. They conflict.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's because they created like so many different games. Like they created like.
I don't know.
so
I don't
many
even know how
different
that's an
games.
argument against what I just said. Because they make a lot of games, ergo it's suddenly canon. No, the alpha games are not canon to the main games. The Street Fighter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are a completely different continuity than Alpha 1, 2, and 3. Boop, boop, boop. Is that it?
Oh, it's a
and bites in his
timeline. It's a
boobies, man.
timeline.
Yeah. I think there's 3 timelines in
So it's canon to that specific.
That's not
timeline.
canon. No, because the timeline is never used within the Street Fighter universe. That's what people call it because people got obsessed with multiple timelines, but it's a totally different continuity. There's never a scene anywhere in any of the Street Fighter games where the main 1 through 5 games go into another timeline of the other games. That's not a thing. There's the Alpha series that has one story, and there's the main series that has a totally different story. Timelines is just something that fans are calling it. It's continuities. That's what we've always called it. Was continuity. That's.
And what about like the crossovers where like Akuma's fighting Asura and shit?
That would also not be canon.
Yeah, because which is tragic because they didn't like that anyways.
That didn't happen. And I mean, power-wise, they're anywhere near Ashura, but yeah, that was just a fun crossover. I mean, you could say that them being in PlayStation All-Stars is also canon. It's not. There's a lot like the Street Fighter X, the Street Fighter X Tekken game is not canon. Like none of this shit's canon.
Yeah, it's not.
I don't know what you're arguing with me. You very clearly don't know anything about the Street Fighter series, as you didn't know anything about 6. You just saw it somewhere. You're reading off the fucking wiki, and you're arguing with me who's played all the games. So what are you like? I feel like you don't have the knowledge to properly argue this, but you're trying to argue anyway based on random Google searches currently that you're doing. I'm telling you right now, there's the Street Fighter series, the mainline games, there's the Alpha games. Those are 2 completely different continuities that do not cross over at all. It's not a timeline, it's continuities. You have the if you want to talk about Capcom making it, I don't even know why that's relevant. Like Capcom can't make a game that's not canon. Capcom made Street Fighter versus Tekken. They made that game. That's not canon. Capcom also made Ashura's Wrath. That's not canon.
Well, yeah, it's okay.
Like Ashura's Wrath.
I just feel like I would get it if you were like a massive fan of the series and you knew a lot about the series. You were trying to argue, but it sounds like you just want to get into a debate when you don't know anything about the series that you're talking about. Like you know literally nothing about it. You didn't even know what Shadaloo was or what the purpose of M. Bison was until I just told you, which is crazy because that's his main fucking plot line of the whole game series. Like, you don't know anything about this series.
So would it be appropriate to say that M. Bison goes in B tier because he doesn't suffer that much, but he
we saw like
he's
Palpatine really. He's in power. He's in
I'm-
power for a bit, then dies.
I mean, yeah, but Palpatine and Sauron are destined to lose no matter what, and M. Bison isn't. M. Bison is just a dictator who is in a world where there are people who are strong enough to beat him. That's really all it is.
True. But by the nature of you being M. Bison, surely Akuma's just gonna come beat you.
I mean, at some
I don't know how you
point-
avoid Akuma.
Yeah,
I
and
mean-
also like the militaries of the world and like all the characters that want to kill you because you wronged them somehow, like Chun-Li.
Yeah, like there's a lot of threats.
Well, I mean, you could possibly convince Akuma to not kill you if you can convince him that you will eventually become stronger.
Does that work?
But that's like
Yes.
postponing the inevitable.
Okay.
No,
I
it
don't
would.
know a lot.
Well,
about that.
Akuma won't kill you if he believes you have the potential to increase in power. Because
Okay, so you
Akuma,
could bluff him. Okay.
because
Bluff it.
the entire point of Akuma is that he wants to fight the strongest people possible, and he wants to continue fighting, getting stronger and stronger and stronger. There are certain characters that he fights that if he believes has the potential to grow in strength, he'll just leave them alone. If he doesn't believe that you have any potential and that you're at your absolute peak and you won't get any stronger than this, he can kill you. Or if like he barely beats you, and like he feels like if they all fought again, he might actually lose. He'll keep you alive to fight you later. Like he wants to fight someone who could beat him. That's why he's never killed Ryu despite fighting him all the time. Because Ryu has not utilized his full power against Akuma, and Akuma has tried on several occasions to force him into utilizing that full power.
I still feel like he's below the Emperor because he doesn't. The Emperor wins, like really does actually just win
But
for a while.
Well, but he does lose, and he's fated to lose. And Bison, you can literally do whatever you want.
But he's the only character. Okay, minus like Griffith. He's the only character on this thing which literally straight up wins for a long time.
I mean, I'd say he's on like par with probably Lord Zedd.
Yeah, I would probably put him closer to someone like Skeletor and Lord Zedd, where it's like he's got people in the universe that are stronger than him that he needs to he's gonna have to deal with at some point, so it's gonna be extremely difficult for him to overcome the challenges that he has to overcome. But yeah, so I would kind of put it at C, somewhere around C.
Yeah. Maybe like behind Zedd.
I mean, if you think you have the ability to beat Akuma, then I agree. Yeah.
I mean, he could get a better organization and maybe be.
Well, I don't. Well, well, look. I mean, it's not like M. Bison gets completely fucking throttled by Akuma. They get into a long, drawn-out fight, and Akuma eventually kills him. But I mean, again, after Akuma kills him, he comes back. The person who legitimately kills him is Ryu.
Unless it's Mortal Kombat.
And Ryu only overcomes him by acquiring the power of nothingness, which is the strongest force that exists within the Mortal Kombat universe. I'm sorry, within the Street Fighter universe.
Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Same difference. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, the best way to describe it didn't come out of nowhere. I mean, they're both fighting games. It's the best way to describe Street Fighter and how fans describe the story of Street Fighter is basically karate Star Wars.
Yeah.
Like there's a light side, there's a light side, a dark side, and all that. And the Satsui no Hata is like the dark side that Akuma taps into, and Akuma is constantly trying to tempt Ryu into tapping into it as well. But Ryu eventually goes in the other way and unleashes the power of nothingness, which is basically like the light side. I think the power of nothingness is like both of them combined, like light and dark. I don't remember, but yeah,
Great Jedi.
It's something like that. But he eventually uses that power to overcome. So I mean, it's not like it's an easy thing. Like it takes a lot for Ryu to overcome Bison. Like Bison was a threat within the Street Fighter series for the first fucking four games
Bison
or whatever.
Could overcome it.
Yeah, probably. I mean, with training and the proper power levels, maybe you could tap into the Satsui no Hata yourself, and with Psycho Power. I don't know. There's there's possible things you can do. I think C makes a lot more sense than yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot more you can do there than you. Sauron or the Emperor.
I'm gonna put him in between Skeletor and Zedd. Like I think,
that's fair.
Like I think there are things that Zedd just straight up can't beat because he's just not strong enough. But I don't think they're actively coming out trying to kill him all the time. The things that he has to deal with are usually Power Rangers and stuff, which are not as strong as he is. Skeletor has to overcome He-Man. So, like, I feel like putting him in between where, like, he may not necessarily get on the bad side of characters like Ryu and Akuma, but it could happen. And even though he can kind of fight against them a little bit, I don't know. I think it works.
That makes sense. Convinced.
All right, now next up on the list, we have Davith.
Oh.
So this is an A, right? This would be an A or a B, right? Because
I don't think so because
you have to deal with the Doom guy.
You're doomed to lose.
Yeah, you're kind of bummed.
Wait,
even if Doom guy wasn't like a factor, like just being
Doom guy was created by the universe for the sole purpose of wiping out primevals that are harming humanity, specifically Davith. He was also Davith himself was also betrayed by his underlings by Father when he went off script of what he was supposed to do, and they locked him in a life sphere for billions of years.
Okay, this is sounding more like S.
This is sounding more like S, isn't it?
Isn't it literally every single timeline will freaking end with Doom guy winning, so it doesn't matter. Practically.
Well, to be fair, every timeline ended with the Con Maker losing to Doom guy, not necessarily Davith.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Con Maker could not save her own life. in any of the timelines. Davith didn't look through the timelines because Davith doesn't care about the timelines. He's above that nonsense. But yeah, I mean, being trapped in a life sphere for billions of years sounds pretty fucking boring. However, we do know that he was able to influence the outside world while he was doing that. Like, he was able to corrupt people. He was able to see what the demons were doing. He was able to influence
so
the
he wasn't,
makers.
Like, locked in stasis.
He's the devil, but cooler.
Honestly, if he was locked in stasis, that would be better because time wouldn't feel like it was moving at all. But like in the actual life sphere, essentially he kind of like supported Doomguy for most of his mission because he wanted Doomguy to wipe out all of his enemies and free him from the life sphere. I mean, honestly, if you just have to be careful, like, don't allow yourself to be fucking locked in a life sphere by your underlings.
So this is like an A, then, like top A. Because it doesn't sound as bad as the devil still.
Well, the devil gets thrown in a lake of fire for 1,000 years. Davith gets locked in a life sphere for several billion years. We don't know how many billions of years. We know that it was before Doomguy arrived at Sentinel Prime, which was billions of years before Doom Eternal. So we don't. It could be trillions of years. It could be quadrillions of years. We don't know. It could have been
a really fucking long time.
A really, really, really long time. Like a very.
He still has some level of influence, so he's still doing something.
He is, but he's not like living. You know.
That's true.
He's like that thing that whispers in your ear that makes you do bad things. You know, he's like a force. He's not necessarily like a being, you know. Also, I think it's pretty easy to say you're like the most in this version, you're like the most powerful character. Like you are. You can essentially do whatever you want. I mean, you are God over all of this shit. I guess this is pretty
true. But the thing is like being Davith, like if we exclude like the fact that you're gonna die by Doomguy and get locked in life sphere and all that, just being Davith is kind of sucky when you think about it, because like his whole ambition is to create like the perfect like race, and you fail constantly, and just your own anger just screws up everything once more. Like,
well, to be fair, Doomguy, I mean not Doomguy, Davith wasn't an overlord, a dark overlord, until he was betrayed by Father. Like, before that, he was a god who was doing like things that Father didn't agree with, but he wasn't necessarily an overlord. He was just making some very risky decisions and bad general management of the multiverse. When Father betrayed him and put him in a life sphere, he then created a dark overlord that wanted to invade and destroy and kill the people who wronged him. So
that means your entire time as being Davov and Overlord of Hell, you're just a fucking ball on a pedestal for trillions of years, and you get like a few days at best of having a physical body, and then you get killed by Doomslayer.
I mean, if that's the way it goes. I mean, if you want to get Davith's power and then create the multiverse and then start like going forward being this dark overlord across the entire multiverse and not get betrayed and locked in a life sphere by Father, like try and deal with that situation before it fucking happens, maybe you can be smart enough to out. I mean, you won't stop
be an overlord at that point, right?
You'd be an overlord. You won't stop Doomguy from coming into existence and coming after you. But
shit.
Yeah, and I think
what if I like become? I mean, if I guess like even if you are Davith, as long as you don't get locked in a life sphere, and just like try to fix like an issue, I'm sure maybe then it'll be fine, and you probably won't prompt Doomguy to go after you.
No, he's gonna come after you no matter what.
He's gonna come out. If you're a Dark Overlord and you're threatening humanity in any way, Doomguy's gonna come after you.
Yeah.
So yeah, needless to say, you're cooked.
So
I mean, thinking about it, you could just not try and do the. Actually, no, that'd be against Davith.
I would say since technically you're not fated to lose, it would just be extremely difficult to win, possibly impossible.
If you're like the greater overlord of existence or whatever, couldn't you just not make humanity?
Well, he makes
Or
he
if
makes
they
uni-
don't make
no
the Jakadians.
no because he makes universes just passively by existing. He
Yeah.
doesn't control it from happening. It just does.
Oh, but he did control like how he was making the Jakadians.
Jakad
So,
specifically
like,
was a realm that he decided to take the reins of creating. But before that, all of the universes were just coming into existence without his.
yeah, but like if
control.
you're just David,
He was
you
just
could just sit
porting
down and
universe-
just let things happen and not like forcefully try to like make a perfect race and all that,
You're not
and then have
really-
Doomguy try to kill you.
Yeah, but if you try to
You
become a
do-
Dark Overlord, regardless of whether or not you try to make your own race or not, Doomguy will come into existence to try and kill you.
If you're
My point
Devoth,
exactly.
if you're Devoth, what's stopping you from being like benevolent and just
Well,
being
you
like?
wouldn't be a
No,
Dark
because he-
Overlord
Because then you
then.
wouldn't be an evil overlord. The whole point of the tier list is how difficult it would of a task it would be to be an evil overlord in their same positions.
I see.
If you're not
because-
going through the task of an evil overlord, then there's no point in me putting them on the list. I think this depends. If you get betrayed by your own people and locked in a life sphere, it's like probably S right underneath Devil. If it's or possibly over Devil. No, underneath.
Yeah.
Because I think it's an eternity for the Devil after God wins the war. Whereas but if you can avoid that, then I think it's probably low B below Darkseid. So it really is going to depend. This could suck way worse or not quite as bad, depending on situations.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It still will lead to the same conclusion to being taken out by Doomguy.
Yeah, but being killed by Doomguy is not as bad as something that like Griffith or the Borg goes through.
I mean, yeah.
Like you just gotta fight a dude that you probably can't beat, and then he'll kill you by stab you in the neck with a doom blade, or breaking your neck, or blowing your head off with a gun. I mean, Doomguy's not big on torture generally. He's pretty
that's true.
efficient with the murder.
I mean, unless you're one of the imps and you get your arm shoved in your mouth.
That's pretty quick murder though. Even that's
He's
pretty
just
quick murder.
brutal. Doesn't mean he's
Yeah,
horrifically violent.
Brutal but swift.
No, he's definitely horrifically violent, but he's not torturous.
I don't know.
He's brutal but swift.
So which one
just
makes the best sense?
Just put an A because
I feel like S is
the potential is there for both.
Just cut it. Just put it in the middle. A.
The bottom.
Just split it.
Yeah, that
The bottom
Yeah,
of S,
yeah,
maybe.
Okay.
at least.
Okay, I'm gonna put him below
Borg.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would work 100%.
Yeah.
Or above.
The potential for it being
Sauron.
not that bad is pretty decent.
Yeah.
Being just
I mean, you
just
can also
ruling.
probably have
What if
some
you-
fun, I guess. You are
What if you?
God.
What if you facade as being not that bad? And you get like you get the
So-
favor of humanity.
Imagining
And then
capturing
you're
Doomguy
just an
and just
evil-
trying to like fake being good. It's
You're
like,
just-
oh,
you're just an
sorry, man,
evil-
I didn't mean
you're
all
just-
this to happen.
You're just evil and you're pretending to be good type of deal.
Just evil.
So, question.
Can you imagine though?
Okay, question. Doesn't Frieza own half of the galaxy?
He owns a majority of the galaxy at the beginning, if I'm not wrong.
Is it galaxy or universe?
I believe it's the galaxy. Universe, not quite.
Yeah, he doesn't own.
Cause wait. So doesn't the universe in Dragon Ball have four galaxies? Northwest, east, south.
Yeah. He owns majority.
Yeah,
of the
because
North.
one thing I've always said that annoyed me about Frieza is that he constantly talks about being the strongest character in the entire universe, knowing that Beerus is out there, knowing that Boo is out there, and he's just a fucking liar. Because he's very clearly not the strongest. In fact,
he's like number 3.
Frieza.
No, he's not. Because Deborah is eventually introduced, and Deborah is stated to be equal to that of Cell, and he's the
from
ruler.
a different realm.
No, he's from the same universe, though.
Oh, does he say universe?
He does. He says he's the strongest in the universe. Deborah is in the same universe, and Deborah is not just slightly stronger than
Right, a
Frieza.
lot.
He is considerably strong. So you have to assume that the second most powerful person underneath Deborah is probably not Frieza, who is like several million times less powerful.
In all
I
fairness,
think Boo is probably like Boo is
Boo
above
is.
Frieza.
Boo is above Frieza. Boo's above Frieza. We know for 100% fact Deborah, Boo, and Beerus and Whis were all above
Yeah.
Frieza and existing in the universe
And
at the
Supreme
same time.
Kai.
What about
Yeah,
And
Supreme
and
Kai,
Supreme
yeah.
and Supreme Kai and the dude who was with Supreme Kai with the pink dude.
Kabito
Okay,
Kai.
What about Cell or like
Correct me
Goku
if I'm-
Black?
I do want to say, in all fairness, he probably didn't know about a lot of people. Like,
No, we know that he knew about Boo. We know that he knew about Beerus. So he probably knew about Whis if he knew about Beerus.
Well,
Did he know about Cell?
Boo, Beerus,
Well,
and,
Cell didn't even exist yet, so no, he couldn't have known about Cell.
Yeah, no.
He
To be
may.
fair, they didn't know how strong Whis was. No one did.
Boo and Beerus.
It's pretty obvious.
It's pretty
were
obvious.
No, it's not.
running amok.
I would say it's pretty obvious. Why would it not be pretty obvious?
Yeah.
Because he literally is basically a servant to Beerus.
Yeah, but he's also an angel. He's also an angel, and he's a servant to the god of destruction, who is, again, probably trillions, quadrillions, octillions of times stronger than Frieza is at
He
that
is,
point.
but surely you would assume the god is stronger than the angel.
Why would you assume? Yeah, but why would you assume that you're stronger than that angel, who is the bodyguard,
yeah, that's a good point.
attendant,
Yeah,
and servant?
Yeah, you're right. I retract my statement.
Not even Goku or Vegeta could really do anything to Whis.
No.
Okay.
Hello there.
Separate thing entirely. Honestly, if you are Frieza, if you just train, not even grueling training, just regular training, consistently, you probably can beat Beerus. Like Beerus, freaking.
No, you can.
When
Potentially,
Beerus,
but Frieza never does that.
yeah, but you're not Frieza. You're not a lazy that sits in his freaking in his tower all day.
I mean, he
You're
might.
you.
He might.
No.
You don't know him as a person. He might be a very lazy person, and that's kind of a part that we're not really taking into account though. But like people, like you're saying that okay, if I was Frieza, I would have done this, or if I was Frieza, I would have done this. But honestly, if you were Frieza, would you really take the time to go in hardcore, intense training to become this insanely powerful?
He doesn't need a hardcore intense train.
He does need hardcore intense train. You don't.
Okay.
What do you
He
mean
hardcore
why?
intense
Because that's how
trained
training
for-
works.
He hardcore intense trained for freaking like 10 weeks and became literally on par with freaking Goku. Like
Just take
Goku
Gold and Black
Super
Frieza,
Saiyan
for
Blue.
example.
Yeah. That guy freaking trained 10 years.
You'd be
hardest
surprised.
training.
You'd be
Absurd.
surprised how many people would give up before that 10 weeks is over and not be able to hardcore train like that.
But he doesn't need to
honest, if I
hardcore
was
train to get
Frieza and I got
powerful.
my
He just
ass
train a
beat by
bit.
Goku.
Okay, y'all were both talking at the same time. I didn't hear anything y'all said.
If he just trains a bit, the power increase would still be insane for him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it'd be enough to beat Goku at least. Like, hands down.
Demolish Goku.
He still
like-
hasn't though.
Yeah.
But this is you, not him.
Yeah, this is you.
I actually think you
in
probably
beginning of Saiyan Empire. Like,
Well, to be fair, see, I the problem with Dragon Ball, it just doesn't make any. It's so stupid. The power levels don't make any sense to me.
No, they don't.
Yeah,
Like
it's
they
stupid.
like
It
it's
doesn't make that
really
much
it's
sense.
really it makes no like Frieza should not be able to catch up to like he should not be able to catch up to where Goku was at the end. But they had to like hurry up and get him up there. So they're like, oh yeah, he just trains for a couple of weeks and that's it. That was the stupidest shit ever. Like it really doesn't make sense.
Oh,
It
yeah,
does.
it goes
It
from-
does kind of break the universe as a whole.
But yeah. But he
I still
did
think.
it.
But here's my issue, right? Let's say you kill Goku. Let's say you kill Goku. Universe 7 gets destroyed by Xeno a couple years later.
No, it doesn't.
Not much to really
Yes,
talk
it
about.
does. Yes, it
No,
does.
He brings up a good point there.
Yes, it does. Xeno
Yeah, 'cause
destroys
Xeno
Universe
actually
7.
likes Goku.
Goku was the one who convinced him into not destroying it.
Yeah, the
'cause
only
Zeno
the
likes
only
Goku.
way the only way you do that is if you play a fool and literally pretty much take Goku's place, which that's about the best you
No, because even then you would still have to join in the Tournament of Power and win, and there's really no evidence that Frieza would be able to win in the Tournament of Power.
What if he trained? He could have.
Not necessarily. We don't know where the peak of his power lies.
We know he's stronger than Beerus.
We don't know he's stronger than Beerus. We know that he
In the
can.
manga,
We know that he
In the
can. Well,
manga.
okay, let's stick to one continuity. The anime is the one that
Hello
everybody
there.
knows, so we're gonna stick to one.
Well, it's
But
gonna follow that. What if we follow
it doesn't follow
powers,
it. It
like-
doesn't follow it. I mean, there are two different continuities at this point that are going in two
No, I'm
different
saying
directions.
if you follow the anime, and the monstrous increases in power he gets over like barely training, he's clearly gonna get stronger in Beerus.
Not necessarily. No, not necessarily, because we don't. Well, for one, we don't know how much stronger Beerus is than Goku. Like we thought that when Dragon Ball, what was the fucking name of the movie? Yeah, Battle of Gods happened. That Goku was comparable to the strength of Beerus, and I think Beerus even said that he was 70% of his strength. But then Goku becomes literally tens, if not hundreds, if not millions of times stronger, and he's still nowhere near Beerus. So Beerus' full strength, we have no idea what it is, and he keeps lying about it. So.
And I halfway feel like if he was being truthful with the whole 70% thing, which there's a possibility he just wasn't, I don't know why he'd be lying about that in the absence of space with no one listening to him, but I guess sure.
It's just bad writing, and they just keep changing it. That's all it is.
Yeah.
They wanted the show to continue, and they realized by having him, yes, we can hear you, and having him being 70% of the strength of Beerus was it just didn't. Like it doesn't.
This is a thing I have with Dragon Ball, where I feel like it should have had its ending already, especially with the creator sadly
everyone
being
knows that.
gone.
Yeah, God bless Araki.
I mean, honestly, I think the perfect ending. Okay. I would say the best spot to end it that I've seen is probably the Cell Saga. After the Cell
that was meant to be the ending.
The Frieza Saga was meant to be the end. The Frieza Saga was meant to be the ending, and then they wanted to bring it back, so then he brought it back to the Cell Saga. I think the Cell Saga ending is better than the Frieza Saga ending. I think that was like a perfect place.
I agree.
Yeah,
and
I actually think that the Tournament of Power, if we were still continuing it, should have been the ending if we were going to get to this point.
Well, to be honest,
still going.
I think that when the Buu Saga came up, I think that Toriyama made a massive mistake by bringing Goku back. He should have moved on to Gohan as being the main character from that point on, and stuck with his original plan of Goku. But he says he likes writing for Goku too much, and he didn't want to write without Goku. I get it, but I think you kind of ruined your story by bringing Goku back.
It's not that.
I don't think he ruined it because it was still good.
No,
it wasn't.
Okay, please.
It was not up to the par of the previous two sagas.
Okay, please
And they have just repeated like constant story arcs for like 3 different characters.
Yeah,
constantly doing the same thing.
Let the other guy talk who's trying to talk. Go ahead.
Alright, thank you. First thing, I don't think that Zeno would erase Universe 7 because he doesn't erase it in the future Trunks timeline. That's like years after the
That's a different timeline though. Why does that matter?
Yeah, but why would Zeno erase it in one timeline but not erase it in the
Because
other?
they're two different timelines with two different events that happened. In the timeline with Future Trunks, he's never even met Goku. In the timeline with Future Trunks, the entire Universe 7 is completely different. Like all of the events of the series are different at that point.
Yeah, but
and also in the Future Trunks timeline, he does erase it.
Only because he
Black
needs to get rid of
Zamasu. No, he erases it the moment he gets there, but he doesn't even know what's going on. He literally arrives there, sees some shit, and just decides to erase the entire universe.
Yeah, but he wouldn't really.
So your main point. But you're not listening to your own points. You're saying that he won't erase it necessarily, because he didn't erase it in 7, because he didn't erase it in the other timeline, but he did erase it in the other timeline. He erases it in both.
Okay, but
let him finish his point. What were you saying?
I'll let Jim Guy go first.
Yeah, the only thing I'd have to say, you'd have to play it very specific. You'd pretty much have to either try and get gold as fast as possible without Beerus finding out, and then you could probably beat Beerus.
I don't know if you can beat Beerus. Again, we don't know how powerful Beerus is comparatively to everyone else.
Okay, assuming the Battle of Gods thing was truthful, assuming that, which he got really lazy.
But we know it. But we know it
forever.
wasn't. We know the 70% thing. Is that what you're talking about when you're saying Battle of Gods thing?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that we
70%
know that's not
It's a
true.
space to
We
himself.
know that's not truthful because because Goku has gotten far stronger than just that 30% that Beerus
At least
claimed.
50.
It's way more than 50. He's multiplied his
Well, I'm
power.
saying least. Like, if you wanted to lowball it to the minimum, you'd have to say at least in the 50s.
I mean, he multiplied his power considerably, like way beyond what it was previously. I mean, he's got fucking 2 more forms since then, and forms always. I thought it was 2 more forms. No, because he had.
No, Kaioken's not a form, it's a
Instinct.
technique.
He has Ultra Instinct.
He had all. Yeah.
Oh, fuck if I forgot Ultra
He
Instinct.
he discovered red, then he eventually gets blue, then he eventually gets Ultra Instinct, and then he
Is
fuses
that a transformation? I thought that was also a technique like Kaioken.
I mean, it's treated as a transformation. It's treated as and then he stacks it on with Kaioken. So you have two extra things plus Kaioken, which multiplies his power even further. Point is, he's so far beyond that 70%. There's no way. There's not a chance in hell. And even saying that, he's still not even the most powerful character, as Broly is stronger than Goku.
No.
So
yeah, in fact, it took Vegeta and Goku to make Gogeta to take down Broly.
Yeah. And remember, when they do those fusions, it doesn't just add their powers together; it multiplies their powers together.
Yeah.
So it's like
fairness,
and Broly is under Beerus. So
I do want to say this: Broly isn't that much of a problem. Honestly, just blow up the planet. You're an evil overlord. Just blow up the planet he's on. He's gonna die.
Why would he die?
Why isn't?
Because he can't breathe in space.
According to who?
Saiyans can't breathe in space.
Yeah.
This is a very commonly known thing.
Saiyans also can't turn Super Saiyan, but we've gotten through that point. I mean, I'm just saying that their power has gotten
transformation, being able to breathe in space.
This is consistently supported that Saiyans can't breathe in space, like throughout the entire series.
I don't really buy it because I think that people always argue with me, but I don't know. Maybe my mind just is remembering it wrong. But I'm almost positive in Battle of Gods they fly through and destroy multiple planets.
Upper atmosphere, never destroy planets.
Never happened.
Am I just like, what am I fucking thinking of?
He punches rocks.
You're thinking of the shockwaves from the punches that were out destroying the universe.
Probably.
Wasn't destroying the universe, it was just destroying planets.
It was just shaking it really hard.
It was destroying planets, right? They fly through destroying multiple planets. I'm almost positive this happened.
Anyway, they were around the planet that they were around Earth, and their shockwave and punches.
I feel like I'm going fucking nuts because I'm almost positive that I saw the scene.
You're definitely going nuts, dude. I don't. You might want to review it because I don't think that happened.
No,
it was just
100% didn't happen.
We're really close to space, but not quite.
I mean, it's been years since I've seen this fucking fight. To be fair, like it's been a long time since I've seen the fight. But I'm almost positive there's a scene
in the upper atmosphere
where they're like flying around through planets. All their punches are exploding planets, and I'm just like I don't know. It seemed
they stayed around Earth.
I mean, if you're talking about like original Broly, then yeah, he can breathe. He can deal with space. But
somehow.
Not
Wait, can he? I thought he burned in the sun.
He literally
when he's a baby.
blew up Cell's galaxy and then traveled to freaking like wherever it was. So I mean, I'd say so.
Well, he's also the reason they survived Planet Vegeta exploding.
Yeah, so you know he survived that multiple times. This
But
was original Broly.
What if he could just hold his breath for a long time, like a Viltrumite?
They can't do that. They've very clearly been shown to have sort of human limitations when it comes to that.
That's okay.
It's very dumb. It doesn't make sense, but freaking
it makes as much sense as Frieza matching up to a god in 10 months.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So needless to say, being Frieza is decent enough to where you eventually just kind of lose.
Wait, how do we know they're gonna destroy the 7th universe? By the
Okay,
way?
hold up. When was the last time? When was the last time we got confirmation that Goku can't breathe in space?
I don't remember, but
we've never.
I believe it was the literal freaking What was the one Frieza arc in freaking Dragon Ball Super?
No, but during Battle
Resurrection
of
F?
I mean, Goku.
Resurrection F, because Frieza blows up the planet, and I believe it's mentioned there.
Right, that's the reason why Whis had the bubble.
Yeah, that's why he had to put the bubble up.
Okay, because I'm looking at the Battle of Gods fight right now, and they're freaking in space. Like, they're absolutely 100% in space.
They're very close to it, not in space.
No, they are in space. I don't give a I don't know. Unless they think that the freaking atmosphere... Unless they think the atmosphere is thousands of miles away from the fucking planet. Like you could see the curvature of the planet from where they are. Goku literally creates, like, a small star and chucks it. And it's like they're nowhere near the planet. Like, he's very clearly in space. This is poorly animated if they're trying to say that he's in the upper atmosphere here. Like, that is space, straight up.
They do say it's in the upper atmosphere in the anime.
Oh, I just watched it. They didn't say it. But to be fair, I mean, I'll take your word for it.
It's about 2 hours long in the anime, so...
Oh, you're right. I'm watching the movie. You're right. Okay, I thought you meant when you said anime. I was yeah. No, because the movie. I'm watching the movie. I'm watching the movie scene. It's like a 16-minute scene. I just watched through it at like 4 times speed.
The movies are no longer
yeah, they're
canon.
very clearly in. Well, I thought the whole flying through planets thing. I thought I remember watching that in the anime, not the movie. But I mean, I could be wrong. But I don't know. It just seems weird. Like, I even remember when Frieza was fighting the Saiyans, like when he destroyed Planet Vegeta. That was in space.
He can be in space.
He was in space.
No, they were in space. They were all in space.
just Frieza.
No, they absolutely were. Go rewatch the scene. Those motherfuckers are in
Who are they?
space.
Who are they?
The entire Saiyan army is in space. They're all in space above the planet
that's
Vegeta.
The Frieza Force.
No,
no.
the Bardock and the Saiyans are in space fighting Vegeta. They were lined up. The entire army was in front of Frieza. They were all in space, and Frieza kills all of them and destroys the planet in one attack.
I don't think that one's canon. I don't think that movie's
No,
canon.
just look at the Broly movie. The Broly movie that is canon, by the way. The Broly movie is canon.
The Broly movie is canon. Yeah.
They're in space.
It showed Frieza is in space in that exact same scene.
There are tons and tons and tons of scenes of Saiyans fighting in space. Like
It's literally just like a Viltrumite situation where they just kind of have like a limit
forgetting
of how long they can be in space. It's
They keep-
either that or it's just they don't write it correctly.
They just keep fucking
They
forgetting.
probably just don't read it. Yeah, honestly.
Because that's what I'm saying. When people say that they can't breathe in space, I believe you that there are comments that I'm not remembering where they say that they don't breathe in space. But I think there are so many examples showing them clearly breathing in space that it's really weird.
They have spaceships. They have a need for spaceships. Otherwise, they would just be flying to their.
No, I just think they're not as fast. I just think they're not as fast as people say they are.
They're definitely
That
not
would
as
make
fast as
sense.
people say they are.
They're not. Like there's a reason why if they were that fast, as fast as people claim them to be, which some people just straight up say they're infinite, then he could just literally fly to a planet holding his breath and make it there. So what is they're not as strong as people think they are. But I mean Whis, right? Like
They're very
Whis
strong. They're not as fast.
Yeah, Whis has to travel from Universe 7 to another universe, and even Beerus complains about how long the trip takes. Like that's like they're not teleporting, and there's clearly distance there that needs to be traveled through. That Whis has to actually travel, which is also why I argue that Universe 7 and Universe 8 and all of these universes are actually not separate universes. The entire universe of Dragon Ball is one universe. Because if it was multiple universes, you wouldn't be able to fly there via distance. That wouldn't be possible.
I do want to bring something up. I think it may just legitimately be one of the most inconvenient teleporting in fiction for no reason.
The only version of teleporting that actually works is the instant transmission.
Well, there is a reason for there is a reason for the existence of instant transmission. The reason why it is because Toriyama didn't just want to give him a free teleport where you can go anywhere you wanted to. Like that was the whole purpose of giving him a teleport that only allowed him to teleport to people whose energies he could sense. Like that was he limited the teleportation on purpose so it wasn't just an instant win. Like Goku can be wherever he wants whenever he wants to be there.
So I do want to mention this. If that's the case, why can't he just teleport to Universe 6 with those very strong power levels that he knows exist there?
Yeah, I just read the comments. And I noticed someone just brought up the Bardock thing. Vegeta is on an asteroid in space when he attains Super Saiyan for the first time. That's another one. I totally forgot about that one. That's true. That's also an example of him being in space. Let me see. Pimp Demon, what 30%? There's 70% in the movie, but there's nothing like that in the actual TV. Yeah, we were talking about the movie. The fact that Dragon Balls can bring people back makes any consequences meaningless in DBZ. Only if you have people to bring you back. And only if you can actually get down the Dragon Balls without someone killing you or stopping you from doing it, which is usually the case for other people. I mean, Frieza's entire goal is to acquire the Dragon Balls, and he gets stopped from doing it. So
he wants to grow taller. That's the new plot line.
Wait, what's up?
He wants to grow taller.
Are you serious?
That was in the movie.
Not
that
joking.
was in the Broly movie.
Broly movie, yeah.
Why?
He got a hold of the Dragon Balls. He said,
Because he hates being made fun of for being
I'm
short.
just gonna make myself taller in my final form or something. And that's literally the wish he was gonna do.
He wishes for puberty again.
Yeah, literally.
It angers me that that's so fucking stupid.
He wants to grow
It is
He
funny,
wants to grow like 3 centimeters or something.
Yeah,
Know what I'm mad about? They had a chance to bring any villain they wanted to and make them canon, and they chose fucking Broly instead of Cooler.
Cooler would have been so good.
Cooler's better than Broly in every way.
The problem with Dragon Ball at the moment too is there's so many different like movies and stuff, and it's like it's confusing what's canon.
No, not really. Not really. Not the only movies that are canon currently are the ones that were made after Super released. Even the adaptations to the movies like Battle of Gods and Resurrection F are no longer canon to the anime. So really, I mean, the only movie would probably be Broly, right?
Yeah, just
but it's gonna be made non-canon. I guarantee it.
If they decide to adapt that movie into I thought it was extremely stupid to adapt Resurrection F and Battle of Gods instead of just continuing the story after that point.
Superhero also. Superhero
is that canon? Is that canon?
Yeah, it's canon.
I don't even know what that's about. I'll be honest. I don't know anything about that movie.
Yeah, Dragon Ball Superhero.
It's like the multiverse, basically.
What? No. The idea is that it's a bit later in the future when freaking Goten, Goten and Trunks have grown up a bit, to the point where they actually look like kids and not just freaking babies anymore.
Isn't Superhero the one with Super Saiyan 4 Goku?
No, that's the one with Orange
GT.
Piccolo. That's the one with Orange Piccolo.
Is Daima good? Is Dragon Ball Daima good?
Yeah. I mean, they made Goku Super Saiyan 4 canon, but it's
I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I'm saying like it's a show about taking Goku and turning him into a child and basically repeating the storyline from GT, I guess, kind of.
Really.
He turns into a child, does he not?
He turns into a kid.
Yeah.
Okay, that's repeating. But that is what I'm talking about. But I know baby's not in it. Whatever. I'm saying that they're doing the same thing that they did with GT, and I find it so uninteresting as a concept. Like why do they do the same plot line that wasn't interesting the first time they did it? Again, like the concept of turning your main character into a child is not an interesting scenario. It's not cool. It's not interesting. It doesn't like, oh wow, let's see what they could do with this really cool plot. No, it's dumb. Like, why would they do it twice? You had a chance to make another show, and instead of making a sequel to Super, you did that.
They had another show
going. The thing about that is that
yeah.
Akira Toriyama was making that like during Super. That was like it wasn't like a direct sequel that he was making right after like Super.
Wait, Toriyama made that show?
Yeah, that was one of his. That was his.
I'm kind of disappointed.
So Toriyama chose to make another story where he de-ages Goku.
Yeah, and it was pretty good.
Well, he didn't make the first one, to be fair.
Fair enough. Yeah, that was true. He did not make GT.
No, that's not to be fair, because that he's just copying a gimmick that was already utilized once and didn't work the first time. I don't know. I just think I think it's a dumb
so.
gimmick. I think it's a really bad gimmick.
I mean,
there isn't a single
that's what you
universe
think,
that I can think of that I would be like, you know what I want to do? I want to take the main character and age them down to a child and just put them through a storyline. Like name a single thing where that's an interesting storyline. I can't think of one.
Wait a minute.
That
I
sounds
think
like a
there's one.
filler episode.
It does.
It does.
It seems like a one-time filler episode, and it's crazy that it's been done twice. To like for like the whole. Yeah.
I think there's like one thing that Daima does. The main thing that it is, aside from the freaking baby Goku thing, is that focuses more on the magic of the universe, which doesn't really get that looked upon.
That doesn't really interest me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. If that doesn't interest you, I mean.
No, like I mean, what about that dude from the manga, Moira, Moro? Are they ever gonna do that?
Eventually, when more of the mangas freaking
When
published.
Super returns?
Yeah, when
Currently,
Super
we're
returns.
in the granola arc. I really think we should have ended the series like when Daima was done, because like Akira Toriyama is no longer here, meaning there's no real guidance to like follow the story anymore. And there was multiple times where they could have ended the story and it would have been fine.
I want to
It's
say
not gonna
this.
end.
I have heard a lot of good things about the Moro arc. I think it'll probably be one of the better arcs in freaking Super, which is saying.
But they do more of the same
still.
shit though. Like Frieza gets a stupid power up, and like.
Well, that's at the very end.
Well,
Well,
to be
in all
fair, okay, so
fairness-
to be fair, this is something that people don't like it when I say this, but I don't think that any of the forms or power-ups for any of the characters other than maybe Frieza and Cell are good. I don't think Super Saiyan is a good form, and I don't think any of his next forms are good forms. I don't like
Why
any of
don't
the
you like 'em?
because they're just alternate colors of the same thing. They suck
Fair
as
enough.
forms. Like all of the best forms are like forms that are not considered canon anymore. Like the best form, I mean, you just said that Daima undid it, but Super Saiyan 4 was like the coolest form of Super Saiyan. The coolest form that Frieza that we saw Frieza's race have is Cooler's fourth
fifth.
form or fifth form, whatever. Yeah, is Cooler's form. That was the coolest one. Like I don't like Super Saiyan Red, Super Saiyan Blue, Super Saiyan they all suck. You're like, okay, what color is his hair gonna turn next? And everyone always acts so, oh man, Ultra Instinct, it's so amazing. He just looks like his fucking self, but like with a white aura around him. Oh great, awesome. What an amazing form.
That's why I like Naruto's Kurama Link better.
Yeah, and everyone's talking about this new form that Frieza's getting. It's like, oh, you don't understand. It's so cool. It's Black Frieza. It's like, who gives a fuck?
He can say the N word now, so that's it.
Like I super don't care. Is it because they just don't want to have to keep coming up with new character designs, so they just keep changing the color? Like, what is the purpose of even giving them new forms?
It's trying to escalate the story more, but it's just stupid.
But you can escalate the story and also give them new cool forms. Toriyama used to do it. He did it with Cell and Frieza originally, but then all of a sudden it's like he just got tired of making new forms.
But they never
probably
really
a
did it with
bad
Goku. Like they never
comparison.
get. I guess besides Super Saiyan 4.
Well, Goku. Well, the only reason why he even introduced the concept of Super Saiyan in the first place was because he got tired of having to color in Goku's hair every time he drew him. So he made him blonde, so he no longer had to take the time to color in his hair in every single panel.
I mean, Super Saiyan 3 was different to the others, but not that much.
It was a
Not
bit
by
different,
much.
but-
Super Saiyan 2, you can't even tell that it looks different than Super Saiyan 1. It's like a slight hair
Yeah,
change, and there's a little bit of electricity in the aura. It's extremely
Sometimes.
difficult to tell if it's even if a character's even in Super Saiyan 2 or 1.
Even the creators confuse them sometimes. I really liked, probably transformation-wise, I really liked Janemba. I thought he had some cool ones.
Jim is the red guy with like the shell shit, right? Yeah,
it's a sword.
Big yellow man.
And then you get Piccolo, and then you get like Super Piccolo, and Super Piccolo looks exactly like regular Piccolo. And now apparently there's an orange Piccolo.
He's just buff. He's just buff orange.
Yeah, he gets like Broly levels of buff and becomes orange.
Stupid, so stupid. It's just like all these fucking color changes.
Where does the freezer go in the list?
I don't know. Fucking.
So how do we know that he's gonna destroy the Universe 7? By the way.
because he
Yeah.
was
Zeno?
going to destroy Universe 7 without the involvement of Goku.
So you
Yeah,
pretty
it
much
was because of Goku why Zeno didn't destroy the universe.
You,
If Zeno doesn't
Zeno,
use Goku,
Zeno was
everybody
planning.
goes to crap.
Zeno was planning on destroying all the universes except for like 1 or 2 of them, and then because Goku showed up and asked Zeno about a tournament, Zeno changed his mind. It was like, okay, we're gonna start a tournament, and whoever the winner of the tournament is, that's gonna be the one who survives. Now, even if you somehow are Frieza and you talk Zeno into doing that, which is unlikely because he has to like you and he really likes Goku, you would still have to win the Tournament of Power, which is unlikely because you would have at that point already killed all the strongest people from Tournament 7, meaning your entire team would essentially be just you and whatever weak-ass dudes you can get with you.
I don't think you'd even get to that part because you'd have to have the Universe 6 versus 7 arc first, which is all over Earth, and chances are Earth is freaking hell now.
He also wouldn't be able to kill Boo or Goku Black.
Because you killed Goku.
Goku Black wouldn't.
Blew themselves up.
Yeah, I also think you'd probably have some issues even fighting and beating Hit as well. With the time stop bullshit.
Yeah, you're not.
To be
Goku
fair,
pulled some
he
bullshit to
does
figure that
have
out.
a dude who could also time stop part of the Ginyu Force.
I mean, I don't think you'd have that issue.
But that's not the same ability. That's time stopping and that's time rewinding.
It's time stop. It's time
Yeah, no.
stop.
If he holds his breath, all of time stops.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying no. Hits his time
He
rewinding.
doesn't have. No, it's not.
Hits his time stop.
He literally says he goes back like 0.1 seconds.
No, it's like a weird like skip thing where like he punches and then like kind of like uses time to like.
Oh, is it
punch you
forward?
more.
I thought it was backwards.
It's a time skip, but anyhow, I'm not even sure if you'd. I do think you could beat Hit because it's been shown that you can pretty much bullcrap power through his through.
Yeah, it
his
depends how
time
strong
skip.
Frieza you get as
Yeah,
Frieza.
if you just get buff enough, you can honestly just freaking buff your way through.
Yeah,
it.
but so can Hit. Hit is shown to be able to because in Hit's fight with Goku, he lengthens the time bullshit extremely fast. Like
If you
it
just
increases.
take him out before he gets a chance to do that.
Yeah, I mean you.
If you can.
But again, this is the whole where a lot of it comes into how strong could you actually get as Frieza.
Yeah, but how strong could Hit get? That's also the part. Like he can get stronger too.
Hit never tries to improve his technique till he meets Goku.
Yes, but if he meets because that was the first person he ever met who was stronger than him. If he meets Frieza and realizes
if you
that
take
Frieza's
him out
strong,
before he tries to do that, he couldn't do it.
Well, what's stopping him from increasing his power just like you are?
The fight has to go on for a certain amount of time.
Not necessarily. If he gets hired to fight a dude and he senses your power level, that's it. It's done. He knows how strong you are. He'll be able to increase it. He doesn't actually even have to come into contact with you necessarily. And considering that the only people who know how to hide their power level is Goku, and that Frieza I don't even know if Frieza ever learns
it. This is a tournament setting, so you're just going to be facing each other.
Well, no, because the tournament happens after Hit is originally hired to kill Goku.
No, he's hired to kill him after the Universe 6.
I'm almost positive that was before.
No,
didn't Goku hire Hit to,
I think you're right. I think Goku hired him. I think Goku did hire Hit. I think you're right.
Yeah, Goku hired Hit.
So wait, what caused the tournament 7 and 6? What caused it?
That one was freaking Beerus's brother coming over, being like, "I can't believe you still have Earth full of delicious food." And I kind of want that, so we're gonna fight over that, and that's what the tournament was about.
Earth.
Man, that's
they wanted Earth. They wanted Earth, so he could get delicious food. That's it.
Okay, so the idea is the entire thing that we're leaning on the stupid fucking thing where Frieza can just gain power quickly. Like, are we leaning entirely into that, to the idea that you could literally pass up anyone?
That's the only way he could carry his universe through the...
stronger and then got beat more times than he has won. Well,
yeah, like the idea that essentially you could just keep training and you could essentially, if you spend like the first couple years of your time here just straight up training and then become to the point that you're like nearly god levels of power. Like, you think, I don't know. I hate the
mean,
writing.
it's bullshit.
I guess it's
think
right,
it's
but
dumb.
I hate the writing in Dragon Ball. That's something.
No,
that's
I
like...
agree with you. I think it's dumb, but it's just how Frieza works.
Yeah, that is just how he kind of works.
But it really doesn't even make sense in the story of Dragon Ball, because the whole idea is that that's like a thing that his race has, but no one in his race is that. No, it's supposed to be his race.
It's because he's a mutant. That's
his
the main reason why.
his race might be able to do that, but
He's
not
a
to the
mutant,
extent he can.
So are we? So is the story's writing currently seriously that he knows he could just continuously gain power and pass everybody up, but just chooses not to because he's lazy?
No, he literally just does do that in the manga. He literally
He's
goes
just choosing
into
to pass people up now.
yeah. He literally goes into pretty much a time chamber of his own, trains for 10 years, and then becomes stronger than everyone in the verse, aside from maybe Beerus.
Really? So currently he's stronger than Broly, he's stronger than Goku, he's stronger than Whis, he's stronger than...
Because Broly was absolutely destroying him when he first met him.
Not after not freaking Frieza Black, not Frieza Black, freaking...
Well, we haven't seen Broly fight Frieza Black, and we don't know how much stronger Broly has gotten during his training.
He bodied both Goku and Vegeta with one attack. I'm pretty sure he
in
could
their
beat
more
Broly.
powerful forms.
Yeah, in their most powerful forms, I'm pretty sure he could beat freaking Broly.
The writing's so fucking dumb.
It's bad.
The writing's
Yeah,
so dumb.
this is really
exceptionally dumb. And he spent like 10 years to get that.
This is the thing, though, because how dumb the writing is, you could, in theory, just power blast through the whole universe.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh my god.
Well, we still don't know if he's physically capable of defeating a god of destruction, even with his mutation, and we still don't know if there's there's certain characters he's capable of beating. There's still not 100% chance that you would be able to overcome something like Xeno just immediately deleting the fucking universe.
Well, no, not Xeno. We'd have to You have to overcome like Jiren and Hit.
Well, no, but I'm saying in order to in order to survive, you would likely have to overcome Xeno in some way, because Xeno just erases universes of people that annoy him.
You'd have to either trick him, or you'd have to trick him into the whole tournament thing, and if you do that, then I mean, freaking a home run, you're good to go. I mean,
so I mean, where do you even like? This is I fucking hate what they're doing with Dragon Ball. This doesn't even make sense. So
it doesn't. But...
Frieza. So like, where do you even go at this point? Because you already had the Tournament of Power, so all of the strongest characters from all of the universe have already been revealed. So if you're going to suddenly make Frieza this powerful, is that it? Frieza's just the most powerful person. Now Goku is the only one that can catch up. There's nobody else.
Yeah.
What are you talking about currently in Dragon Ball? What in this?
Talking about currently in Dragon Ball.
Oh, I don't know what they're gonna do. It's stupid.
Where'd Moid, whatever his name is, where'd he come from?
Moro, he was okay. Moro fought originally the Supreme Kai. Before that, technically also Boo, because Boo, it's a whole thing. Pretty much, when Boo was sealed away, Moro was beaten by the Supreme Kai before that, and then they brought Boo to fight him again, because he was the Supreme Kai, because he absorbed the Supreme Kai when...
Wait, so Moro was the Supreme Kai, is that what you're saying?
No, Moro was beaten by the Supreme Kai, who then Boo beat freaking the Supreme Kai.
So who's Moro? That's what I'm asking.
Moro, pretty much magic goat man, able to absorb power and strength. He wasn't as strong as Goku at the beginning of the arc.
Yeah, but where has he been this whole time? Like, why wasn't he in the Tournament of Power?
Space prison.
Okay.
He was in space prison.
So potentially there could be somebody else out there that's stronger than Frieza and stronger than Goku and stuff that we just haven't seen yet. They're just gonna pull out of their ass.
Yeah, there's a like 99% chance that, or gets a hold of the Dragon Balls and just decides, I'm gonna wish myself to be the strongest in the universe. They can do that.
I don't think they can do that, right? Though
they can do that. That's what happens in the Granola Salt and the
Could
Granola Saga.
Well, you can't wish for anything that's out of Shenron's power.
With Hit being able to increase his time power so quickly in a single fight, like literally able to multiply it, do you think that it's arguable that if Hit trained in the same way that Frieza could, he could gain power at the same speed or similar?
He could, but it's not in
he'd have
Hit's
to do that
character if he doesn't
beforehand.
meet Goku.
Yeah, you'd have to know that beforehand, and there's a couple of things Hit would have to do. Honestly, someone wishing to be the strongest in the universe is more likely than that.
Which Frieza's never done before.
No, I'm meaning that's happened in the series with like a much weaker than Shenron.
Okay. Well, look, let's fucking put this asshole on the list. It's pissing me off just talking about this. Okay.
That's fair.
So
I think he deserves the boobies because.
Yeah, I just throwing boobs. No one's been there yet. I'm fine
whatever,
with that.
whatever, boobs. Even though
You could fuck it up and it could be shit, but it'd be hard.
Complicated. There's not enough care for us to freaking think about this.
Yeah, it's just like I don't know. It's just he overcomes anything with just a little bit of training.
The terrible writing
It's
makes it kinda
really
boring.
yeah, it's really annoying. I'm not a fan of this. It's pissing me off with like the shit that they've done with Dragon Ball. I'm surprised that people hate Star Wars as much as they do, and people don't seem to hate what they're doing with Dragon Ball
think
with
people
the
just got
same
bored of
with the
Dragon Ball,
same
right?
passion.
Kinda.
I think people just got bored of Dragon
But why
Ball.
are they? But why are they angry with Star Wars and not just bored with Star Wars? Like I'm just bored with Star Wars. But like they're angry about it, but they're not angry about
Star Wars
Dragon
is
Ball.
more in your face for us, I think.
I don't know, not for me. I just think it's
I
think
like
bad.
both of.
Well, I mean, like, if
both
you're
of
in
these
like
franchises,
Star
and I
Wars
just
is
dislike
advertised a
what
lot
they do
more.
sometimes.
I think it's the fact that Dragon Ball has kind of always done this, at least to a degree.
Not really. I mean, even Buu Saga. I mean, GT, I suppose, but the first three, even Buu Saga, it's not great, but it's not like the worst thing ever. You know what I
But
mean?
a lot of people are saying the same thing, like it should have ended like the last
I think
saga.
Super is trash writing. I mean, it is fucking trash.
Yeah, it's awful.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think you can honestly find someone that would not say that, Dragon Ball probably peaked in like either Frieza or Cell Saga.
Well, there's a lot of people who I've
it
seen
was
who actually
definitely
really
Cell Saga.
enjoy Super. Like
They
people
enjoy
who
Super,
they
but
love
they-
the fights and they just like more Dragon Ball, and it really doesn't matter what they're being given as long as they're being given something, and it's like that sucks. That's how your series gets really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess we'll do one more before I move on. I think like Fishy is really like the only one doing much. No,
Who's
but
next?
yeah, we've been going for 7 hours at this point. So
Kaido.
yeah, if there's no
No,
more
I mean-
super chats, we'll move on. I might do it for a little bit longer if there's more super chats. Otherwise, who do you guys want to do? You want to do Kaido? You want to do Voldemort? You want to do Megatron?
Voldemort.
I want to
I
do
want
Kaido.
Megatron because that's gonna be an interesting talking point.
Okay,
For
we
Megatron
had
also.
one
I
person.
really think we should
We
do
had people
Kaido.
say all of them, so I'm just gonna turn it into a vote.
I'm
Who
for Megatron also. But...
should
Megatron?
be
I feel like Megatron would
next?
take too long.
Megatron will not be that long because
Megatron.
Not really.
there's a lot of reasons why
I mean, I guess,
think it
like-
should be
No, you
higher.
gotta support the Brits in here.
I think it'd
Wait,
be the most
are we
interesting
using like
out of the
G1
three.
Megatron or something, or like Bayverse Megatron? Like which Megatron?
I'd assume
Oh,
I'd
that's-
assume it was freaking.
That is a good
If
question.
it's
but
G1,
Oh,
If it's
talk about it when
G1.
the freaking
All right,
thing
the
happens.
poll's up. I'm gonna take a piss real
Yeah.
quick. You guys, I don't know, entertain people, dance or something. I don't know.
right.
I'll be right
I
back.
really think we should do
Voldemort.
Kaido.
Yeah.
Why are we doing Voldemort of all people?
Because he's the British hero of the list.
No, fuck the
Voldemort
British.
is freaking guaranteed to lose, though. It'd just be a Sauron again.
Yeah.
I feel like it was
he's just-
obvious. Like
he's
Voldemort,
just gonna
first off,
lose.
being Voldemort sucks because you have to live on the back of a guy's head for a while. Who
Oh,
wants
no,
to do
see,
that?
Well, no, it
And also,
depends.
like-
If you start in the height of his power, you don't have to do that.
No,
Well,
he's
you
not
still
at the height of his
lose.
power at that. He's, in fact, during the entire Harry Potter series, he's not at the height of his power until the last because he's severely weakened.
Well, he's at the height
You
of his
still-
power before the series.
You still
I mean,
lose
that's true.
and suck
That's
balls
true.
because
That's
you're
true. He was,
guaranteed
you
to.
still lose.
No,
You
you're
were
only
still
guaranteed
fated
to lose once the once the movies happen.
You're prophesized to lose. Friggin', that's it.
Again, if that's at the beginning of the movies because he kills Harry Potter's mum, and that's the prophecy that makes him lose.
No, it was always a prophecy. He was going to lose.
Yeah, like in the book,
Harry
like
he literally makes Harry Potter the chosen one.
not really because
Well, if he didn't make Harry Potter the chosen one, he's gonna make someone the chosen one.
yeah,
Well,
there's
it was still
another
fate going to eventually give him this. It's literally just like Sauron or anyone.
No, but
on
the
this
difference
list
is
that has a
there's
fate
no
thing.
other. If he didn't make Harry, there's no chosen one. He was physically incapable
No,
of
but
killing.
there would have been a chosen one. That's literally how
He
almost
was,
half
but he
these
could kill.
chosen
He
ones
just kill
have.
them. That's the only difference.
He didn't kill Harry Potter. He didn't kill Harry Potter
He
anyways.
physically can't kill Harry Potter.
Exactly.
All right.
That's my
Jesus
point.
Christ! Seriously, Voldemort's fucking winning.
I'm
That's what I'm
surprised
saying.
the next guy. I don't freaking know why.
All right,
really
I'll
hate
give it a little more
Voldemort.
time.
I
There's
don't
only
wanna do Voldemort.
12 votes. There's 45 people here, so I'll give it a little more time. But yeah, so far Megatron's in last place, and Voldemort's winning by a sizable amount. So
I'm surprised
the least
Megatron's last.
interesting out of the three.
Yeah,
from
I
most
agree.
votes.
I think Voldemort's the least interesting. But it's whatever.
Yeah.
We'll see what
And
we'll
also
see. What,
just Megatron and Kaido are probably the most interesting in this list. Voldemort is
Yeah.
just literally the same
No, I
as
think
Sauron
Megatron
or
is by
anyone
far
else
the
that
most
has, like, a
interesting
fate.
out of the three.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
give it
I
to
mean,
Megatron still. but
Megatron
still.
maybe, but like I feel I'd rather just talk about Kaido.
Look, I think we can both agree. Voldemort is just the worst out of the three. Like, what the frick
Definitely.
is? Like,
Well,
man's
honestly-
guaranteed to lose. He gets cucked
He's
by
not
a small
guaranteed to
boy.
lose.
Let's
He's
just
got
flip a
little
coin between
prophecy
Megatron and
against
Kaido.
him.
well,
If you
there was a magical prophecy that dictated that he would lose.
But only because
That's
he
exactly
made
where
Harry
we were going
Potter.
earlier.
Well,
What?
No,
cool.
no,
he,
no,
he
but
makes
no.
one chosen one. He avoids Harry Potter. Congratulations.
No, Harry Potter
Right.
is the second like the second option to be the chosen one. There was another character in the series that was like shown that like, oh, if Harry's parents didn't die, then Neville would have been the chosen one.
That's still a chosen one. It doesn't
But the
matter
difference,
if
but the
the
difference
point
is
is
Voldemort can kill Neville.
Okay, cool. He kills Neville and frickin' another chosen
Another one. Yeah, another
dude,
another one pops up.
It was just gonna be a chosen
No, he
one
kills
now.
Harry.
no, Harry's still alive and Harry
No,
won.
he kills him and Harry comes back.
That's still Harry being alive, and Harry won.
He literally dies and then comes back to life.
That's like saying Doomguy died and failed. That's not the same thing. Like
It was
Harry
lit-
died, sure, and bro is brought back and won. Just like it's
Yeah, he did.
It's still winning.
But what
It's
I'm
still
saying
winning.
is he could literally just kill Neville and Neville wouldn't come back.
Well, if
That
Neville
still
was the
means
chosen
that-
one, then he would do just what Harry Potter did, game back. Because either
Well, no, 'cause
way,
he
Wait,
doesn't
guys,
have
guys,
weapons.
guys, shit. Okay, so 14 people have voted. Do you guys seriously want us
Jim
to
didn't pay
talk?
$5 for
Oh,
Megatron.
Megatron wins.
Oh,
Yeah.
Please,
Yep.
please,
I'm not
Megatron.
doing that.
that'll do it.
I'm not debating Voldemort.
That'll
Frickin'
do it.
Screw that.
Capitalism wins. Megatron's getting talked about.
Sweet.
Okay.
Frick that.
Jimmy Lost Soul is pissed. He said
Talk
Jimmy.
about Gay wizard.
All right, so
Alright.
Megatron. This one's interesting because Megatron is very even with the Autobots. Like very even.
If this is G1, this is G1 Megatron, right?
I mean, I don't think it really matters. If we're talking about G1, if we're talking about IDW, for the most part,
It's pretty consistent.
Optimus and Megatron are very consistently similar in power levels. There are some where Optimus is considerably stronger, but generally only if he utilizes the full power of the Matrix of Leadership or something. Generally speaking, they're of comparable strength levels, and actually, arguably, I think you could say that the Decepticons as a force is stronger than the Autobots as a force.
I would say so.
So I mean,
Yeah, but I think
that
I would argue that Megatron kind of suck. Being Megatron would still suck if you because like if you're gonna be like Overlord of the Decepticons, you're gonna have to deal with fucking like all
Being a slave and then
Yeah,
and then losing your friend.
well, you weren't a
The beginning of it is
slave.
gonna suck.
You weren't a slave.
Technically, you were. Because technically, because you were working under Sentinel.
You were a
and Sentinel Live.
But they weren't slaves. They were low-paid workers, but they weren't slaves.
In the movies, yeah, they weren't slaves, but in every other country.
Oh, in some of the comics, they are slaves. I forgot about that.
Yeah, like in every other continuity, he's you start off as a.
I would say normally they're not slaves. If you're talking broadly, though.
Gladiator.
Yeah, I don't think they're not a slave. I don't think they're slaves in G1. I don't think are they slaves in IDW? I don't remember. I know they're not.
I don't think so. They never mention it.
They're not slaves in the movie in any of the movies that I've seen. So I would say most. I think
Megatron just straight up evil.
I think most no. You're talking about live action movies. In Transformers 1, they go in depth in the backstory, and they're and it's usually a caste system. In one, no, hold up. No, because I remember, I think it might have been the IDW comics. I think in the IDW comics, Megatron is actually a champion of the arena.
Yes, but that's because
I think he was a gladiator. Yeah.
He was a gladiator, not a slave.
He starts off as a miner, then he becomes a gladiator to get political gain.
But he's not a slave in either of them.
No, he was born. He was literally built to be a mining slave. But he
it was a hard class.
But I don't think it's a slave. It's a caste system. I don't think it's a slave thing. I thought that he was a miner because he chose to go and fight at the arenas and he was allowed to do that. That's not a slave. I think you're confusing a caste system where he's trapped in a lower caste as being slavery. It's not he doesn't have an owner.
I mean, a caste system is still gonna suck though.
It's not but it's not slavery.
Yeah.
Because he had the choice to be a gladiator, so he had somewhat freedom.
Yeah, I mean, he had freedom. That's just is what it is. He's not it's not slavery. There isn't a whole lot of room for upward mobility in a caste system, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have freedom.
Okay, fair. Being Megatron would still kind of suck, especially
at the beginning bit. Yeah.
Yeah, and also being the Overlord part because. You got your Star Screams and your
I'm sure you have to deal with Starscream a lot. Starscream
is the most. Starscream is just like a symptom of a massive problem that the Decepticons have, where they just have Megatron is essentially he's the supreme leader on paper, but there are so many sub factions and so on of the Decepticons
But do many even?
Yeah, there are a lot of daggers at your back. Starscream is a main one, but people also get
Unicron. That's right. Actually, I didn't even bring. This is something we should bring out in the G1 comics.
You're talking. Wait, you're talking about? Sorry, one sec. Just hold that on, Nano. You're talking about when you say daggers. No, you're good. You're talking about daggers at your back. You're saying that the people underneath him want to betray him.
There's a lot of people, yeah.
Starscream.
So we actually didn't talk about this with Skeletor, but basically everyone underneath him wants to betray him as well. Beastman doesn't, but Evil Lynn openly talks about how she wants to kill Skeletor and take over his entire empire. He knows she wants to take it over, he's very well aware, and he mocks her over it constantly. But he keeps her around because she's useful, and he knows that his power is so far beyond hers that she's not capable of actually doing anything. So it almost becomes an ongoing joke where he just constantly emotionally abuses her. Because he's like, what are you gonna do about it, bitch? You can't do shit.
That would actually probably be one of the better aspects of being Skeletor, is making fun of the people who want to betray you because they can't physically.
Yeah, there's also implications that he has his way with her sexually as well. In some iterations, not all, there are implications that he makes. That there's things that he says where it's he has possibly essentially not forced himself on her, but coerced her into things. But yeah, she wants.
Unspeakable.
Well, he's pure evil from a universe where evil from the source of evil is from. That'd be a cool crossover, a He-Man Transformers crossover. That'd be awesome.
It would, especially with the vehicles in He-Man. But Megatron kind of has the same problem with everyone wanting to betray him, but the bigger
He only
problem
has like
is
one main one. And
yeah,
that's Starscream.
but like
But
there's
isn't
Overlord.
aren't some of them super loyal still?
Yeah, Shockwave, Soundwave.
Mostar.
Okay. Shockwave is a bit of a Shockwave is like 50-50 because it depends on the universe. Like
Well, most of the time, Shockwave is viewed as like the experimental scientist tactician dude.
You're
And
talking
he
when
doesn't
you're
normally.
when you're talking about Shockwave being betraying him, you're literally talking about one continuity and one storyline of one continuity.
Exactly. Most of the time, Shockwave is not like
Yeah, I
that.
feel like he doesn't have that many daggers at his back.
It's really I'm really only aware of Starscream, and honestly, Starscream
Yeah.
is too much of a coward to actually go through with it.
Just kill Starscream and it's over.
Moron, yeah,
Yeah,
that's fair.
because Starscream is utterly terrified of Megatron.
Yeah,
Just kill Starscream, it's over.
Which is why Starscream waits until Megatron is already defeated to, well...
But again, that's
toss
just
him under the bus.
again, you're Megatron, you have the knowledge.
There's also the kind of thing
That's true, but Megatron is kind of dumb and just ignores Starscream
you're
for some
Megatron.
reason.
I don't think he's dumb. I think it's probably a Skeletor situation where he knows that because Starscream doesn't like he hides it. I think he's aware. I just think that he kind of believes that Starscream can't do much about it.
Yeah, but he's trying to punish Starscream multiple times. Well, not multiple times. He only punished him like once, and it was because he failed at a mission, and never because of all the times he was betrayed. But like, still.
Well, you also depending on the continuity, can't kill Starscream. So how the fuck are you even gonna punish him if you wanted to?
I guess it would depend on the continuity then.
I mean, no. Okay, so this is what I was going to talk about earlier. So now, first, in the G1 show, and more specifically the movie, Starscream does betray Megatron, and Megatron is then taken over by Unicron. So not only do you die, but you become a slave for Unicron. Also, Starscream does officially die in the show, in that movie, like just straight up dead.
Does he come back?
I wanted to bring something up about that kind of. There's also a lot of, very powerful evil forces that are just stronger than you and your.
Isn't it just one? Isn't it just Unicron?
It's not just Unicron. There are other. I mean, you can also argue the Sentinel Prime is stronger than Megatron.
Also, Quinetron and
the Quintessons are not one to name. Like Unicron, maybe some of the Beastimals.
Was that weird dark force that started to infect the sort of universe for a while?
I don't think
that
the
was like a comic.
Any of the Fallen, depending on the continuity, is a problem.
You aren't a top dog, just in your faction. You is the point I'm trying to make.
But you also have a faction. A lot of the characters you're talking about, I mean, Unicron not really counting, but I don't think the Fallen even has a faction. I think he's just the Fallen.
The Fallen tends
is
to
the
be a
original.
minion of Unicron, but yeah.
And Megatron.
Yeah, but the Fallen's not as strong as Unicron.
Yeah. So
like Optimus Prime and Megatron could team up and defeat the Fallen. I think that the Decepticons could team up and defeat the Fallen. He's not that far beyond him.
It's doable.
Yeah.
But it depends on the Optimus you get, because sometimes the Optimus is like movie. It could be like Movieverse, where you just
but if you did the whole fucking Decepticon faction, they'd be able to take him out.
In all fairness, sometimes you and freaking Optimus are gonna have each other to defeat a big foe at some point there. Like freaking Unicron.
I mean, Megatron's not totally out of reasonability.
We have to ask the most important question though. Does Megatron have a penis?
No.
So here's what I'm going to get into. The Transformers themselves. Oh, go ahead.
Canonically, Cybertronians don't do that, so no.
Which is so weird because there's male and female Cybertronians.
Yes, I was about to say.
So what's the point? What's the point even having a male and female Cybertronians if they don't? You might as well just make them all.
How do they reproduce then?
Maybe they just kind of combine parts. Like y'all remember the Robots movie? I feel like it's like that.
Well, I know the not the Matrix Leadership, the other one. Allspark. They can use the Allspark to basically bring life to machines.
I think
Yeah,
they
but
just
that's
kind of
like
use
one
parts of
one
themselves to
big
build like a
subject.
baby and then all spark it.
I don't like the.
Doesn't the planet doesn't the planet of Cybertron like create them?
Yes, it needs the
Creates
but
Energon, and that's
the
Primus.
planet-
No, I thought the planet of Cybertron essentially like creates Cybertronians. Like they basically grow from Cybertron, and then they just kind of get activated one day. And then with Cybertron being destroyed, that was a big issue with Cybertron being destroyed because they couldn't make more of themselves. That's why they needed the Allspark.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing is that Cybertron is Primus, and Primus is their god, so that does check out. And Energon is what keeps them alive. So yeah, that would make sense.
The Allspark is meant to be like the organ of Cybertron that actually causes that growth to happen. So if the Allspark is like thrown into space, destroyed, or lost,
The Allspark is a gateway to the afterlife, and it is essentially an amalgamation of souls, of the Cybertronian souls.
That's why it can bring you alive.
Yeah.
That's why it brings
Where would you
any
be
type of machine alive.
in the timeline? Like, would you be on Earth or would you be on Cybertron?
Well, if you're on Cybertron, then
I'll honestly, I would want to be I would want to be Megatron just to be on Cybertron for a little bit because that seems like a really fucking cool planet.
That does seem really cool.
Yeah,
to
it
be
is
on
pretty
for a
cool.
bit.
Kind of similar to Skeletor. I would be Skeletor just so I could be on Eternia because Eternia is a really fucking cool planet.
Okay.
Like there's certain actually if we bring that up, we haven't been bringing that up, but that's actually a really good selling point. Like you wouldn't necessarily want to be Darkseid because Apocalypse fucking sucks, right? You wouldn't necessarily want to be Davith because hell fucking sucks. But
Well, you
like
could make Apocalypse not suck, but yeah.
no, Apocalypse pretty hard sucks. I mean, the planet is like unlivable by most people.
It's pretty hard to make it to not suck.
Yeah.
Well, you can build a palace. You can do what you want. Get some bodacious women.
He already
You do what
has
you
a
want.
palace. It didn't change anything.
He already has bodacious women as well. He has like a small platoon of super women that fights for him. That's like an elite squadron of super women.
Yeah, Daddy Fricks, mind you, he does do that.
Yeah. So like I don't know. I think a lot of the like as far as the planets, like what Oh, that's another one. I think the top three on this one, just in terms of just like fucking vacation spots, right? Cybertron's awesome. Eternia's awesome. The One Piece world is awesome. I would choose any of those three for the sole purpose of just like living on those worlds.
One reason that I would ever go to One Piece world is because of how big and expansive it is, and the second I go to the One Piece world, I'm learning anything and everything I can about hockey.
It seems like a lot of fun, and by being Kaido, you're essentially sidestepping the issues that you would normally have of the dangers of it because you're being like the strongest dude in the world, essentially.
He is the strongest creature, yeah.
I think you can argue that he would be defeated by somebody like Shanks, or at least like match somebody like Shanks or Mihawk.
Well, the thing about actually Kaido and Shanks did fight
off screen, but he was I mean Kaido was on his way to kill Whitebeard, and the fight was close enough that Kaido did not continue on his way to kill Whitebeard. So either Shanks won or they stalemated, and Kaido decided to just like go home.
I mean, most of the time when it comes to the Emperors, a lot of the times it's usually a stalemate.
Yeah, which is why I think it's kind of dumb. I generally don't listen to the narrator statements in One Piece because I think they're bullshit. They're basically always bullshit. Like for instance, another good example is on Whole Cake Island. There was a part where they said that Capone, Beige Capone, whatever his name is, they said that he's never failed an assassination attempt ever, and then in Whole Cake Island we see him fail like 4, like back to back.
He fails even earlier than that in Zoe with Peckham's. He shoots him in the back and didn't kill him.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he fails with Peckham's. He fails with Big Mom. I think he fails with someone like 2 other dudes. In fact, the only person that he actually successfully kills, who he tries to kill, is a fucking door that's listening to him because the door's alive because it's got a soul for Big Mom, and he chops the door in half. That's it. Literally everything else that he tries to assassinate, he failed. Like they say he is the perfect assassin in the narration, that he's never failed an assassination attempt, and then we proceed to watch him fail like 3 or 4 back to back, and it's like, what is even the point of the fucking narrations if you're not gonna like, do the thing that you said you're gonna do?
I haven't gotten to the point where the narrator has ever stated where Veggie is apparently the perfect assassin, so I can't really compliment.
It's in Whole Cake.
Much on that.
It's in Whole Cake. They say he's never failed an assassination.
So I just reached Whole Cake. Actually, I finally reached it.
Oh, then I just kind of spoiled Whole Cake for you.
Well, you spoiled the Veggie part, but otherwise you're fine. I'm still watching it. It's
Good.
pretty.
Time to
It's
spoil the
alright.
rest.
The beginning's actually solid.
I was not a fan of Whole Cake. I actually wasn't a fan of anything after the time skip for a really long time.
Well, I'm still watching.
Nothing.
So
Like I didn't like
opinions on it.
Yeah, I didn't like Fishman. I didn't like Punk Hazard. I didn't like Dressrosa. I actually hated Dressrosa.
I actually think they did Fishman Island as a decent re-entry for the time skip.
Yeah, so Kaido gets boobs, right? That's what we decided.
What?
Well, we're not doing Kaido. We're doing Megatron. But
we're doing Megatron.
What are you
talking about?
it's just up to this point, we haven't actually talked about. I'm yelling and there's people sleeping in this house. Up to this point, we haven't really talked about the how good it is, the environment that you're going to be brought to, and how it might actually just be a selling point to just like be at that location. And I think bringing up Cybertron and Eternia and the One Piece world are actually pretty good selling points as making these better than what they otherwise would be.
Megatron during the Cybertronian War is actually bad because we know Cybertron falls and it's actually pretty shitty.
Well, if you like to be, it depends on how much fun you would like being in war. It's like.
Enough, but you're Megatron going to war with Optimus. You can't just change your mind like, oh, sorry, Optimus, it was a prank.
No, I'm not saying you change your mind. I'm saying it depends on how fun you would find battle in general. You know what I mean? Like
you'd be the coolest or second coolest guy in the freaking battle out there.
I mean, yeah, with the giant fusion.
In that case, wouldn't Frieza and the Emperor be like Prime because they have the whole galaxy to themselves to go wherever they want?
Well, the fact that you're in space is pretty cool, but I think you can very easily argue that the Star Wars universe and the Dragon Ball universe don't really have any awesome planets to go to. The planets are very meh. Namek's just a big place with blue grass. Who gives a fuck? It's like there's nothing special or awesome about Namek. I mean, the coolest thing about being Frieza is the fact that you could fly around and blow shit up, and that would be cool. Like the powers you get would be cool, but the planets aren't particularly.
Though, that's actually a little bit more interesting because some of the planets are cool.
Not really.
We just don't see a whole lot of them.
You got an ice planet, the desert planet.
Kind of boned with the whole 20-year thing there as Palpatine.
I mean, it doesn't matter. Look, you have ice planets and desert planets and water planets, and it's like the planets in Star Wars are not interesting or unique at all. Like there's nothing really.
Good different spots.
So we agree, Megatron's like B tier or C tier.
I'd say C. You actually have a chance of being able to win there. Sort of.
I mean, yeah, in some
Lord
iterations,
Zedd.
Megatron.
It depends. But like it really depends on the continuity of like what kind of. Depending on like if you're like a Megatron that's like in a amalgamation universe of like everything Transformers.
To be fair, I actually think this breaks the list because Megatron was not my original. It was people told me to add it, but Megatron's not an Overlord.
That is true. He's not.
He's not an Overlord. He's the leader of an army, but he doesn't lead. Yeah. He doesn't own any land. He doesn't lead any people. He doesn't rule over a territory.
I mean, if you consider the Bayverse, he does.
On Cybertron, there are multiple cities at the city states because Cybertron has, basically he rules over
he leads
in the G1.
I don't think
he's already claimed Cybertron, and that's why the Autobots
is he now?
leave Cybertron.
Okay, because I thought he built an army and went to war with Optimus Prime and the Autobots, but I don't think he ever he never governed.
That's
or at least I didn't remember he ever governed.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
that's
It
what I'm
depends on
saying.
the
Like,
universe, but yeah, like Megatron tends to be like an actual like overlord of like
you
large
either own it
swaths
or
of
you don't.
Cybertron.
Okay.
When
Well,
it
I
Only
know.
when Cybertron's around. He normally
Yeah.
loses it after
When
Cybertron.
when he's
That is
on
true.
when he's on Earth, he's just constantly trying to take over and become the Overlord. Yeah, because like it's a little, like I said, it's a little different because like Skeletor is trying to take over Eternia and he's failing to do it, but he does actually lead over Snake Mountain. Like he does have
And the
his own,
Decepticons,
like a
and
solid third of the planet or half the planet is under the control of Skeletor at all times. So like he
I
actually
gotta
owns a
say,
lot of
with
shit.
Megatron,
And
yeah,
if we
go
go
say
by
that.
IDW, the Decepticons did own like chunks of the galaxy, if I remember, with like
That I don't
actual.
remember that being a thing.
Neither do
Yeah,
I.
but they had like entire planets dedicated to being prisons.
Well,
So
I will say this. Are there so few like why does Megatron have to take over Earth? Are there so few available planets for him to take over that he has
well,
to?
no, he only goes to Earth because the Autobots in there. In the Bayverse, he goes to Earth because they were using as refuge. In the
Well, I thought it was reverse.
show,
I
he went
thought
there.
it was reverse. I thought that Megatron went to Earth so he can basically the plot of Man of Steel with Zod, where he wants to essentially alter the planet to make the new Cybertron, and then Optimus Prime
I'm wrong.
arrives at
I don't
Earth
think he
to
wants to
stop
alter the
him.
planet.
I thought he
okay,
wanted
so
to
in
terraform
the-
it and make it the new Cybertron. That's what I thought
No,
he
he
wanted.
just wants to
went
use
to
the
there.
old
He was
spot
going to.
on all the technology.
No.
You know,
Okay, so it depends on what you're talking. So in the G1 show, he went to Earth because he needed to refresh on Energon because they were low on it and they needed a new energy source. In the Bayverse, he went there because he was looking for the rest of the Autobots and then realized that this planet could actually revive Cybertron because Cybertron was dead.
See, well, I don't care about the Bayverse, but what I've always thought is that he went to Earth because he wanted to terraform Earth, turn it into Cybertron, so he could rebuild his people, and he planned on using the Aurospark in order to do it. And then not Megatron, Optimus.
That's literally the Bayverse. That was
That's
that
not.
was the Bayverse.
I've never seen the Bayverse, so I know I'm not thinking of the Bayverse. But the
are you talking about Transformers Prime?
I don't know.
Because
Transformers
they did.
I don't remember.
I never.
And then the Autobots show up on Earth specifically to fight against the Decepticons and stop them because he doesn't want the planet to be destroyed like Cybertron was after Cybertron was destroyed in a war between the Autobots and the Decepticons.
He wants to take it over, but I don't know about terraforming it.
Yeah, I just remember him adding it to his territory in the G1 show because he needed the energy. I don't remember just straight up terraforming.
He just wanted the planet for its resources, nothing else really. It depends on the universe. Sometimes Earth just has a bunch of MacGuffins on it for some reason, and he wants those MacGuffins to win the war. Sometimes it's just, the Autobots just crash land here. I'm gonna invade to kill them.
Not everything is the fucking Bayverse, guys. The Bayverse is based on the stories of other things.
We aren't talking about the Bayverse, though. We're not just talking about the Bayverse.
40
Those
years
are
of
other
stories here.
Yeah, those are other stories, not just Bayverse.
No, someone just said that's the Bayverse again.
No, when he said about the MacGuffins, I was saying that in particular.
That's a lot of stuff. It's not just the Bayverse. It's a lot of stuff.
No,
I was saying the MacGuffin
IDW
specifically.
has that. G1 show had that. Like, it's not just exclusive to the Bayverse.
Yeah. A lot of the case, it's kind of the justification for why the Transformers come to Earth is either pure bad luck on Earth's part, or like shenanigans on the Autobots' parts.
It's usually because of the Autobots when they had the reason why they go to Earth in the first place.
Yeah.
Sucks to be human.
So would we say that he would be?
I'd say
probably
under
between.
Zedd.
I would say between Zedd and Bison.
He shares a very similar. He shares a very similar situation with Zedd, where there are things stronger than him. However, actually, no, Zedd can defeat the Power Rangers.
Zedd is more powerful than the Power Rangers and could beat them at any time he wants to. It's
he
just
would be below Zedd.
Whereas Megatron would struggle greatly, and it's not 100% that he can actually overcome his obstacles. And then you have but then the people below that, where you have Bison and Skeletor, they can't overcome the opponents that they're going to deal. Like Skeletor, I don't know. I think that if I got the powers of Megatron having to fight against Optimus Prime, I have a better chance of winning than if I got the powers of Skeletor having to fight against He-Man.
There have been
Funny thing
instances
too
where
is that in
Megatron
case
has
you
won
actually
the
do
war.
have to deal with occasional mutinies.
The occasional mutinies or gods.
But isn't that just
gods wanting to kill
Starscream?
you.
That's
Or
literally.
Well, no, because Starscream does betray you, but there are times where Starscream actually manages to get through to the other Autobots,
But I mean,
to the other Decepticons,
no, I
and
get
it
that. But I'm
causes a
saying
mutiny.
if you deal with Starscream, you don't really have to deal with mutinies.
I don't think mutiny is going to be much of an issue. You're so much more powerful than Starscream. Well, I mean, honestly, it's really going to depend on you. Your actions could possibly make other people under you, other than Starscream, also not loyal to you. Like they're loyal to Megatron. Just because if you're in Megatron's body, if you don't act like Megatron, you act a totally different manner, you might lose people too. That's also a possibility. You could be worse than Megatron is. I think we're making this list with the idea that we would do better than the people that are in there because we have insider knowledge. When the truth is that we're not those people, and it's very possible that we would do considerably worse.
Insider knowledge is more valuable in certain situations as well.
Megatron is being Megatron. Like if you're Isekaied as Megatron, you kind of have a dice roll on like what kind of Transformers universe you're sent to, and like what kind of versions of the characters you're dealing with.
I would assume IDW would probably be the main universe. Because it's that's what I would normally consider as the main universe. Because the 80s cartoons and really the cartoons in general are too heavily held back by the fact that they're children's shows.
I mean, some of them did some cool stuff, but
I'm not saying that they don't do cool stuff, but they are limited by just the fact that they're kids shows. And the IDW comics are allowed to really dive in deep in ways that the shows can't. So I usually refer to the comics.
Okay, so I just want to say something real fast about that. Is that funny thing is that I saw a video once that was titled Transformers G1 the movie, the day boys became men. This is because that was the first time in the original show where they actually got a little bit more graphic than usual.
Yeah, they just started killing some people in that movie.
Well, yeah, I
They
mean,
off-screened Ironhide for Christ's sakes.
Well, yeah, doesn't Optimus Prime die at the end of that movie?
He dies.
Yeah.
That's why Hot Rod becomes the new Prime.
Yeah, he fucking dies. Yeah, they didn't.
And then they brought him back because they wanted to sell toys
Megatron won
again.
that fight, though he was so heavily injured.
He did, but then he died, but he was revived, and then
He didn't
on.
die. He was just left out into space to die.
Right.
Yeah.
But they did bring back Optimus because Hasbro wants to sell toys, and Hot Rod wasn't doing too well with the children.
Oh yeah, and Megatron keeps constantly getting super modes because he has to keep up with Optimus somehow.
Actually, Galvatron was a worse villain than Megatron too.
That was due to craziness, though.
Yeah, he just got brain damage.
Exactly.
No, literally.
I do think
Literally.
I also think IDW is probably one of the more interesting Transformer universes.
Definitely. I mean, they explained Imperator in the IDW comics with Senator Shockwave.
Not a big fan of Imperator, but yeah.
I actually think it's pretty cool because it's literally like not dehumanizing in terms of like Transformers.
I like
It's
some of the
complicated when you're dealing with a race of robots that.
So what are your chances of like winning? I guess your idea is winning is you beat the Autobots.
I mean, wouldn't it be 50-50?
It's really strong.
If they're similar in power, I think it'll probably be 50-50.
But I don't think they are similar in power most of the time.
It's typically somewhat close.
I think they are. Like I don't think they are necessarily like the Bay movies necessarily. But I think they pretty much all like. I mean, at the end of the day, Optimus Prime is a prime, and Megatron is not a prime. But wait, no, Megatron has the gear of a prime, doesn't he? Yeah, he does.
Well,
Megatronus. He has the powers of Megatronus. Yeah.
Yes, but the difference is that Optimus was blessed to be a prime.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
He has the matrix of leadership in the first
Yes,
place.
that's the thing that makes him strong, but it doesn't matter. If you take the thing of a prime, like Optimus was made a prime himself, sure, but that doesn't make him a stronger prime than Megatron. Megatron still has the prime powers of Megatronus, and this is important, Megatronus was the strongest prime to ever live.
Sure. And that's why they rival each other, because
that is unique to that movie.
No,
Okay,
Megatron.
but
No, it's not. No, it's not. In the one where he was a gladiator, no, Megatron in all the canons, his
Yeah.
name is not Megatron. He changes his name to Megatron in inspiration to his hero Megatronus. That is in all. That is in all of them.
never had
in the
like the
IDW
extent of
comics,
his,
they do that
of his
same
grip.
thing.
So, my point was, later in the series, the Autobots always
Wait, hold
get
up,
the
guys.
dinosaur
Hold up, guys.
bots.
Hold up, guys. M Porky, just stopping by for a quick sec. Want to share the love. Have a good stream. Thank you, M Porky. Thanks for the $20, man. Appreciate it.
I'm going to bed, guys. I'm done.
Oh, we're talking about the last one. We're just talking about Megatron real quick.
Ah, fine.
Fucking, was that Nano? It's goddamn motherfucking Nano.
Yes, Nano.
Of course it's Nano.
It's fucking-
Always
But,
Nano. So it's 204. It's 204 for
when
me.
they get the,
Tomorrow's Memorial Day. You
I'm
should
an
be off.
outlier.
You should be off of work at school anyway.
True.
What were we saying?
When they get the Dinobots, the scale sort of tips most of the time because the Autobots are just more powerful at that point.
Well, I mean, you could say the same thing about the Beast guys too.
And
the Maximals the Maximals are like considered to be like rival.
I thought the Dinobots were like the most OP bots.
Same with the Dinobots.
But don't they all have enemies that they have to fight too? Like the Maxabots or whatever, they're gonna have their enemies that Megatron could team up with as well.
That's true. And if it's I don't know if this is exclusive to the non-Bayverse films, the other live action films, where they also have like a thing with Unicron. But I don't know if that's exclusive to that movie or not.
So Killer Sawmouth Gaming said he was D16, then he chose to be named Megatron because he idolized Megatronus, but he does not have any powers of a prime. In the movie Transformers 1 he does. I think in the IDW comics he does as well.
He doesn't.
Well, I'm not
I think
too
he
sure,
gets.
but
I
either
think
way,
he gets the powers of Megatronus. I'm almost positive that's why he does. I mean, otherwise it wouldn't even make sense that he would be able to stand up against Optimus Prime because primes are inherently more powerful than non-primes, and Megatron oftentimes is equivalent in power to Optimus Prime.
He normally loses.
I mean, technically, however,
He loses, but not due to just physical fighting might.
Non-prime Decepticons.
He generally loses. He generally loses due to leadership abilities. But like when he does lose, it's like a good versus evil. Good overcomes evil sort of thing. But they always fight on par with each other. It's not like he just slaughters fucking Megatron all the time.
Yeah, that's because a lot of the time the Matrix just doesn't really give its bearers superpowers a lot of the time. It's just like an ornament that's like shoved
he gave
into.
Optimus though. He gave it to Optimus though.
If I'm not wrong, they have literally like hacked off each other's limbs multiple.
Yeah, the fights are close.
IDW.
Like Megatron is powerful enough to take on basically
Has he beat Prime before?
I'm sure he had to have.
He has, but I think
in a one-on-one.
Yeah, he's
outside circumstances.
I mean, I would assume just due to like the length of the time the series has been out that he's had to have beaten him at least once or twice. Clearly.
Well, I know he beat him in the Bayverse, but that doesn't count.
No, I'm not counting the Bayverse.
Yeah, that's what I said. that.
Yeah, there are instances where Megatron has won against Prime.
Which really shouldn't be possible if Optimus is a Prime and Megatron's not.
I just couldn't think of any off the top of my head.
I can't either. To be honest with you,
One is literally the only other time Megatron actually overcame Optimus.
Yeah, the only thing
he never beats him at all in any of the comic books. I don't buy it. That just doesn't sound right.
I think in IDW there are a couple of times listed that they have
in Transformers Prime. I think he almost did because he was fused with Unicron back then.
I mean, Megatron's strong as shit. He survives an explosion that blows up a fucking planet. He's right there in its face, and he's fine. I mean, he's not like a weak dude. Optimus Prime, in order to defeat,
have to be the strongest guy to lead the Decepticons.
Yeah, in order to defeat Shockwave, who had all of those fucking gems, whatever they're called, jewels, I don't remember what they're called, the fucking reality powers. I mean, him and Optimus Prime teamed up and dual teamed him, and they beat him. and then like they
Actually,
overcame
no,
him together.
he
I
did
know
it
there
by
was more.
doing
There was
something
more to it. I know. He's like human. Like yeah, I get it. But the idea is like they teamed up together to like fight against him,
Funny
like
thing
in a
is, though, is
2v1.
like Optimus. Okay, I'm gonna pull from the Bayverse again, but there's like
Stop
when
pulling from the
Shockwave.
Bayverse.
Well, it's still a Transformers thing, so you kind of
It's not.
it kind of works.
More like
No, it's like if we were trying to talk about Marvel Comics, you kept bringing up the MCU. It's very different. It's very different.
They are very different, but it's still there's still iterations and continuities of this of a franchise.
Not really.
Man, we probably should have just said IDW and forget.
In which case,
I've been saying IDW this whole time. Everyone keeps bringing up the fucking Bayverse.
I don't know why.
Okay, I've actually been using G1 more than I've been using Bayverse, so just want to clarify. So.
I don't know. It's they're rivaling each other in numbers
They
of
always rival each
usage.
other. They always.
They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be.
Look at the anime show Prime, all that. They rival each other.
What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, it could be that Optimus Prime isn't a full Prime. He's usually
That wouldn't make sense.
Maybe being a prime is a scam.
Well, being a mortal prime
Exactly.
like Optimus or Nova Prime or Sentinel is nothing like being a 13 Prime.
If you were one of the 13 primes, even that, you were still susceptible. They were considered like the strongest because they were a group. Like if you
They
took
don't-
out like one of them and just fought against one of them, who's to say they would do any different like than Optimus by himself against Megatron? You know, like maybe because of combat experience, but then again, that's a whole different thing.
I will
Yeah,
say,
that-
I was a little
yeah.
bummed out when I found out that Megatron got his name from some other fucking dude, and like technically he's just like this fanboy of this other guy.
Well, not really, because Megatronus
Well,
is actually good depending on the continuity, because
So he's
Megatronus
a
is actually
fanboy
the
still?
first Decepticon.
What are you talking about? You're not disagreeing with what I said. I said I didn't like the fact that that his whole name and his whole spiel came from like inspiration. He's a fanboy of some other dude.
that sounds awesome to me.
Why?
Why?
Okay, a villain who is getting inspiration. Like many
Well,
characters
but
take names of
Megatronus
other
was never
characters. I
bad
don't see why
unless-
that's a bad thing.
I didn't say it was a bad thing. I just didn't like it.
Oh, it's just okay. You just find it disappointing.
Yeah, I think it was weird. It's like you're.
You
It's
know
like
what's hilarious.
I like villains.
The
I
same
like.
thing happened to Megatron then, because then years later, someone calls themselves Megatron to ape his style.
Yeah, I don't like that. I like characters to stand on their own. I like characters to become their own characters. I don't like it when they just basically copy all the shit of another character. It annoys me.
Ruga, did you ever watch the G1 show?
Yeah, not a ton, but
Did you
yeah.
ever get to the Did you ever get to the point where you like started looking at after the movie with Rodimus Prime? Because they actually started doing something interesting with that character, but then they blew it when they brought back Optimus.
No, like I've never seen the movie. I know that Optimus Prime dies at the end of the movie with the whole Unicron shit, but I never saw it.
Near the beginning.
Really?
He
Okay,
dies in
well there you go.
the beginning, yes.
like
That shows you I
when
never seen it.
almost all the original Autobots die.
Okay, well there you go. That shows that I never seen it. I never watched it.
Yeah,
I
but
was
it's so
I
tragic
was
because they had.
I was more of a
they
He-Man
had-
guy.
Makes sense, you know, He-Man. Everyone likes different stuff.
Yeah, some people like better stuff.
Yeah, you see,
Just like
Ruger's coming from here. He's looking at big buff men instead of cool robots. I get it. I
Yeah.
understand that.
Yes.
That's cool.
Big buff
I
men
love
with giant
big-
swords
he
blowing
loves-
shit up.
He loves looking at big buff oily men instead
Who the
of
fuck?
giant
Who the
robots.
who the fuck said oily? First off, the women are just as scantily dressed as the men in that show. So I don't know what the
Right.
weird.
I don't know about the oil either.
Yeah, there's no oily. There's no oily.
Oil is the sweat.
Yeah, I don't. I mean,
think
I
you're
don't.
watching the wrong He-Man.
I don't understand. What do you want to watch? A bunch of twerpy, no muscle dudes walking around? Like I don't understand.
Muscle mommies.
I wanna look at decent looking female
look at.
chicks, cool robots.
I want to look at cool robots. That's why I like Transformers.
Okay, asexual.
Oh,
Fucking-
okay, asexual.
Well,
Okay,
wait,
hear me
it
out
was
though.
the-
Yeah, so
RC.
there's a whole thing with like there's a whole thing about the Megatron naming thing that goes all the way back to the 90s about like Okay, there, you know Beast Wars and how like it has its own.
Yes,
Megatron?
yes, I mentioned that somebody aped his name. I'm saying Megatron's been
Yeah.
on both sides of the whole taking someone's name thing.
You know what
Let
I
me
like
actually-
about that
let me
Megatron though?
actually explain that. It's shown that like Megatron in Beast Wars named himself after a different entity from like the Holy Space Bible, not the G1 Megatron, and that entity from the Space Bible would be later made into Megatronus, the Fallen, the big bad guy, whatever. And that would be explained to be where Megatron's name comes from. So it loops all the way back around.
It would be cool
Sure.
if Megatron at the end of the series, Megatron went back in time and became Megatronus, and then you found out that
He's his own hero.
Megatron
Actually,
was
that would
inspired
make
by
sense why
by
Megatronus
himself.
betrays the Primes.
Yeah, and
Or
then
just freaking grandfather paradox himself.
yeah, like Megatron was inspired by himself to become himself. That would be entertaining.
And that would be so funny
I don't know.
because
I
it also just
would
shows
kind
how
of find the
bad
time
he
travel
is.
thing cringe.
I do. I wouldn't actually do it. I was kidding, but
Okay.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
It'd be funny.
Tonal
but-
reading problem.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay,
The
so
only time I like time travel is in Beast Wars. Yeah.
I liked it in Back to the Future.
Yeah, I like the Beast Wars Megatron. He was a dinosaur. I thought that was probably one of the best designs for him in a while.
Like how they.
I think the
kinda
people
like how
that say they
did,
don't like, I think people who say they don't like time travel plots, aren't thinking about all of the cool time travel stories. Because there's a lot of
The
cool.
whole, you becoming your own inspiration kind of thing, like the whole.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people who just say that they don't like time travel plots. Because it's a common thing, like, oh, we don't like time travel. And I was like, there's a lot of cool time travel stuff. Back to the Future is cool time travel stuff. Edge of Tomorrow is a really cool time travel movie that's about time travel. There's a
Isn't
there's-
it tomorrow? I mean, technically, it's less time travel and more like just repeating.
That's
repeating.
time. That's time
Really
travel.
Time travel.
That is absolutely time travel. You're traveling through
Yeah.
time. You're going
I
through
usually
the
consider
back
it
in
just like a
time.
save file.
This isn't him like repeating fate or something. This is it.
Yeah,
Like,
he's
like
going
it's-
back to the
it's
beginning of the
stimulating.
day after he just lived the day and he went back again.
Yeah.
That's time travel.
I like,
like
it.
how,
Tomorrow. It's probably one of the best like alien movies I've seen in a while.
It's really
I
solid.
really like how.
They're making an anime.
Futurama-
They're making an anime based on the manga that the movie
I
was
heard
based
that.
on.
That was cool.
Oh, that's actually really nice.
Oh, it's called All You Need Is Kill. Look, you can look at the trailer. The trailer came out already.
Nice.
But yeah,
You know, the thing about the mimics is that in order to make those guys, they had to be so creative with how they moved it. Like they had to make it so erratic, but then they like kicked up dust particles everywhere, so it looked believable.
yeah.
I would say that like Megatron would be good like above M Bison.
We already
below-
We already placed them. He's between M Bison and I don't even know why we're talking because we placed him a while ago. But he's between M Bison and Lord Zedd.
I think that makes sense because I don't know. He's got a better chance. Right.
He definitely. I think he has a better chance than M Bison because M Bison's gonna get his knees kicked in by Ryu. He's
Well, he
gonna
has a
get
better
his
chance than
Akuma.
Does he have a better chance than Skeletor?
Yeah,
No.
Skeletor's kind of gonna get like shin bashed by He-Man a bit.
He's not
yeah.
gonna die.
Skeletor and Megatron is that.
I think Megatron has a better chance of overcoming Optimus Prime than Skeletor does of overcoming He-Man.
But there's
Yeah,
also
but
a chance Optimus Prime
one
kills
guy have like an
Megatron.
entire, like universe of bullshit.
He-Man would also kill Skeletor. He could
I
kill
thought he
Skeletor.
can.
Well,
very much
Skeletor.
could.
Well, no, he's capable of overcoming and killing him. It's just in a lot of continuity, Skeletor is the master of death and can keep coming back. So
So he
that's
could-
like the main issue.
He couldn't permanently kill
I
him. Well,
say
you could
we've
permanently kill Megatron.
handled
Well, it
Megatron
depends.
very
Depends.
Yeah.
There
Well, I
are
don't know.
there are ways to circumvent it. I think I can't really think of any off the top of my head, but I'm almost positive in certain continuities they've been able to circumvent his ability to come back. But in some,
Well,
but
I
in
would-
a lot of them, he just straight up doesn't have the ability to come back, so he just dies permanently.
Okay.
It would depend on what version of the character you're talking
Whatever
about.
continuity you would prefer to use, because I don't know enough about it.
I generally like the continuity where he's the master of death and he keeps coming back always. That's pretty cool.
So I think that version would be better off than Megatron.
Well,
Yeah.
Maybe, but the thing that you have to overcome,
He-Man.
the thing you have to overcome is considerably more so than the thing that Megatron
But
has to
there's less
overcome.
risk to you.
Oh, actually, Cybertronians, depending on the universe, can be rebuilt and resurrected.
That is true.
Somewhat.
To an extent. Like if you have like the
Man,
Allspark or Matrix of Leadership or enough Energon, like sure.
I mean,
Or,
it is
as long as your spark survives, you can.
Or if you go off
generate
of the Marvel
Yeah.
Comics and IDW, as long as your brain survives, or like you have a data backup, you can just be uploaded into a new body and your spark reactivated and rebuilt and remade.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Well, then
Of
I
course,
guess
that
it's
would
clear
mean
then.
your two enemies are people. Of course, your two enemies are the people who always come back, being Optimus Prime and Starscream.
That's funny.
Yeah,
I didn't
the
even.
whole resurrection thing for like Cybertronians being so easy to rebuild kind of explains why the war lasts for millions upon millions of years.
I didn't even realize this, but the entire row of C tier are all characters that can be brought back to life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every single one of them.
Well, I mean, actually,
Yeah.
so is B tier technically.
B tier.
Kinda.
No, not really. Sauron. I mean, yeah, Sauron does actually have an ending where he does not come back. Palpatine, as of right now, has been permanently taken out, and Darkseid's never been killed. Not his true form.
Yes, he has.
Not his true form.
Well, not true form.
Oh, sorry, not his true form. But he has been killed.
That he hasn't been. No, killing an avatar is not killing him. You're just eliminating an
Well, his
avatar.
avatar resurrected.
Yeah.
Well, you're
he
not.
shanked his avatar, threw
But
it in
that's
the
not.
back alley, and now
But
no
that's
one's
not.
there.
That's not death. Like you're not
Yeah.
killing him because his true form is him. The avatar is
Yeah,
exactly
well, I
what it
don't know.
sounds like. It's an avatar.
He got killed, came back as a baby, and then his daughter looked after him, and then he got all the powers of Zeus.
That's weird. That doesn't even sound like an avatar. These avatars are very odd.
That kind of did.
Well, they're
happen
not like
in
avatars,
continuity.
like they're figments of they're illusions. They are like actual beings.
I'm not saying they're not actual beings, but you would think that if he's creating an avatar, he could just create one. They wouldn't have to be like reborn
it's
as a
like
baby.
He controls the avatar in every multiverse.
No, I
are
understand.
different
I understand that, but you would think he would just make one.
I don't
So
think he
C tier
can.
is all people that all the villains that can just be rebuilt or resurrected pretty easily,
Yeah.
or not easily, depending on the continuity. God damn it!
All right, I think we're basically we're at the end of the stream now. I'm getting tired, and we're not getting anything. And we've talked about Megatron for like a fucking solid hour. I think we got his Fishy's money's worth for that one. For him extending the stream.
This has been fun.
I mean, I guess the biggest problem Megatron has is always his personality. Okay.
What the fuck did I just say? We're done. Stop.
I stopped myself.
What are you doing? Okay. So thanks you guys for coming back. We'll have another one next week. I'll try and have it on Saturday instead of Sunday. I try not to have them on Sundays, but it was busy today. I had family over and shit because it was a Memorial Weekend and all that. But yeah, you could expect the video probably Tuesday morning, if I had to guess. Yeah. Okay. So I'll see you guys. Bye.
Have a great night.
It was nice being on one of these streams for the first time.